Where it stops, no one knows. We're going head into the unknown. Na, 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 na.
Good morning. Happy Wednesday. Welcome back to Criminality. We're covering the case of the state of Massachusetts versus Karen Reed in her second trial, and we are currently on day 11. I've been on here. I was reading through my notes for the guy from yesterday, looking to see if he said all these things that he was saying yesterday. What's his name? O'Hara. And I was looking through my notes from last year, and he doesn't say any of these times or, well, I mean, he says a couple of them, but he's so much more particular about all the times in this trial than he was in the last trial. So I was just looking at my notes because I was like, I don't remember all these people that he's talking about and saying exactly when they got there. So I was just checking that out. And so I was going to tell you guys, where was it? So, I may have missed it yesterday because, I have to pick up a kid in the afternoon. So I missed some of the stuff that happens. Did he say in his testimony yesterday that the reason they searched the street, was because Tully had told him that's where to search, and Tully told him that John had been, hit by a car and possibly dragged at about 12:30 in the morning. So they were looking in the street for pieces of taillight and potentially the missing shoe. Did he testify to that yesterday? Sleuthie didn't answer in the chat last night, but who is Matt Matt Sullivan? Are you talking about for Delphi? He's Matt Sullivan. He just is who he is. Is that who you're talking about? He has a YouTube channel. He's covered Delphi. He was one of the very first creators I ever watched covering Delphi. He runs the group for the Iowa girls. No, he said the street because the yard was hard and the snow in the street was undisturbed. Okay, so last year he testified on direct and on cross that the reason they searched where they did was because Tully had told them to. And Tully had told them that the victim was struck by a vehicle. They were looking for pieces of tail light and a shoe. When he does testify that when they asked for the tail light pick, Tully said the SUV was being towed at the time, so he couldn't bring it in, or he couldn't get a picture. He said that he arrived at 4:55 with, and I'm going to totally butcher his name, Bosilia. But he does say at 5:41 the last team member arrived. There was 5 officers in plain clothes. He recognized 2 of them as Massachusetts State Police. The other 3 were Canton, and he didn't know they were conflicted out. The grid search, the area where they decided to do the grid search / line search was based off of Tully's info.
Good morning.
Hi. Sorry, I was on the wrong screen. I didn't even see you pop in. Hi.
That's okay. You feeling good this morning?
I'm okay.
Good.
Tired? Why? What's wrong?
Nothing.
Oh. That was like so ominous. I was like, uh-oh, what's happening?
No, I don't feel great this morning. Like, not like sickness-wise, I don't feel great.
Not sickness-wise? Or
Not yes, sickness-wise.
Oh, I was kind of like that yesterday morning.
Yeah.
Yesterday was a little bit rougher. I think. Look, this should make you feel better.
Morning,
Molly's-
Molly. Love you, Molly. Is Kim here?
Proctor asked for tail pics, and they simply misunderstood what he wanted. None yet. Indiana Girl says, but he also says they started searching at 5:20 before everyone was there. But Sleuthie has the alert that says 5:33 that they didn't have the green light. Correct. Right.
And that doesn't make any sense because in this trial, his time of his alert, I have to go back. He moved it like hours and hours. He said in this trial that specific alert the one at 5:33, he said happened at 2:53.
Let me see it. From last trial?
No, this trial, he said that at 2:53, a West team member sent out the alert to everyone.
So he has, let me see.
Morning, Kim. Love you. I think that in
So
the
he
last
said,
trial, one of the things he said was that they didn't start searching until all of the 7 out of the 8 people that were supposed to come got there, which would mean the last one came at 5:41. So that would be like when they started the search per the last testimony. But this time he said that basically like 3 people showed up, so they just started. And remember you said yesterday, you were like, but how would that work? Because then the additional people that got there, so let's say the 4 other
right.
people, they would have to like
You
start.
don't do it that way.
Yeah, they would have to like start in the spot where they would have been had they all waited for each other. Otherwise, that's
Right.
a huge area that's missed.
Right.
But I was thinking about this and
Jackson
going
didn't call him out on that and say,
Well,
last
that's
time
the
you
thing.
said you waited?
Yeah, that's the thing is that like I went back and forth on this and I was like, why is he lying? Blah, 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 blah. But the fact of the matter is that it's done unless they call him back. But he didn't confront him on the time of the alert. He didn't
Or
confront him.
maybe he likes these times better, so Jackson isn't going to call him on it because these times actually show the
And that
issues.
could be. Yeah, that could be. I try to remind myself of that like this trial, I have to say, is like the only one where you know how I feel about these trials. Usually, like when we get here, everybody for years or months are like, oh, we're going to learn all the things that nobody knew. And I do think with like Idaho 4, it's going to be that way, where a lot of shit that we hear is going to be new stuff that we've never heard before. But generally, I feel like trials come and if I followed it closely, it's not usually anything new.
Right.
But this one, even from trial 1 to trial 2,
Is
there
different.
seems to be things that are popping up that I didn't know, like the call at 5:07 from Jen to Nicole. I didn't know
That
about
was
that.
new.
Yeah, so they might know something we don't know.
Okay, so he said on cross last year at 2:32 p.m. he got the call from Tully. At 2:53, the alert went out to the team. They were activated en route, no time. He didn't give a time. 43 minutes to arrive at the scene after authorized at 3:48 p.m. He says he arrived at 4:55 with
Trial?
this is first trial with
Okay.
Bosalia. I'm not going to say his name right.
Oh, I found all of them today. I put their arrival times in the spreadsheet. You should see how I just completely trashed them in my notes. Like I was trying to spell them all like phonetically. Most of them are wrong, but I did find them all.
Okay, so then he says that the only thing that he seems to agree on is that the last team member arrived at 5:41 p.m. It was dark. He says it was dark when he arrived at the scene.
Mm-hmm.
I'm pretty sure that the sun didn't go down until like 7 o'clock.
In the winter? No, in the winter? No, I hate it, man.
Was it dark early?
Yeah, dude, I could
to look it up.
totally believe at 5. It's horrible. It is horrible. I cannot stand when the sun, like right now, It doesn't start. It's not like dark until 9, and it's not even summer yet. But in the winter, absolutely not. Like I'll get off work at 6:30, and it's been dark for hours.
He said on direct and on cross that the area they searched was directed to be searched by Tully, even though Tully never saw the body and wasn't there at the scene.
Right. Well, he was going off of Gallagher, who was going off of Lank, who was going off of Good, who also didn't see it. So,
right. And he said that Proctor was not there during the search.
Did he say in the first one, like specifically, like, was I just being stupid because I was taken aback by him saying that they basically only searched the road, not the yard?
No, the only thing he says on here is, or on my notes, I mean, I would have to go back and actually listen. From my notes, it says on direct and on cross, they picked the area to search based on Tully saying they were looking for taillight and a missing shoe.
Okay.
And that the report said that John was hit by a vehicle and possibly dragged. He said the final mission report states, where did that go? Hold on.
Yeah, Indiana Girl last thing, he didn't even know, like, I was surprised when he listed off the people that were there from the CERT team, because last year he like didn't even know everyone that was there.
And he says final mission report says off-duty officer was hit and dragged by motor vehicle at approximately 12:30 a.m.
How did they determine that already? Well, I mean, we know how they determine, because a couple hours after the search happened. Exactly. A couple hours after the search happened is when you have Proctor's texts. I wonder if we're going to get more texts, like newer texts. Like, you can't even imagine. I could not imagine. Like, I had in my head the things that he might have been saying, but when they were reading those, the last trial, oh my God, like, I was like, I mean, my jaw was on the floor, because in my head, I didn't come up with such hateful things, you know?
Indiana Girl's like, oh, fuck yeah, it's dark.
It's horrible.
Dark.
I hate it. I hate it.
This one, he clarified that the other two were supposedly CPD in plain clothes last trial. There's supposedly 3. There's 5 people he says he recognized, 2 as MSP and 3 unknowns, potentially Canton PD.
Well, today we have testimony of someone that was there, MSP. I can't remember if he said it yesterday. I don't think he did. But we have like a new MSP person testify today that we've heard their name, but we have not. Yes. Yeah, he didn't testify the first time. I didn't watch. I'm going through Indiana Girl's notes, the written up notes. And like, I've got her copy, which I really like because it has in red, like, you know how with Andrea's, for the Delphi trial, I tried to put like her opinions in parentheses, like usually in italics. So it was kind of separate from what she was saying the testimony was. Well, Indiana Girl did it in red. So like all of the things that are in black is what was said. And then everything in red was her like adding different things. So I'm keeping 2 copies. I have like her original copy, and then I'm now cleaning up
yours.
Hers for a different copy that's just going to have the stuff in it. And then I'm going to look through mine and see if there's anything extra to add, which I doubt, because I think the last one I have is like day 8, I think.
I think that's the last one she's completed.
Yeah, so she's like days behind.
She's very frustrated. Well, she listens in real time and then goes back and does notes for the days that she's like, I mean, she's vested in that.
I'm here to tell you, like,
I remember doing this for the first trial. I'm like thankful that I know that you guys have this under control and I'm not worried about it.
So glad we did this.
It was a lot last time.
Yeah,
I don't even think there was like the last 3 witnesses from the last like day that I don't even think I ever went back and did.
Oh, you mean wrote them? Yeah, because it's fucking it's exhausting because you're writing it you're writing in real time, and then you're putting together all of your notes, and then you're going live to talk about what you just spent 8 hours watching and like
Yep.
rehash the entire 8 hours. Like, I'm so glad we did it this way. I don't think we
Me
should
too.
ever do it the other way. I've actually been able to, like, last year I didn't get to, well, plus what's her face? Brandy was doing her chart like every day in real time, updating it. I don't think she has one for this one yet, or she hasn't released it yet. But like I was like, I can't. Like, I can't even update my actual spreadsheet because I'm too busy taking all these notes. And yeah. So here I've been doing a pretty decent job going in each day and adding the different timestamps. It's just the other details that don't have timestamps that I don't have. And thankfully, Indiana Girl did that. So I'll make a tab with all of the do you think I should do a tab? Do you think I should do a tab that is like witness testimony and then break it down by each person, or just one with testimony and throw each document in there?
I would do it by day, by person.
Okay.
So like day 1, these are the people that testified. Here's the notes.
Yeah.
And then if it's day 1/2, then throw their notes in,
That's what I was figuring.
That's how I would do it.
Because then you're just in one document.
One of the things that, like, for Delphi that I wish we did have now was, I have to look at 2 different documents to see what evidence was, what exhibit number was entered with who was testifying, and I wish we had that in one place. I have to go back and forth to do that.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
Yeah, I think as much as can be put into one spreadsheet is probably better. Right.
I agree. All right, you guys ready to rock and roll with we get Keefe, we get MSP Keefe. Keefe, or is it Keefe? I guess we'll find out.
Yeah. Keefe. Connor Keefe.
All right, Mr. Brennan, your next witness, please.
Thank you, Your Honor. The Commonwealth calls Connor Keefe.
Keefe.
And I just want to say, Hank is like an extra whiny little bitch today.
Oh, God. Fucking can't stand him. Hear ye, hear ye. Your court is now in session. Indiana Girl's like, I'm on notebook number 4.
Oh, I believe it.
The worst was when I was covering 3 trials at the same time. So every day I'd listen to 3 trials and then go live at night and go over the trials.
No, I don't want to do that.
That was a lot. That was Lori Vallow Daybell, the West Boys, and Letitia Stout. And then I had a 3-subject notebook that I took notes in, because that's the only way I could keep track. As I would hear things, I could go back between my different subjects.
Yeah, it's too much.
It was a lot. That was exhausting.
Step up, raise your right hand. Thank you, clerk. Thank you.
Raise your right hand. Do you solemnly swear the evidence given to the court and jury in the case now and hearing should be truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help me God? Yes.
Good morning, Your Honor.
All right, Mr. Brennan, whenever you're ready.
Thank you, Your Honor. Good morning.
Good morning, sir.
Could you please introduce yourself to the jury, spell your last name for the record?
Sure, my name is Connor Keefe. The last name is Keefe.
Mr. Keefe, where do you work?
Why doesn't anybody in Canton have fucking lips? Where'd all their lips go? Like, Massachusetts just no longer has lips? Is that like a thing?
Stolen from all their lies. I just pictured
Work for the
that gif where it's where the girl like squeezes, they're like squeezing somebody's lips. Now I have to find it.
The drinking burns off the lips.
Yeah.
Too much alcohol.
Alcohol and lies.
Oh shit! Like he just has that. Like it's just like a slit in his face where
Indiana girl,
noise comes out.
it's colon.
Massachusetts State Police.
What's your position with the Massachusetts State Police?
I'm assigned to the Norfolk District Attorney's Office.
Are you a trooper?
Yes,
When did you first start beginning working as a Massachusetts State Police trooper?
2017.
Did you go to basic training?
Yes, the academy.
How long was the academy?
Approximately 6 months.
Did you have any further training after the academy?
On the job training?
Yes.
Yes, in various specialties.
What's your role at the Norfolk County District Attorney's Office?
I am assigned to the homicide unit where we investigate homicides, unattended deaths, suicides, stuff like that. And I'm also a digital forensic examiner at the district attorney's office.
Did you have a role in investigating this case?
Yes,
Were you assigned investigator in this case?
I wasn't the main investigator, but I was involved. Yes.
Did you deal with any of the digital forensic evidence?
Yes.
Specifically regarding the digital forensic evidence,
Hi,
did you
Christina.
meet anybody to obtain a phone?
Yes.
Who did you meet?
I met Jen McCabe and Kerry Roberts.
When you met with them, did you have to obtain anything from them?
I obtained a consent form and their cellular device.
After you received their devices, where did you bring them?
They were brought back to the forensics lab located at the Norfolk District Attorney's Office.
And what, if anything, did you do with either or both phones?
I conducted a forensic extraction on those devices.
An extraction, is that a copying an image?
Did his lips just pop?
Yeah,
Like,
he tried to do that lip smacking thing that the rest of them do. His is just a little different.
Well, because there's no lips.
Right.
Of the phone?
Yes.
Is that different than analyzing the phone?
Yes.
Were you involved in analyzing Kerry Roberts' phone?
No.
Were you involved in analyzing Jennifer McCabe's phone?
No.
Was your role limited to attaching it to grade key and doing the extraction?
That is correct.
And did you do that?
Yes.
In addition to the phone extractions, if you take us back to January 29, 2022, were you involved in going to 34 Fairview Road in Canton, Massachusetts?
Yes.
Do you know about what time you went there?
Hey, Mav.
Approximately 5:30.
What was your role at 34 Fairview Road that evening?
I was asked by my supervisor, Lieutenant Brian Tully, to assist in processing the scene at 34 Fairview Road in Canton, Massachusetts.
When you arrived at 34 Fairview Road, was there anybody else there?
Yes.
Who was there?
Lieutenant Tully, members of the Massachusetts State Police CERT team, the Special Emergency Response Team.
Are you part of the CERT team?
I am not.
Did you see what the CERT team was doing?
They were conducting an area search very front of the lawn and the street or road in front of 34 Fairview.
Did you have any role in that actual searching of evidence?
No, I did not.
What was your role, limited role that night?
To process any evidence that was discovered during the search.
When you say process the evidence, can you explain briefly, what does that mean?
Sure, I was had evidence bags, and if a piece of evidence or an item was found, I would place that item into the evidence bag.
And why would you do that?
To secure it.
How would you become aware if there was a piece of evidence found?
The CERT team would alert the supervisor, Lieutenant Tully, or myself that there was an item or a piece of evidence, and Lieutenant Tully would then take a photograph of it, and then I would secure the piece of evidence in a bag, evidence bag.
Do you know if those photographs were time-stamped?
I believe so.
Your role was to put the evidence in the bag and return it to the evidence room?
Correct.
Did you do that?
Yes.
If I could begin, I'd like to show you on the screen a series of exhibits. If we could start with Exhibit 74, please. Trooper, do you recognize that item?
Yes.
What is it?
That is a black Nike shoe.
Did you see that item that night?
Yes.
74A, please.
passenger, probably because he is drinking.
74B? Thank you. Is that the same sneaker?
Yes, sir.
After you were alerted to that sneaker, did you place that sneaker into an evidence bag?
Yes.
Did you bring that item with you today?
Yes.
Do you have gloves?
Yes, sir.
It really doesn't matter if he has gloves. They cross-contaminate every fucking thing.
Exactly.
Do you want the lights on, Mr. Brennan?
Please, thank you, Your Honor. And Ms. Gilman, you can take the photo down, please. With the court's permission, I'm going to move this piece of evidence, item into evidence.
Did anybody bring up yesterday about the fact that that shoe looks like it's got a black sole? Did that come up at all?
No,
No.
I know a lot of people think they see a black soul. I think that it's because I gave someone multiple photos. It could just be a shadow and that they take horrible photos.
Right.
So
Let me ask you a few questions before you open it. Could you stand and show that bag? There's red tape on it. What's that for?
To secure the bag closed.
If the bag is open, is it then retaped?
Yes.
Do you write on the outside of the bag?
Yes.
Why do you do that?
To memorialize the date, time when the evidence was collected.
Could you open the bag and show us what's in it?
Yes, sir.
He's gonna cut his own fucking thumb. Sorry.
this takes forever.
Well, yeah, because he's like under pressure. It's like I can't perform with everybody watching me.
Meanwhile, Gallagher just started slicing it all up and down and knotting the tape. And
Yeah, he didn't give a shit. I was like, that thing is gonna be taped up ugly after this. Bev's like,
With the court's permission, can he show the item?
Yes.
look at Bev judging him.
Trooper, is that the same item that you found that night?
Yes, sir.
If you could place it back in the bag. I'd ask this to be marked as an exhibit.
All right, any objections, Mr. Unity?
There's no objection.
Exhibit 77.
Sir, you mentioned there's writing on the outside of the bag.
Yes.
What type of information do you write on the bag?
Date, time, location, who was collecting it.
The time that you write in the bag, is that the specific time the item was found, or does that represent a different time?
That could represent a different time.
And why would that be?
If you're processing multiple things at once, you're bagging things at different times, then when you seal the bag, that could be the time that is annotated on the bag.
Can the item be found before the time on that bag?
Yes.
Would you ever write a time later than when the item was found?
Yes.
I'd like to move now to Exhibit 75, please. And preferably 75A, please. Do you recognize that item?
Yes.
Is that one of the items you bagged that night?
Yes.
And if we could turn to 76A, please. Do you recognize that item?
Yes.
Is that an item that you bagged that night?
Yes.
Do you have both of those items with you?
Yes, sir.
Could you produce those, please? Ms. Gilman, you could take that down, please. Thank you. 570.
Yes, sir.
With the court's permission, I'd ask the trooper to open the bag and show the jury.
went to your doctor and your doctor's just wearing the same pair of gloves like the whole fucking day and just
Yeah, no.
comes in and he's like,
No.
it's okay. You don't have to worry about it. Anything. The gloves are the same. Would you be like nobody'd be okay with that because you
No.
know how fucking gross that is. So why would you do it with evidence? Now, any type of evidence that was on the shoe is now going to be on the tail light, and on the tail light, whatever's on the tail light is now going to be on the next item. It's just dumb. I can't stand these trials when they do this. Just fucking don't wear gloves at this point. Whoever's got the cough in court needed to be kicked out. I was so pissed yesterday when they were coughing and sneezing and hacking.
Yeah, they're in the way.
Yeah, all over the voicemails.
Sir, on those items that are stickers, did you put the stickers on them?
I did not.
Do you know where the stickers come from?
I do not.
Do you know if these items are ever sent to anybody other than your evidence locker? Are they ever removed and given to lab personnel and technicians?
Yes.
Do you know if that was done in this case?
Yes, I do.
Inside that bag, is there just 2 pieces or is there another piece in that bag?
There was another piece in the bag.
When you put the taillight pieces in that bag, how many pieces did you put in the bag?
I put 2.
Do you know if that other piece in the bag is a piece that broke off, or do you know how that arrived there?
I do not.
Could you just pull out that other small piece and show the jury as well?
Is this the one?
Someone
that-
just said I love you.
What?
Someone just said I love you.
In court?
I think so. Rewind it and
All right, I'll
listen.
go back. This is the bag in the first trial. Who had this bag? Was it O'Hara? That they were like, how many pieces of taillight are in that bag? And he was like, there's 2, and then there's 3, and then there was actually 3 because there's this little tiny piece. And so he was like, so it's marked that there's 2 or whatever on the bag, but yet there's actually 3 pieces in there, or however it was. I don't remember. I don't remember.
It was Proctor, Joanna. I remember this entire situation that you're saying. But I just don't. For whatever reason, I can't picture who it was, but it might have been Proctor,
It could
or
have been
maybe Yuri. I'm not sure, but I remember the whole scenario.
Yeah, and it was like a whole thing about how many items were in the bag. This is that piece. Okay, let me back it up and see if somebody tells us they love us.
Just like 5 seconds.
Smaller piece consistent with the same color as the 2 bigger pieces? Is that
Oh, you'll have to go one more. It was him. His mouth moved.
It's him. I don't know what he's saying, but
He says, I love you.
it's definitely him. It's hard to tell because it's just a line that like opens and closes.
That is so funny.
Is that smaller piece consistent with the same color as the 2 bigger
I'm
pieces?
curious.
Yes.
Is it consistent with the same material?
Yes.
I'm the lip reader here.
Please, I'd move this into evidence, please.
Okay. Thank you very much.
Okay.
Are they going to be like, so they changed the information on the evidence bag after collection,
Yeah, probably.
and we're just going to be okay with that?
They're obviously not.
Piece you don't know how,
Here we go.
sir, in the small chip piece you don't know how it became chipped?
I do not.
I'd ask you to remove that chip.
Is that a doll? Why am I hearing all kinds of weird shit?
Secure it, bring it with you.
That was my dog.
Oh,
That one's legit. That one's
Okay,
that one's my dog in the background, so I mute it.
okay.
And bag it when you leave.
Yes, sir.
And I'd like to introduce that exhibit.
678.
So we're going to mark the little chip.
You want-
Mr.
you'd like to mark
Yannetti
it?
asked to
Okay.
mark that.
Yes.
Then we're going to submit
Yeah.
that for identification. So the small chip that I
Madam
asked you to
Clerk.
secure,
Madam Court Reporter has an envelope for that.
thank you very much.
Exhibit 78.
Thank you.
Exhibit BB for identification.
Thank you. Trooper, we have one more bag of items to go through.
Yes.
Could I have Exhibit 73, please? Sir, if you could look at Exhibit 73 on the screen, do you recognize that?
Yes.
And what is it?
A piece of clear plastic.
Is that piece of clear plastic, when you saw it, was it at ground level?
Yes,
Did you bag that item?
I did.
When you bagged that item, was there another item along with it in the same bag?
Yes.
May I approach, Your Honor?
Yes.
So I'm showing you a photo. You recognize what's in it?
Yes.
What's in it?
The piece of clear plastic.
Is that the second piece in the bag, separate from the last exhibit?
Yes.
Fair and accurate depiction of how you saw it that morning?
Yes, sir.
I'd move this into evidence as an exhibit, please.
Okay. There's no objection, Mr. Yannetti?
There's no objection, Your Honor.
Exhibit 79.
With the court's permission, could we show Exhibit 79 to the jury?
Yes.
Ms. Gilman, would you be able to close? Thank you. You recognize that item, sir?
Yes.
And did you bring those two items with you, the past exhibit and this exhibit?
Yes.
Could you produce those, please?
No, Indiana girl, I didn't see that. Is it in the Karen Reed chat? Or is it? So it is. I haven't looked at much, so.
The other pictures, the pictures that I have from last year, they do not have timestamps on them. So he keeps asking that, but I don't know where he's saying the timestamps are coming from because the pictures of the evidence that I have do not have timestamps.
I don't recall mine having timestamps, but I'm sure they're the same. So let me just take a peek. I don't think they had timestamps on them.
The ones linked in the spreadsheet are like actual factual, like the ones from court with the exhibit numbers on them and everything. And I don't even think anybody typed it or like hand wrote it. Like I do not remember timestamps at all.
My computer's going very slow. Sorry. That's the shoe. There's no timestamp on that. This is the picture he just showed. And there's no timestamp on that.
See, so he's suggested, like he's saying, he's trying to show that they were collected them because these bags don't have the time. I mean, this guy just testified that the time on the bags isn't necessarily the time that they collected it, but the photo should be because as they found it, Tully was supposed to take a picture. Maybe they'll come in with Tully. Maybe the timestamps will.
Did they last time?
No, or I would have that.
Yeah. So I'm like, wait a minute.
In fact, they said that, or O'Hara said that it would have each piece would have a timestamp and it would also have a GPS coordinate. Like that's what I want.
Well, why wouldn't that be in anything?
Well, he didn't have it because, well, he said that they did it. They timestamped them and got GPS coordinates, but that it was up to Tully to like plot them out or whatever, like whatever else was going to happen. So I wonder.
Oh, You know what? They did. O'Hara last time did have that map. Did they not do that yesterday? The
No.
map with the three dots on top of each other, remember?
Oh yeah, no, they didn't have that. But he did bring up to O'Hara that O'Hara at the last trial said that they were like within inches of each other or whatever.
Yeah.
Because remember yesterday I was like, I wonder just how, like when you're looking in such a small area, let's say they did the whole 50 feet yard, the whole
Right.
50 square foot yard, which they didn't. Let's say they did. Is that too small of an area to be marking coordinates of each place you found the evidence with it and it be accurate as opposed to
Right.
just showing you the same coordinate? Which is
And that's
why I think,
essentially what his little map did last year, was just show like three dots on top of each other.
yeah. Well, that's why I think that like the GPS coordinate of John's phone is probably garbage too, because we're talking about such a small area as opposed to could my GPS show if I'm here at my house or I'm down at the bus stop? Yeah, I would think so. But will it show if I'm in my kitchen versus on my back porch? Nope, I doubt it.
Yeah, I don't. Yeah,
You know what
what's
I mean?
the range of accuracy on that?
Right.
Okay. Indiana Girl says it was totally at trial one with the extra pieces.
Oh, okay. So we haven't
Yeah.
seen it yet.
We haven't seen him yet, but they're bringing this guy in to do it different.
Are these different in color than the last pieces you showed?
Yes.
With the court's permission, could the trooper show these pieces?
Yes.
Thank you, trooper. I'd move these items in evidence.
No objection, Your Honor.
All right.
Exhibit 80.
Thank you.
Thank you, Trooper Keefe.
Thank you, sir.
All right, any questions, Mr. Yannetti?
Please, Your Honor, thank you. Good morning, sir.
Good morning, sir.
Trooper Keefe, you testified that you received the cell phone of Jennifer McCabe and of Kerry Roberts.
Correct.
With regard to the cell phone of Jennifer McCabe in particular, you had her sign what is called a consent form, correct?
That's correct.
What is a consent form?
It allows the trooper or law enforcement to, with the owner's consent, we are able to conduct an extraction of the device.
Okay. And on that consent form, there is a description of the item itself.
Yes.
In this case, it would have been an iPhone 11.
Yes.
And there also is an identifier with regard to a specific phone called the IMEI number.
The International Mobile Equipment Identifier.
Okay. And that would be included on the form as well because it identifies the specific iPhone 11 that Jennifer McCabe had, correct?
Correct.
The password was provided on that consent form,
Yes.
and the form was signed, correct?
Yes.
By both Jennifer McCabe and by you, correct?
Yes.
And there was also a second trooper that would have signed the form as well?
That's correct.
With regard to the timing of the signing of that form, Jennifer McCabe dated it February 2nd of 2022?
Yes.
You also dated it February 2nd of 2022, correct?
Correct.
Jennifer McCabe did not list a time, but you did, correct?
I would have to look at the consent form.
Okay, so your memory, you don't remember what time you indicated or if you indicated a time, but looking at the consent form would refresh your memory?
Yes.
May I approach, Your Honor?
Yes.
Now, I just ask you to read that silently and then look up at me when you're done, Trooper. Having reviewed that form, does that refresh your memory as to whether you indicated a date and time?
I did, yes.
And what was the date and time that you indicated?
It was February 2nd, 2022, 12:08.
And that would have been 12:08 p.m.?
Correct, 12:08 p.m.
The document that I handed you is not an original, correct?
No, it's not.
Does it appear to be a precise copy of the original, however?
Yes.
May I offer that into evidence, Your Honor, please?
Is there an objection, Mr. Brennan?
No, subject to redaction.
Okay. So don't put it up on the,
I will not.
Exhibit 81.
Now, Trooper Keefe, as of January 29th of 2022, you were colleagues in the same state police unit as Michael Proctor, correct?
I was.
At that time, was the unit called the CPAC unit or was it called Norfolk County Detectives?
I don't recall when it changed.
Okay, it's been called both, correct?
It has.
As of January 29th of 2022, there were only 10 troopers in the unit, including supervisors, correct?
I don't know.
It's a small unit, is it not?
Relatively small.
Within the CPAC or the Norfolk County Detectives, every case that comes in is assigned to one particular trooper as the lead investigator in the case, correct?
That is something that a supervisor would do, not me.
And have you been assigned as the lead investigator in other investigations?
No, not a homicide investigation, no.
You have not yet.
No,
The lead investigator is the trooper who is responsible for the case, correct?
yes,
Michael Proctor was the lead investigator for the investigation into the death of John O'Keefe, was he not?
yes.
If somebody asked within your unit while this case was going on, whose case is it or who has that case, your answer would have been Michael Proctor, correct?
Yes,
The two of you have worked cases together in the past, correct?
a few.
You've worked on this case with Michael Proctor, correct?
Yes,
And in fact, within your work on this case, you actually partnered with him for certain assignments within the case, did you not?
you'll have to be more specific.
Sure. So for instance, on October 21 of 2022, you and Michael Proctor interviewed Sarah Levinson together, correct?
No, I don't recall that.
If I may just have a moment, Your Honor.
okay.
Okay, Trooper, you do not remember interviewing Sarah Levinson on October 21 of 2022 at 12:20 p.m. at the Norfolk DA's office. Is that your current testimony?
Yes,
If you saw a copy of that report, would that refresh your memory?
to an extent.
May I approach, Your Honor?
Yes.
I don't think he expected him to just not remember being at an interview.
Well, you have to remember last year, Buchanan was shown like a bag of evidence that had his supposed signature and writing on it, and it turned out to be Proctor's. So I wonder, that's where my mind went, was, did Proctor include people in certain things that were never actually there? Figuring this out.
God, it would just get worse if that's the case. Joanna, he doesn't remember interviewing Sarah Levinson with Proctor in October of 2022. So they're giving him a report to refresh his memory. Okay, I thought they were like carrying. He was carrying the
I
laptop.
placed a document in front of you. I would just ask you to read that silently to yourself. Look up at me when you're done.
And I'm just going to say, he reads this for a while. I'll spoil it, but he does say he does remember it. But in my opinion, that is absolutely not true. I mean, he looks through this entire thing, and I think he has zero idea about this interview. But he doesn't want to say no, that he was absolutely not there. But I think this doesn't look to actually refresh his memory at all.
Look at his face. It's like that. I wrote that? Well, that's weird. All right. Why would I say that?
Well, and Proctor wrote this report. And so, but you'll see him, he reads every part of every page. And I think it's because he wants to know what that says, because his name is on it too. You know what I mean?
Right.
And if you're going to read the whole thing the way that you are, every word, at some point, something about it would jog your memory. And he says it does, but he doesn't look very convincing to me.
Okay, so when Sarah Levinson testified, who did she say interviewed her?
I don't know if I wrote it. You know, everybody's interviewed by people and they can't remember. They just know it was two troopers. Let me look.
Okay.
And Trooper Keefe, just so we're clear, I'm not going to ask you any questions about the specifics of what Sarah Levinson said. So you don't have to brush up on that.
I'd just like to refresh. Take
Sure.
a look, sir.
Go ahead.
Yeah, see, he wants to know what all that says.
Yeah. That's weird.
I think he has no clue about it, to be honest.
Well, the weird eyebrow raise is interesting. And that smashing the line of lips together. We need to figure out what Sarah Levinson said about being interviewed. Because I know it comes up in her testimony.
Having reviewed that report, does that refresh your memory as to whether or not you participated in an interview of Sarah Levinson with Michael Proctor on October 21st of 2022?
Yes, I don't recall the specifics, but
So when you say yes, is it your current testimony that your memory is refreshed that you were actually there?
yes,
Okay. And the two of you would have participated in that interview together, correct?
yes,
But you did not write the report, correct?
no, I did not.
Michael Proctor wrote the report, correct?
Yes, he did.
He was the lead investigator writing the report, correct?
Yes, he wrote this report.
He chose the language to use in that report, correct?
I did not have any input on how he wrote this report.
Right. You had no input. You weren't standing over him while he was typing it, correct?
Correct.
Now, other examples.
First trial, she testified that she was interviewed by Proctor in October of 2022.
Interesting.
There's no mention of Keefe, but I don't know if it wasn't. I don't know. I'd have to go back and actually listen to how the question was. Like, were you interviewed by Michael Proctor? And she says yes. And,
Or she
Right.
might have said it was two of them. I only remember one being Michael Proctor.
Right, like I'd have to go back, yeah, because it just says interviewed by, like my notes say interviewed by Proctor 9 months later in October of 2022. So now we got to figure out what she said this time. Didn't even know this was going to be an issue to pay attention to. So
Examples of, and actually, let me take that back from you if you don't
What's
mind.
this? What's up?
May I approach, Judge?
Yes.
Thank you.
Thank you. You're welcome. Other examples are the reports on the videos that well, strike that. Let me start by saying this. Or asking this. You retrieved videos from both the Waterfall Bar and Grill and C.F. McCarthy's, did you not?
That's correct.
You and Sergeant Buchanan retrieved the videos from C.F. McCarthy's, correct?
Yes.
But lead detective or lead investigator Michael Proctor was the one to analyze the video and write a report on it, correct?
I would have to see that report, sir.
Sure. If I may approach?
Okay.
Oh, I'm sorry. And again, if you read that silently to yourself and look up at me when you're done.
Wonder if he's gonna like leave and go like look up every report of anything he ever did with Proctor and see
I
what
would.
the guy wrote.
I would 100%.
Yeah, you fucked with my integrity.
I mean, honestly, I would have done that like when he was fired, but absolutely after I was asked these questions for sure and presented something I do
A
not
lot of
remember.
them don't think Proctor should have been fired, and they're still friends with him. I'm like, what? Who was it yesterday? Was it O'Hara who was like, yeah, I did know him. Oh wait, I know I still know him. Like, was one of them yesterday? I don't remember which one.
Well, if I say I did, and then I say I do, I've probably cut him out by now. You know what I mean? I just want it to sound bad.
Okay, having reviewed that report, does that refresh your memory about Michael Proctor being the one to write the report on the analysis of the waterfall video?
Sir, I only obtained a copy of the surveillance video. I
Right.
did not do any analysis on the video.
That's my question. It was Michael Proctor who did the analysis, correct?
Yes.
And by the way, I said waterfall. Is that C.F. McCarthy's there, or is that waterfall?
This is C.F. McCarthy's.
Okay, I meant C.F. McCarthy's. He was the one to review that video, correct?
Yes. Again, I only got a copy of the surveillance video.
Sure.
I did not do any
And
analysis.
with regard to the Waterfall Bar and Grill, that was another circumstance where you and Sergeant Buchanan were the ones to retrieve the video, correct?
Yes.
Oh, you got
But
close to saying
again,
me cocky.
lead investigator Michael Proctor was the one to analyze the video and write the report on it, correct?
Yes, I would have to see that report as well, sir.
Now, another member of your unit was Trooper David DeChico, correct?
Yes.
Within your unit, did Trooper DeChico have a nickname for a first name?
Objection.
May we approach?
Sorry, we can't fast forward. He stepped away to get Dr. Pepper or something.
Trooper, in terms of the troopers that were in your unit as of January 29th of 2022, which members of the unit had the least amount of time in the unit at that time?
I don't recall.
Were you one of the newer members of the unit?
As of January of 2022?
Yes.
Yes.
Trooper Michael Proctor had more experience than you did as of January 29th of 2022, correct?
He could have. He'd been on the job longer.
Okay, well, if he had been on the job longer, then certainly that means that he did have more experience, correct?
It depends.
You attended the autopsy of John O'Keefe on January 31st of
I did.
2022. And with regard to other members of your unit, you were the only one to attend that autopsy?
Yes.
That was done at the medical examiner's office?
The medical examiner's office in Sandwich, Massachusetts.
In Sandwich, Mass. And it was Dr. Irene Scorti-Bello who performed the autopsy, correct?
Yes.
Had you met her prior to that day?
No.
Had you spoken to her prior to that day?
No.
Did you know before the autopsy was performed that your former colleague, lead investigator Michael Proctor, had discussed the case with Dr. Scorti-Bello without telling us what you knew of what was said?
Objection.
With regard to Dr. Scorti-Bello's knowledge of what the state police theory was of what happened, did you have to explain that, or was it your understanding she already knew what your theory was?
Objection.
Mrs. Staines, you can ask that differently.
What
Hey, you're being annoying.
conversations did you have with Dr. Scorti-Bello about what your unit's theory was about what happened to John O'Keefe?
There was no theory.
Okay. You did not provide any theory to her, correct?
I did not provide a theory.
You learned at the autopsy from your observations that John O'Keefe had 2 black eyes and a swollen right eye, correct?
Yes.
You also learned that there was a small cut above his right eye, correct?
Yes.
And there was a small abrasion on the left side of his nose, correct?
I would have to reference the report for the exact words.
Okay. If I may have a moment. May I approach, Your Honor?
Did I miss whatever I'm going to love?
I don't think so.
Okay, good. And Indiana Girl, yes, I did see that behavior panel is going to be doing Delphi tomorrow.
Somebody's eyes suck and they can't see something.
Please, thank you. So I've placed another document in front of you. Just take a look, read it silently to yourself, and look up at me when you're done. And I would direct your attention to the second page for the question I just asked you. Having reviewed that report, Trooper, is your memory refreshed as to whether you observed a small abrasion on the left side of John O'Keefe's nose?
Yes.
Now, was this the first autopsy that you had attended, or had you attended ones in the past?
I cannot recall.
It could have been the first one?
Most likely not.
You remember your first one. Come on.
When you're attending an autopsy as a member of the CPAC unit or the Norfolk Detectives unit, you are expecting that the medical examiner is going to examine the body, correct?
Yes.
And you're there to witness that examination, correct?
Yes.
At the end of the examination, you are expecting that there will be a determination as to cause and manner of death, correct?
Not,
In this case, when the autopsy ended, you left the medical examiner's office, correct?
yes,
When you left, your understanding was that the cause and manner of death was still undetermined, correct?
Objection.
You knew when you left that Dr. Scorti-Bello had seen the scratches or bites or injuries to John O'Keefe's arms, correct?
Objection.
You knew when you left that in your presence, Dr. Scorti-Bello had seen the injuries to John O'Keefe's arm.
Object to the line of question.
Sustained.
May we approach?
What is he there for then?
Jurors, feel free
Okay.
to stand up.
Okay, Mr. Trooper Keefe, what were you fucking there for to observe? Wasn't the whole point for you to be there so that you could see the doctor looking at John O'Keefe's injuries and that you could figure out if there was a cause and a manner of death? What was the point of you fucking being there? It's true, Mav, you don't. I don't. I mean, I guess not everybody goes to them, so. You know, and he's like, seriously? You got to give me something. You're going to try to cut off the entire line of questioning? Tiny mouth.
Were you watching Dr. Scorti-Bello as she was conducting the autopsy?
yes,
Did she appear to be looking at John O'Keefe's body?
Objection.
It's the same thing, just ask a different.
What direction were her eyes
Oh
facing
my
when she was
fucking
examining John O'Keefe's body?
How absurd.
I don't
Even
recall.
he's like, this is fucking
Was
ridiculous.
she looking at the ceiling, Trooper?
She was doing her job conducting the autopsy. She
And
was
in
looking
order to
at
do
the
that,
body.
I'm sorry?
He's like, why are you asking me these stupid questions when you know
Yeah.
exactly what he was doing? He's
Yep,
even like irritated by it.
Yeah, and Bev just basically made him look like a complete idiot in front of the jury because he's having asked these dumbass questions.
Yeah.
She was looking at the body, I assume.
Thank
I'm not
you.
in.
Thank you. And
all I needed.
looking at the body, you saw her looking at the body, correct?
Yes,
And looking at the body included an arm, correct?
yes.
And it was at the arm
So dumb. She was looking at the body, and the body included an arm, correct?
Outrageous.
Was it two arms? Did the body
Have an arm?
did it include an arm?
Did it have a thumb toe?
Did it have a thumb toe? Because if this was Weber's, we would know the answer would be no. How dumb is this? Did the body have an arm?
was not covered up during the autopsy, correct?
No,
It was open for you to see, correct?
yes,
And you saw the injuries to John O'Keefe's arm, correct?
yes.
You didn't see any bruising on his arm, correct?
He was looking at the ceiling.
I don't recall.
You didn't notice any obvious broken bones, did you?
I'm not a medical expert.
Okay, obvious means was a bone sticking out somewhere?
Yeah, if you fucking see a bone sticking out, don't be an idiot.
And it is common practice
Obvious.
for the
Not a
state
fucking-
police to
not an X-ray
attend
machine.
autopsies when there's an undetermined death, correct?
Yes,
We'll be.
It is not at all common for the defense to attend an autopsy, correct?
I've never experienced that.
Right. And there was no defense attorney or defense expert at the autopsy of John O'Keefe, correct?
Not when I was there.
You were there, correct?
Yes,
And there was nothing that prevented you from giving input to the doctor as she examined the body, correct?
we don't give input. We give the facts that we know so far in the case.
Okay. Well, giving the facts is giving input, is it not?
Yeah,
It's not
we have
input.
no facts.
Okay.
It's not input.
Did you talk to Dr. Scortibello during the autopsy?
Yes.
And you gave her information, if you don't want to call it input, correct?
Yes.
And at the end of it, you left without her ruling it a homicide, correct?
Objection.
I have nothing further.
No, none, thank you.
All right, you're all set, Trooper.
That was the dumbest,
Thank you.
worst line of questioning I think I've ever seen.
Jurors, this break we're going to take now.
It's gonna be really fucking long because
Yeah,
I need
she
a
lets
fucking
them
drink.
go for like 30 minutes, then another 30 minutes. She hears them
We're going to
argue.
take a break. The lawyers and I have some work that we have to do.
She's going to hear Alessi and Hank talk about Hyde.
So we'll take a recess now for the next. I read the decision from Maryland, just cursory while we were waiting for the witness.
Come on.
Skippy skip.
Talk a little bit more about what we talked about at Sidebar. And I read the decision from Maryland, just cursory while we were waiting for the witness. And that was a March decision. And I can't stress enough that this should have been brought up before today. So I'll hear you.
It's tough. It's tough for me to say how I feel like this is going because it's obviously Brennan's structure of witnesses is so different than Lolly's was. And we have so much information as outsiders that it's tough to think of like what a juror who doesn't know anything is sitting there thinking. Well, I mean, it's tough anyway to ever think, what they're thinking, but I don't know. I just feel like we know so much more that I can see the absurdities in the testimony, but they don't necessarily see it. So I struggle. I don't know. I just don't know how I feel like it's going. I know how I would think it was going based on knowing what I know, but it's all over the place. I have no idea. I could go so many ways.
Hear you about your concerns, Mr. Alessi. I'll hear the Commonwealth's response, then I'll go finish reading everything else you gave me. So what are your concerns about Jessica Hyde? I don't know if she's Dr. Hyde or what, but I remember she testified the last trial, so you have transcripts.
Understood, Your Honor.
Yeah, and?
I first want to just get quickly the evidentiary basis. This is straightforward judicial notice. There are two separate decisions which require two separate.
One's a Massachusetts case, so that's easy enough.
Okay, so and that's a shall.
It's an SJC case, so yes.
Yes. Okay. So now to the Maryland case. So that's governed by federal, Massachusetts Rule 39A, and that is records of courts of other states or of the United States. The Act provision is the records and judicial proceedings, and of course, a court is judicial proceedings of a court of another state or of the United States shall be competent evidence in this Commonwealth if authenticated by the attestation of the clerk or other officer who has charge of the records of such court under its seal. So I have with me, Your Honor, that State v. Herrera, Maryland case. I have the certified copy with me from the clerk.
All right, so we can mark that for identification.
Thank you, Your Honor. May I approach?
Yes.
CC for ID.
Okay, thank you.
So, assuming Your Honor determines that the seal is the seal, it is a mandatory under the rule that it shall be competent evidence. It shall be in evidence. And to the extent the Commonwealth seeks to argue relevancy or materiality, that argument is precluded, Your Honor. And the best evidence of that preclusion is the immediate section below in Rule 39, which is notice of foreign law, which is not this, but it says there, the court shall upon request take judicial notice of the law of the United States or of any state, territory, dependency thereof, or of a foreign country, whenever it shall be material. So the drafters of this rule knew how to put in a qualification or condition when they introduced materiality in B, but they didn't do it in A.
Okay, so focus on what it is you think Jessica Hyde should be prohibited from testifying about.
Oh, Your Honor, I am not seeking to prohibit her from any testimony under this rule. What I want to do is to have it admitted in evidence, have it published, and question her on what she presented to the court in the Maryland case, what was presented, her report, because it was deemed not reliable. And that is what.
In one area, right? One specific area?
Well, you can call it.
The decision.
Right. Oh, yeah, just what's in the decision, but there's two parts to that decision, two areas. It's FLH, frequent location history.
Right.
But what the court also got at was Apple source codes, that she didn't have the Apple source code.
Nobody in the country has the Apple source codes, right?
Point exactly, Your Honor.
So what is it so you want to put in her report and question her about a proceeding in Maryland? I need to know exactly what you're asking me to allow.
If I could give you the answer, Your Honor, I will explain it. It's a very short answer.
Okay.
What I want to do is, with regard to her 227 timestamp and her anticipated testimony on that, where she uses a tool, Celebrite, to determine and come to a conclusion about that timestamp, she is not using Apple source code to find out where that's located specifically in the phone and what it means. She is using a surrogate to do that. And I want to cross-examine her on the topic using this decision to say, in Maryland, you tried to do the same thing with regard to FLH. You tried to use a surrogate approach and make an opinion about whether that is in fact what's in the phone. She can't do it, and that means her testimony on 227 is not reliable. I'm not looking to exclude it. I'm looking to cross her on her reliability for the conclusions I anticipate she's going to make on 227.
So if she is not asked about that, then what?
Oh, if she's not asked about the 227, I want to think about it, but I'm 99% certain I am not going to pursue that at all.
Okay, what do you say, Mr. Brennan?
This is an attempt to try to malign a witness with something that's wholly unrelated and not relevant to what she's going to testify to.
Fake baby in a suit.
Her opinion. It is not a law that is admissible. It's an opinion. It wasn't even about a specific case. It was about a peer review. And so in a Daubert hearing, the court did not allow testimony on significant location. That's not the case here. Try to conflate the argument saying it has something to do with Apple 227. There is absolutely no basis for that argument. They want to say that another court rejected something about you, therefore the jury should reject you. There is no relationship between what she is going to testify as a basis and that opinion. That opinion did not say she was wrong. It said that it was not admissible under Daubert, unrelated. Nobody has the Apple source code. No expert can testify about Apple source code. It's only owned by Apple. And so using the words like surrogate is a way to try to cheapen her testimony in front of the jury. This here, number one, what he said, I really can't follow him. I don't understand, other than he's trying to draw some type of relevance and materiality. There's none. There's none. This is not a denouncement. She hasn't been found incredible. There's nothing about her methodology that has been rejected by a court. This is on significant location. And although she looked at it, that's not part of this opinion whatsoever. And so because another court didn't allow something under a Daubert, has nothing to do with this case. Nothing.
And what is it that you expect her to testify to, Mr. Brennan, regarding the 207 stamp? We did not have this issue with Mr. Whiffen, right? This was not raised with Mr. Whiffen.
Oh, it was. The 227 timestamp.
No, that was raised, but this, what was problematic in Maryland, the same thing that was problematic in Arrington.
That's correct, Your Honor. It wasn't raised because Mr. Whiffen has not been advertised with regard to Apple source codes. And if I could, Your Honor.
Okay,
Mr. Brennan has made a relevance argument. He keeps anticipating my cross, which he has incorrect, by saying it's not relevant. That doesn't go to the admissibility in my cross. I'm entitled to cross her on her reliability. And if I could, Your Honor, in the state Herrera decision, if Your Honor would look at page 3, please,
100.
at the bottom, the paragraph, it says, in assessing the reliability of an expert's methodology, I get to do that on cross. It's not limited to a Daubert hearing. Every expert can be crossed on their reliability of their methodology. And lastly, with regard to the Apple source code, if Your Honor would please turn to page 6, the last paragraph, it says the issue raised in this case stems from the fact that Apple's algorithms are proprietary and the expert did not have access. That's exactly the situation here and what I want to cross her on. So in conclusion, Your Honor, the fact that how she tried to get around the Apple source code, her methodology in the Herrera case, she got Daubertized on because it wasn't reliable. That's exactly what I want to cross her on, is her reliability, how she's trying to get around them. In this case, it's just basic cross-examination.
You can see the plan to dehumanize somebody, Daubertized, to use a term to suggest some type of conclusion that has no basis in fact, as an attempt to just dehumanize her and limit her testimony and credibility without any basis in fact. In that case, it did not deal with the search of a tab and a suspended state in Safari. It didn't deal with the timestamp. It was an entirely different issue. By their analysis, if an expert goes into court on a motion on anything to do with data forensics and the court says that issue is not admissible, they should be impeached when they go and talk about a totally different issue in forensic data analysis in another case. They have not shown any evidence that this issue has anything to do with her effort in the timestamp. They just used the word methodology. Her methodology was questioned in an opinion in a different court. Has nothing to do with her opinions here. What
It does, because her opinions on Apple code is irrelevant, and she's using her own methods to try to determine what Apple does. And if her own methods were faulty in another case, that is relevant to her methods being used in this case.
What information do they have that her methodology in this analysis has been rejected by any court? What evidence do they have that the methodology used in this case is unreliable or improper? They don't have any. In fact, they called an expert themselves in the last case who tried to provide what he believed to be methodology, and they presented that. They proffered that evidence as reliable.
New trial
different on this subject. Herrera case is a totally different subject.
Your Honor, first of all, as the court has noted, the first trial is the first trial. This is this trial. I wasn't at the first trial. The most important and probative aspect, Your Honor, is I don't want to have to give away my entire cross in this argument.
no one's asking you to. I'm not asking you to.
There is parts of Ms. Hyde's slide that go to location. There's a good part of her slide presentation. I don't want to depart from the 227, but the good part of her slide presentation that she's going to present is on location. It is with regard to health data steps. So there are certainly aspects directly relevant. Here's the issue with the 227 in addition. There is, for her methodology, she's claiming a certain conclusion and opinion about the 227. There is no peer review. There is no article that she can cite to support her methodology to come to the conclusion that the 227 timestamp, one, doesn't exist anymore, or two, doesn't mean that the search occurred at 227. That's what she's opined on in her reports pre-trial, and that's what I anticipate she's going to opine on when she takes the stand. I'm entitled to cross her on that. We can't be saddled. It's irrelevant what our witnesses said in another proceeding. It's what this witness is going to talk about in this matter, and I'm entitled, and my client's entitled to have me confront this witness on what she's going to testify and her methodology. So my point is, Your Honor, this decision, how do you impeach an expert? But one of the fundamental ways you do it is, and I don't mean to dehumanize her, I won't even use the term downwardhize anymore. She's been deemed unreliable. Attorneys who do experts all the time, that's the verb you use to shortcut it, but I won't use it. I have no intention to dehumanize her. What I intend to do is to impeach her on her reliability. So in conclusion, Your Honor, the Herrera case, she was deemed not reliable. That's competency. You, in any expert that's been deemed that, you get to attack that. If the Commonwealth believes the case is not relevant, if Ms. Hyde believes it's not relevant, let Ms. Hyde defend that on the stand. Let Mr. Brennan make that point on redirect. But I can't have my client's constitutional right to confront her on the very subject matter she's going to testify on by anticipating what I'm going to provide for cross. I've given it, and I respectfully submit, Your Honor, this is basic cross of an expert witness, particularly when their methodology on data forensics has been deemed not reliable by a court. And one part is the location. She has in her PowerPoint, she's going to testify.
Do you intend to introduce that, Mr. Brennan?
It's not significant locations. There are locations in the database that develop the opinion that the timestamp for 227 is not related to the search. They're conflating the issue. She has not been deemed unreliable. It is the issue of the significant locations by that court that they found insufficient. There's no opinion from a court that she's an unreliable expert. And this is how they're going to distort it. Invoking the Constitution and invoking the client's rights has nothing to do with the analysis. That is a totally separate subject, or an opinion simply wasn't let in a different court out of this jurisdiction. It wasn't this opinion. It wasn't this methodology for the opinions that she's going to offer in this case. And so if you look at the case, it is a totally different related report, different related item. It's as if a reconstruction expert went into a court and attempted to give an opinion about a medical diagnosis, and the court wouldn't allow that medical diagnosis in. In another court, in another jurisdiction, they would not be able to be cross-examined that in some court, there was an opinion they offered that was deemed inadmissible, unless they were talking about the very same methodology and the very same point. This has nothing to do with her opinion whatsoever. It's just an attempt to try to endorse the defense's attempt to suggest she's not credible by hiding behind the shield of a different judge and distorting the fact that it's two different methodologies, it's two different issues.
One last word. Go ahead.
Thank you, Your Honor. He just said credibility. This isn't a credibility issue. This is a reliability. This is the essence of what experts do. You have to show that your methodology is reliable. It's a red herring to bring up credibility. The court opinion.
And this is the equivalent of a Superior Court opinion, right? It's not an appellate decision.
It is, Your Honor. It is, Your Honor. It is the equivalent. I respectfully don't think that the level of the court is at all relevant. Any court, unless you get it overturned on appeal, then this would be a different matter. But this is a valid case, and even if it wasn't, it shall be in evidence. So there's two issues here, and I think the Commonwealth is conflating that. The question first for the court is this admissible? Can it come into evidence? To me, that's a non-issue. Rule 39 says ipso facto, yes, as long as I've got a certified copy. So it is in evidence. I don't know why we're perseverating respectfully on whether I can question her on something that's going to be in evidence about her. Final point, Mr. Brennan incorrectly says that this wasn't about her. The final sentence, the decretal section on page 7 says, accordingly, defendant's motion to exclude expert testimony regarding the significant location data obtained from the forensic cell extraction is granted. She's the only expert, and her name is mentioned throughout this opinion. It's all about Ms. Hyde. And I'll conclude my last point, Your Honor, where I started, and that is Ms. Hyde's methodology with regard to her PowerPoint. You heard Mr. Brennan's answer. He is going to include, he has included in her PowerPoint locations, steps, etc. It's exactly what was at issue here. The 227 timestamp, she has no, and this will be developed further on cross, she has no peer-reviewed article to say that how she is determining that that 227 timestamp should not be in the data. She has nothing to support that, just like she had nothing in this case with regard to data forensics. Final point is, if the Commonwealth believes that this is irrelevant to what Ms. Hyde did, let them come back on redirect on that. I shouldn't anticipatory have my cross-examination struck before I even get to pursue that with the witness. And I believe once I pursue it with the witness, it will become eminently clear that it's a proper basis for cross-examination.
Right. And Mr. Lessie, have you thought about if the Commonwealth does not get into the 227 timestamp, whether you think you're still entitled to do this?
Your answer, or your Honor, my answer is I would be entitled, but I would say this: if they don't get into 227, I won't go after it. I won't pursue it. I won't pursue use of this opinion.
We necessarily would have to on some basis, because in order for the witness to explain to the jury her opinion that Ms. McCabe did not delete any Safari browser searches, she would have to identify the search, where it is in the databases, and how she can tell, how she knows that it wasn't deleted by a user. The same with the second part of the phone calls. But if I could avoid talking about 227, I would, but it is necessary for the basis of her opinion. There's just no way around it. And again, this is something that after a defendant expert may or may not testify, could be addressed at that point. There is no burden on the defendant. I'm not being presumptuous, although there was a offer of proof earlier on similar evidence, but not knowing the court's wisdom on whether I'll be entitled to rebuttal, I do not want to lose the opportunity to address points that were made in the opening that have absolutely no basis in fact and have not been proven in any way to this point in the case.
So I asked earlier whether the defense intended to call Mr. Green, and you believe that you do, right?
Your Honor, we have not made a decision on what data forensics expert we're going to call, but if I could just 10 seconds.
Okay, but then answer my question after your 10 seconds.
But I will. Mr. Brennan can't have it both ways. He can't say, yes, I need to address the 227 timestamp, and then deny me the ability to cross-examine fully on this expert's methodology and to impeach her and to get at her reliability and her competence, which is a key issue of crossing an expert. Her competence has been determined in this decision. And it is her, because it was her report that was the basis for the court to not allow her to testify. They can't have it both ways. You can't say, I need to do it in direct, but no, I want to handcuff the defense on cross-examination. Now to answer your question, Your Honor, we are going to have a witness that is going to address the 227 issue. Okay. Whether it's Mr. Green or somebody else, we haven't determined. My point on that, Your Honor, is we shouldn't be limited in our cross-examination of the Commonwealth.
No, I'm just thinking it in terms of whether this might be appropriate for rebuttal. That's.
Yeah. And Your Honor, my point would be that's obviously going to be Your Honor's decision ultimately. But again, the Commonwealth can't have it both ways. They're the ones who are triggering this issue, and I say triggering in a legal sense. They are putting at issue the 227 timestamp with this issue, with this witness. If they weren't doing that, I wouldn't be having this discussion at all. But they're putting it at issue. I have the right, respectfully, to cross-examine on the issue that they're putting in issue, and they shouldn't get rewarded with sort of having a pre-authorization of rebuttal to deal with it. They should have to meet their burden of rebuttal depending upon when the evidence comes. But I don't believe just because we may call a witness, that should dilute my ability to cross-examine this witness on an issue they're raising. I'm not raising it.
You can see why I wish I had more notice on this, right?
Your Honor, I have no good answer for that.
So I will do what I can in the next half hour. I might need more time on this, frankly, but we'll see. She's here?
Your Honor, may I ask one May I, Mr. Good?
I just want to know, is she here?
She is, Your Honor.
Can she stay another day if need be?
I think she'll do what the court directs her to do. She would have to leave by Friday. She cannot be here. Well, may I approach?
Yeah,
Well,
why don't you come
do
up?
what the court directs her to do, but she cannot be here Friday, so don't direct her to do that. Did you guys watch Giannetti? He was like so like focused on Alessi and everything Alessi was saying. I thought he did a great job. I mean, it was
Yeah, but he
a good.
loses.
He does,
Yeah, he's not allowed to bring it up.
but it's already brought up.
No, he's not allowed to bring it up when he crosses her.
He's
No.
not allowed to bring up the fact that she was deemed unreliable in another case.
Correct.
You're fucking kidding me.
No.
I'm fucking speechless. What a dumb move on her part. Why would she do that?
I have no idea.
Does she say the reason? Like that she's
Maybe. But
I
basically,
can't
just that
imagine that they're
he can
gonna
still cross.
stop them from being able to
Like, you can question her about the
Please be seated, court is in session.
The host would like you to unmute your microphone.
stuff she
You
does,
can-
but that he can't confront her with that opinion.
Did she already say it, or does she say it right now?
She might say it now.
Hi, Carla.
All right. I appreciate the time. I appreciate people's patience. So, in reviewing the rules, I look at Rule 2. So, Mass Rule of Criminal Procedure, Rule 2, purpose and construction. And so, upon reflection and consideration, it says these rules are intended to provide for the just determination of every criminal proceeding. They shall be construed to secure simplicity in procedure, fairness in administration, and the elimination of expense and delay. Also looking to Commonwealth versus Durand. I don't have the site. I know it's from 2016, 2017. A judge, Robert Kane, was the trial judge. So because none of the purposes here in Rule 2 are served by the admission of the Maryland trial judge's decision, particularly were offered without notice to the court previously, I'm excluding that decision. Your rights are saved, Mr. Alessi. We've got that decision marked for identification, and you certainly are free to cross-examine Ms. Hyde regarding her methodology. So that's my decision. So bring the jurors in, please.
So basically, he can cross her on her methodology, but can't say what the opinion says about her methodology.
So essentially, she's saying, I'm trying to wrap my mind around this. She's saying by not allowing him to do it, she's not violating any of Karen Reed's constitutional rights. So
Right.
she's just not going to allow it because of time purposes, and it's not going to change anything.
Yeah, because he can still cross her on her methodology, just can't use what was said and found by the court who wrote the opinion.
Okay, so then the court that wrote the opinion has to cite why her methodology is unreliable.
Mm-hmm.
So he needs to just use the information from.
He could, but that doesn't mean she's going to agree. You know what I mean?
Right, but I mean, just saying, like, with not being able to cite the case, so like he can't question her, like, in hey blank versus or Maryland versus blank, this happened.
No,
but he could question her on her methodology, so he can go into detail on all the pieces of her methodology that were deemed unreliable without bringing up that case and just saying, okay, so if this is how reliable is this, like kind of thing. You know what I mean? It's just going to be trickier, but if anybody could do it, it's going to be him.
Yeah, I'm not sure. And also, she can say, if she says no, or it is reliable, then he can't really argue. You know what I mean? It's way different
Right.
than saying, well, a court already found that it's not. So
Yeah, I really don't agree. I mean, I'm not an attorney, especially not an attorney in Massachusetts, but I don't agree with the fact that I don't agree with this. But I guess we'll see what the attorneys have to say tonight on their recaps. I think that's a problem.
You are unmuted.
Chrissy, do you want this under that?
If he gets anywhere near impeaching her methodology, Hank will object and she'll sustain. Book it. The table of very intelligent attorneys, they should be able to figure it out. A way to kind of get around that. But yeah, I don't disagree with you, Nanya. Oh, that's who this is. No, I remember her.
Follow me, please. That's how, face the clerk and raise your right hand, please.
You solemnly swear the evidence given to the court and jury in the case now and hearing the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help me God.
Yes, I do.
Good morning.
Good morning. Good morning, Your Honor.
Yeah,
Mr.
that's
Brennan,
right.
whenever you're ready.
I agree. Delana says she needs a kindergarten breakdown. She's still confused. Essentially, another court in another state said that that her methodologies were unreliable and deemed her testimony bad. I'm trying to go kindergarten ways here. And Alessi wants to use that to show the jury that her methodology is unreliable. Brennan says that by doing so, they're trying to dehumanize her because she's Daubertized. I mean, I can't even really break it down because it still doesn't, her ruling just makes no sense to me. So he wants to be able to bring that up to show the jury that she's unreliable. Brennan says no, because that's mean and you can't do that. And Bev says, let me go look and see the rules and I'll figure it out. And then she comes back and she says, well, let's just use a general rule of the court versus anything to actually do with this particular situation. It's not gonna hurt Karen Reed's constitutional rights. So it's not gonna hinder you from questioning her methodology, but in essence, you can't use the case, but you can talk to her about her methodology.
yeah, basically.
I think that's the best I can probably break it down for you. There you go. That's probably the best, Chelsea. Very good. Much better than mine. Hank called Alessi a bully for calling out someone on doing their homework wrong. Yes.
Thank you. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
Could you please introduce yourself to the jury and spell your last name for the record?
My name is Jessica Hyde, Jessica, space Hyde.
What do you do for a living?
I'm a digital forensics examiner.
Where's ATS? This chick
is
just
gonna
said
be
the space
interesting.
in her name. She says space.
This is going to be interesting.
ATS doesn't like slashes, so I wanted to know how she felt about a space. This is gonna be interesting.
Most people say, they said spell your last name. She spelled both, but most people say first name is Nicole, last name is, yeah.
She says space. When B asks about her methodology, she spouts off her resume in coursework instead of stating her actual methodology.
Yeah, this is going to be fun.
I'm also an associate, I'm also an adjunct professor at George Mason University, where I teach mobile device forensics in their graduate program. I also own
What the hell is she looking at?
that does training, services, and research.
In
What the
addition
hell?
to teaching at Georgetown University, do you teach
She
in
was
other
weird.
ways?
Correction, I teach at George Mason University,
I'm
not
sorry.
Georgetown. But
feel
thank
like
you.
she has
I
friends in there.
also teach, my company writes and develops training courses. I teach a mobile forensic analysis course
Her
and a
vocal
data
fry is
structures course there
annoying.
to law enforcement, civilians, et cetera.
Do you engage in
can't
any
even
other
look at
type
her.
of academics or research?
I do. I do other research as part of some volunteer activities I do in the digital forensics field. So I'm the chair of DFIR Review, which is a body that reviews practitioner-created research so that it can go through peer review. I often do reviews
go through
as
peer review?
a member of a reviewer for Forensic Science International Digital Investigations Journal, which I was a previous associate editor of.
What does
She needs to learn breathing techniques in when she's talking.
I can't even look at
Sorry.
her. Oh my God.
what does peer review mean?
Peer review means that when a study is done or a research paper is done on a topic, that an assessment is done of it. There are three types of assessments that can be done. One is a methodological assessment, where you read through the methodology of the academic or practitioner-created paper and state if it is acceptable or not. The second is you conduct your own testing using the same methodology to conduct
You
a
guys are going to hear that
peer
every
review
time.
with your own generated data sets. And the third is if the original author has shared their data sets, reviewing their data sets and checking that against their work.
Has any of your work been peer reviewed in the past?
I've had 2 peer-reviewed journals. I've had an article that was peer-reviewed and published in Forensic Science International Digital Investigations regarding the standardization of file classification of recovered items. The layman's term of that would be talking about what deleted means. And then I have another paper that's been accepted that I was a co-author on in terms of timelines and correlations of forensic evidence.
So basically, she's writing
you work in-
papers. She's writing papers and shit
Yes,
about the shit she looked at here.
of course she is. And then she's getting them peer reviewed.
Yeah, and did you notice that basically everybody has like their own business and they make sure to plug it like 80 times?
Yes.
Yeah, she does too.
It's their literally all their own methodologies is what's coming in and convicting Karen. Like they just make up their own methodology to come in and convict her.
Yep.
She used to go to Hot Topic. Oh, this is gonna struggle.
Forensic data analysis. Generally, what does that mean?
It means that I look at evidence of digital forensics devices, be them mobile phones, computers, Internet of Things devices, and do analysis to provide meaning and context to the data that's recovered from them, as well as performing data recovery of those same computer-related devices.
Did you have any specific education or training to learn about forensic data?
Absolutely. I have professional training both from courses I've taken, as well as I have a master's in digital forensics from George Mason University, a master's degree in that. I've taken multiple courses, advanced mobile analysis, iOS forensics courses from SANS, computer forensics courses from SANS. I have multiple certifications. I hold the GIAC GCFE, which is the GIAC Certified Forensics Examiner. I also hold the NWC 3CFE, which is a Certified Forensics Examiner.
Do you, through your company, teach other forensic examiners how to study forensic data?
Correct. I teach government agencies, both federal and state and local, how to do digital forensic analysis, as well as private sector digital forensics examiners.
How do you teach private digital forensic examiners? What's the method?
I've developed an online virtual course that we teach virtual live, so I'm always there when I'm teaching, but I also have a team of instructors. So for example, the mobile forensic analysis course that I developed right now this week is being taught to a police department in Texas right this moment.
Forensic data analysis seems like a broad field. Is there certain parts that you focus in?
I personally specialize in mobile phones and Internet of Things devices.
Internet of Things?
I want you to just give us some very...
That's what, is that what she said?
What are Internet of Things devices? What? Do it again. Maybe I misheard it.
Let me go back.
very basic, very...
Personal police department in Texas right this moment.
Forensic data analysis seems like a broad field. Is there certain parts that you focus in?
I personally specialize in mobile phones and Internet of Things devices.
Internet of Things devices.
I want you to just give us some very basic, very general and brief background. When you're looking at a forensic device and you're analyzing it, do you rely on any tools?
Why wouldn't you just say that? Why don't you just say smart devices? Why do you call it the Internet of Things? Oh,
Well,
like, stuff like Alexa, any appliances and things that can connect to Wi-Fi.
Okay, so but you're talking to lay people, so say smart devices.
Internet of Things.
Internet of Things. I had no clue. So I wonder if the jury knows. You know what I mean?
Yes. IoT is the correct term. Huh. Interesting. IoT.
That is a really interesting question. Reliance on tools is
What the hell was the
not
question?
precisely what we do. We
What
utilize.
was the, I was just gonna say I tried to unmute and then I'm like showing you guys my mug instead. Hold
Yeah, I
on.
forgot whatever it was that was interesting.
Just give us some very basic, very general and brief background. When you're looking at a forensic device and you're analyzing it, do you rely on any tools?
That is a really interesting question. Reliance on tools is not precisely what we do. We utilize tools to extract data from a device, and then we utilize a variety of tools to attempt to parse results from those devices. But the forensics examiner has to take the additional step to both understand, validate, and provide meaning to those results.
Is there any shortcomings or dangers in simply relying on a forensic tool for a result or an opinion?
There is absolutely a danger in just relying on parsed results. When an algorithm is used to determine what data is stored as, it doesn't tell you what that data means, and that's where you need a forensics examiner. Tools don't necessarily understand how the data got there and what causes the data to exist, and that takes deeper and further human analysis, as well as, you know, if you think about it, if on your phone you can go to the Google Play Store or the App Store and you can actually download millions of apps. There's like 6 million apps between the two stores.
She's so excited.
Digital forensics tools maybe support generously 1,000 applications. So in order to be able to parse and understand the data from applications that the tools don't know how to support, you need a forensics examiner who knows how to dig into that data, conduct testing, and determine the meaning of the data.
Were you asked by the Norfolk County District Attorney's Office to look at and analyze a phone that was related to a person by the name of Jennifer McCabe?
Yes, with a very, very specific scope to a specific date range.
Were you asked during that scope and date range to analyze it and provide an opinion about whether there were any user-initiated deletions of any web searches or Safari-type searches?
Yes, I was asked to look for deletions of Safari searches within the scope of the time frame that was dictated by the purpose of the exam.
Were you asked to look at the phone device and determine whether or not there were any user-initiated deletions of phone calls on the device?
Yes, I was asked to look for deletions of phone calls in that same date range.
And did you do both of those tasks?
Yes, that's correct.
Did you ultimately have opinions on both of those issues?
I do have opinions on both of those issues. That's correct.
And in engaging in the efforts to answer those two questions, did you necessarily have to review and analyze a web history that included searches on January 29th, 2022 at 2:27 a.m.?
I did analyze web searches that occurred at 2:29 a.m. In local time here in Norfolk on January 29th, 2022 from the device I was provided. Yes, not the device, a forensic image for clarity.
So before we get to the two opinions that you were asked to consider, or what your opinions were after analyzing the data, I want to begin by giving the background and having you share with us your analysis and your observations and opinions about the search on Safari relative to this 2:27 timeframe. Before we begin that, let me just ask you one question. Did you do anything to ensure the integrity of the data that you were looking at?
Upon receiving the forensic image, the first thing I did was I did what's called a hash of the image. So a hash is an algorithmic representation of a file. So a forensic image, all the data from the phone, it comes in one file that can then be extracted and have the rest of the data. That singular file that's received, there's actually three, but focusing on the one that has all of the data, that archive file, you can run what's called a hash algorithm against it. There's actually multiple hash algorithms, and I hashed it, and then I validated that hash to the document that was provided along with the image file that contained the hashes that were contained in. Those hash values matched. Now, just for clarity, if you change one bit in a file, it will not have the same hash. So the hash provides integrity, and having used both hashes, which are available in that report, and ran two different algorithms, they both matched. Additionally, I reviewed the PDF that was received for signs of alteration. The PDF that comes with a Gray Key report is not signed by Adobe Acrobat. However, I was able to take that PDF and then examine it just like I would a phone. So I'm using the same techniques on the phone. Using a tool called EXIF tool, I was able to learn a lot about the creation of that particular PDF. And what I was able to learn about it was that it was created by, it's labeled it as being produced by Grayshift using a particular code-based application to create the PDF called PYF PDF, standing for Python Framework PDF. It is on, it's a program that you can download, and developers who create tools like Magnet Forensics, who owns a Gray Key, utilize that script, which is why it says it's produced by it, to create the actual PDF. That's what the evidence there in the data tells me. It also contains a time of when that is created, and that time was February 2nd, 2022 at global UTC, that's the global constant time, think what's in the UK, at 22:49, which local time would be 5:49 p.m. So that says that it was created approximately 2 hours and 45 minutes after the document said the image started, and it correlated with the document information. So that provided some level of certainty that that document was factual. And on top of that, I further opened the file of that PDF in what's called a hex editor, which lets me see like every byte, every 1 and 0. And from doing that, I looked for tag markers that are made sometimes in some modifications of PDFs called XMPs, which is Adobe's format of markup. And I did not find any evidence of those tags.
When you're trying to determine whether there's integrity in the data, are you able to tell whether or not there's been any alterations or tampering before the item is put on the Gray Key machine to make the extraction?
That would be when you're talking about if the physical device had been manipulated. Is that
Yes.
correct?
Yes.
I cannot tell if the physical device has been manipulated prior to it being imaged. I can only validate if the image was correct. In theory, all of the data of anything that you did on that device would still show in the evidence of device logs and whatever locations that were touched or communicated with. But at that point, it's the same as any user interacting with the device itself.
After the phone's extracted or at the time it's extracted, does it have the history of the device on that extraction?
Could you rephrase?
Yes. At the time the phone is
question
extracted
was way
and
too
the
simple.
copy is made in the PDF and the digital copy, does the digital copy and the PDF contain the history of searches and calls and other items on that phone?
The forensic image itself contains a variety of different artifacts or traces that are left behind by activities that a user does on a phone. Yes.
You use the term artifact. What does that mean in a basic sense?
An artifact is any type of evidence that is left behind on your phone of an action. So, for example, if you receive a call, there are multiple places in the phone that show that a call was received. That can be in the call log, that could be in a notification, that could be in a unified log that tracks the activity that the phone's doing. There's multiple locations, and each one of those residue of the fact that the call came in, that's what I would refer to as an artifact. So you could have an artifact not just about a call, about a web search, about taking a photo, any action you take on your phone may create an artifact.
Before we get into those two questions about any alleged deletions from Safari, a Google search or an internet search, and any alleged deletions of phone calls, I want to start with your explanation or your sharing how the timestamp works relative to that search beginning at 2:27 a.m. on January 29th, 2022.
So for clarity, there's more than one search that happens actually at 2:27. There is some activity that's looking at, and I don't want to mispronounce the name of the town. I'll try Hockomock Sports, looking at activities for the sporting events at that school system, I assume, or county location. There is a timestamp for the search "Haas Long to Die in Cold." However, that timestamp isn't about active searches. It's about the time that a tab was either opened or moved to the background. So
Okay, so let's talk about this for just a hot second, because Jen testifies that she's actually looking up the sports on those two websites at 2:27. Well, she doesn't say 2:27, but that's what she's supposedly searching. Whiffen testified that she was just closing those files. She didn't actually search one of them. So now she's also saying these are just like background things that are just getting closed off, essentially. Am I understanding that correctly?
"Haas Long to Die in Cold" is the most current search in the tab that you opened at that was opened at 2:27. So if you're using your phone and you go to your browser, you have some choices. You can just open an existing tab, or you can open a new tab. A new tab was opened at 2:27 a.m., and that search was done there. Another tab, actually at 2:27, was moved to the background, and its last search at the time it was moved to the background was for, I believe it's "Raining Men," the YouTube video.
Oh, she's full of shit. Can we go back some? She's absolutely full of shit. Can we go back like a little bit so I can hear this again?
Those two searches to the background was for, I believe it's "Raining Men." More than one search that happened.
Beginning at 2:27 a.m. on January 29th, 2022.
So for clarity, there's more than one search that happens actually at 2:27. There is some activity that's looking at, and I don't want to mispronounce the name of the town. I'll try Hockomock sports, looking at activities for the sporting events at that school system, I assume, or county location. There is a timestamp for the search Haas Long to Die in Cold. However, that timestamp isn't about active searches. It's about the time that a tab was either opened or moved to the background. So Haas Long to Die in Cold is the most current search in the tab that you opened at that was opened at 2:27. So if you're using your phone and you go to your browser, you have some choices. You can just open an existing tab, or you can open a new tab. A new tab was opened at 2:27 a.m., and that search was done there. Another tab, actually at 2:27, was moved to the background, and its last search at the time it was moved to the background was for, I believe it's Raining Men, the YouTube video. So those two searches both exist as what's called browser state searches, but that browser state isn't about the time that it was searched. It's about the time that the browser tab that you opened either went to the background, or if it's never been moved to the background, the current search. So the time in the instance of the It's Raining Men video is the time that that video was moved to the background and the new tab took over as the tab that's active. And that tab, the last search done in that tab is Haas Long to Die in the Cold, because that database holds the current search. It constantly gets updated, and the time that the tab was either opened if it's the first time it's opened, or moved to the background if it's an existing tab.
Did you put together an exhibit that would help explain some of
I
the different
did. I did
databases?
put it together an exhibit that would show that.
May I approach?
Yes.
She's like, I did do that.
Handing you a piece of paper. Do you recognize that?
I do. This is table 1 from the first report I created on this case on the phone that I was told was for Jen McCain.
Is that the exhibit that will help you explain?
It will.
I move this to evidence.
Could we approach it? Or have a bit of Jack if you want.
Come on up.
You can come on up. They're so overly coat.
Before we look at any chalk, I want you to explain the entire basis for that chalk and your ultimate opinions that are reflected in the chalk. So let's start from the beginning.
May I
And-
look at my copy of the chart or no?
Why don't I just
Your
ask
Honor,
you?
may I?
See if you can answer the questions in the kind first.
Yes, Your Honor.
When you looked at the phone to analyze it, were you trying to determine when a particular search was made, specifically the search Haas Long to Die in Cold?
Correct. I was looking for 2 searches, both How Long to Die in CIKD and Haas Long to Die in Cold.
So as a forensic examiner, how do you
This is the problem, and she said it in her report that we do have, is that she was looking at 2 searches, not 3. She was looking at the 2 searches that occurred at 6 something, Haas Long to Die in Cold and How Long TI Die in CIKD.
Right. I think that was like always the major issue, was that there nobody's saying that the other searches didn't happen at the 6
Right.
o'clock time.
Right.
That those are still there, including one that's deleted at 2:27.
Yeah, defense has always tried to say that those 2 searches did happen, but so did a third. All 3 happened. And the defense or the Commonwealth is basically trying to say, no, it was only these 2.
Right.
So their experts really are talking about the two. See how, did you notice like, well, never mind. Let's see what ridiculous bullshit she has to say here. Because like it's raining men thing. Where are you coming up with that?
Well, if there is anybody on the jury at this point that understands all of this tech phone stuff, Whiffen already said she deleted at 2:27 the raining men. She closed that tab. She's saying that the tab for raining men is moved to the background.
I'm gonna look right now.
You want me to wait?
So if we're on Ian,
Mm-hmm.
which is who would have done it. Sorry, he went back and forth between. Okay, so it says, I'm just going to read you like the timeline that he gave us. So at 2:27:30, we have to go down to seconds, which she's not yet. The Hockomock Sports tab was closed.
Mm-hmm.
She said that at 2:27, there's a search for Hockomock Sports.
Mm-hmm.
Then 2:27:31, PayPal takes focus. A second later at 2:27:32, she closed the PayPal tab.
Mm-hmm.
A second later at 2:23:33, it brought Eastern Bank into focus. A second later at 27:32, she closed that tab.
That's because all these tabs are open and she's going through and closing them individually. So she closes the one from the background of that pops up. She closes that one. The next one that's in the background pops up and she closes that one.
Right. And like we said before, so it couldn't have brought the 27:33 into focus and then she deleted it at 27:32. Remember he had that typo on his thing?
Right.
So we have that. And then at 2:27:35, YouTube Raining Men got brought into focus.
Mm-hmm.
Then at 2:27,
or at 2:27, and she's not putting it in the background. She closes it. Not deletes it. She closes it, right?
This is the order it goes in though. It says 2:27:35, YouTube It's Raining Men is brought into focus. Then a second later, Hockomock Sports tab is brought into focus. Then 2 seconds later, the YouTube video tab is opened. I'm assuming he's referring to the Raining Men one. And then a second later at 2:27:39, she closed the YouTube video tab. Then for whatever reason, it says 2:27:40, Ozone basketball takes focus, but he noted a last visited time of 12:14 a.m. Then 2 seconds later, same page pulls up Hockomock Sports. So in the same tab.
That's when she actually searches Hockomock Sports. Even though she already closed the tab to Hockomock Sports.
Yeah, it's another Hockomock Sports. So the tab that comes up when she closes the YouTube video is at 2:27:40 and it's Ozone basketball. And she uses that Ozone basketball tab to look up Hockomock Sports. And then within that same tab, she clicks on like schedule, then she clicks on the girls' hockey schedule, and then it kind of like ended there. So here's the thing. If at 2:27:40, it takes focus, Jessica Hyde is saying that the timestamp on it will be either when a new tab is opened or it's moved to the background. And she's trying to say the same thing Whiffen said, which is that the timestamp is going to be the timestamp that a new tab was opened or it was moved to the background, and then it's going to have the most recent search on it. So if I open up a tab right now, and 5 hours from now, I type in Hoslong to Dying Cold, it's going to show a timestamp of right now. Oh, and then I close the tab. It's going to show a timestamp of right now. Like, I just don't see how phones would work that way. Because in terms of like tracking what you're doing, then I can't understand in other cases where they bring up minute by minute, second by second, he searched at this time and this time and this time.
That's what I said. Like how many cases, if this is accurate, how many cases should be relooked at for their Google searches?
Yeah.
When it's not accurate, pulled by Celebrite, or what did she use? What did she use? She just said it. And
Axiom.
I don't remember.
I'm just saying, these two are saying it. It's just.
But they're also saying two different things, because she's saying that he says it got closed, and she's saying it just gets moved to the background. So I'm looking at her from last year, and Yannetti crossed her last year. It says that she was given 2 Google searches to look at. She was also given Trooper Garino's and Mr. Green's reports to look at.
Mm-hmm.
Tully's the one who brought her in. She was looking at 2 searches. She used tools to forensically copy and go through the hash values. She specifically was looking at the 2:27 a.m. search. Closing the window would create a deletion, is what she said last time.
You know what problem too we have is that Keefe just testified that he extracted Jen's phone and Carrie's phone.
Mm-hmm.
So why did Guarino go back in and extract Jen's phone again?
Did he say he extracted it, or just that he
extracted it? He downloaded forensic image.
Yeah, he did.
So why did he do it again? And where is Keefe's extraction?
Huh.
Yeah.
So she also testified that she manually reconstructed the wall file.
Well, I don't like that.
Right.
Like,
I wonder if that has to do with the methodology that Alessi's talking about. So on cross.
And they also need to keep in mind, so she's saying that timestamp would be at the time a new tab was opened or it was moved to the background. Or closed, I guess. I mean, that's what Whiffen was saying, was when you close a tab.
Right.
So I think we're still not being specific enough to what the defense is actually alleging, which is that the search occurred on or before 22740 and was deleted at that time. The tab was closed at 22740. So what did she close at 22740?
Said you can't delete a tab, but it was the search itself that's deleted. I don't know how. I guess I don't. If all these other ones are closed, none of those showed deleted on the Celebrite report. Just this one.
Right.
So I have a weird thing in my notes. This is just kind of funny. I'm curious about why I wrote this, but on cross, I have a bullet point that just says pandas.
Oh, she did say something about pandas.
I don't. But I didn't elaborate on. So it's just like weird. Like in my notes, I'm like, okay, I guess we talk about pandas at some point. I don't know.
I think she said doing a search about pandas.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
I don't know why I wrote pandas.
I knew it was something weird, but that wasn't as weird as what I thought. But yeah, I do think she said if I do a search for pandas.
Maybe that's what it was. I just wrote pandas on there, and I didn't elaborate on what the hell I was talking about. So it's a weird bullet point on my notes from last year's testimony.
No, she didn't talk about a restaurant yet. Not that I've heard.
No, woman, I haven't heard it either. Okay, you ready? Let's go.
Yeah.
You begin the process to try to identify and determine when that search is actually made.
So the first thing we would want to identify is
I can't just, Jessica, that's fucking hilarious.
It's true. He only prefers.
It's so fucking funny.
Yeah, he only prefers panda bear, or not panda bears. Oh God, come for me for that. Only polar bears.
Only polar bears. Panda bears is his least favorite bear.
For anybody that doesn't know, Patrick Westphal said that he's not racist, but polar bears don't mix with black bears. They don't have babies, but I guess they do because it's a polar bear. Or no, it's a
No.
panda bear. A panda bear. A panda bear's the mix. He's not
Not really,
racist.
but grizzly bears actually do breed with polar bears.
Oh,
So
no.
that's reality. So I don't know. That would probably be problematic for him.
Not to him.
Oh, that was fucking funny. It took me a second. I was like, wait, what? And then I was like, oh, I got you.
Is what application was being used at the time to make the search. So looking at that date time stamped, it was able to, on that date, be able to determine that Safari was the application that was being used as the Google browser. And then you would begin looking at the artifacts for Safari, both those that are parsed by the forensics tools, but then further looking into the data structures that hold that data itself, and then ultimately conducting testing to determine why a certain artifact exists.
So you mentioned the beginning step is the forensic tool or tools. Did you use forensic tools to get information or parse any data regarding this potential search at 227?
Yes, I use multiple forensics tools.
Can you share with us the multiple forensic tools that you used?
Absolutely. I used Celebrate Physical Analyzer. I used Magnet Axiom. I used just the tools I used at first. I used iLeap. There are further tools I used later, but those were the three that I started with.
What tools did you use later?
Later, I used specifically, I've used Sanderson's Forensics Toolkit, the forensics browser in Sanderson's Forensics Toolkit, which helps exploit SQLite databases. And then I further reviewed in a tool called Rabbit Hole.
To begin with, Celebrate, is that a tool that you're familiar with?
Yes.
Is it a commonly used tool in the industry?
Yes, commonly used mobile forensics tool.
Is it
Is it
reputable?
not accurate?
Highly reputable.
Oh,
Why
is
did
it?
you use Celebrate?
I use Celebrate because on any mobile exam, I'm going to validate what is captured by Celebrate and Magnet Axiom because they have the most robust parsing of what is in my tool arsenal. And then I would also follow up with iLeap closely behind because iLeap has a lot of artifacts that aren't supported by either of those tools. Using a variety of tools is going to give you different coverage, and each tool has a different perspective on how they view and display data.
You said you also used Magnet Axiom.
That is correct.
Is that a leading forensic tool as well?
Yes, that is also a leading forensics tool.
Are you familiar with that company?
I'm very familiar with Magnet Forensics. I was actually their director of forensics for 5 years, then continued to consult for them for an additional 2 years under my company Hexordia, and my company continues to be a reseller of Magnet's products.
You mentioned different tools may present information a different way. Do those tools change the underlying data at all?
That's a great question. So when we're talking about the results that a tool shows, the tools maintain the integrity of that original forensic image. And that's actually something we verify as we continue through our exams to make sure that the underlying data hasn't been changed. There are some tools, I did use some other tools, I apologize. I also used Artex and Mushy. But Artex is capital A, lowercase RT, capital E, lowercase x, and then Mushy is MUSHY.
Were there any spaces in that first one?
Any capital letters?
Yeah, capital letters, space, like.
Yes, she has a business.
SpaceX, like, or would that be confusing because then somebody would write SpaceX?
Probably.
I don't even know if she has a business. She does. She owns a business.
All the Commonwealth experts do, basically.
Yes. She's also a professor, which is why she keeps saying, and that's a great question.
You're welcome. I'm sorry, can you repeat the question? I got this, the spelling threw me off.
I mentioned, or I asked you about using multiple tools and whether or not the use of different tools changes the
Oh.
actual underlying data?
So the actual
Sorry,
underlying data is always maintained, and we do validate that. Some tools allow you to see parsed results and then allow you to dig deeper into looking at the actual files and data structures. Those would be tools like Celebrite, Physical Analyzer, and Magnet Axiom. Some tools show you the parsed results and tell you where they got them, like iLeap. It shows you the parsed results and tells you the file location, and then you would open that up in an external tool. And then some of the tools I used are not tools that parse the results, but are tools that allow me to manually look at the data structures. So they directly allow me to look at the data structures. And all of the tools I use in this instance are tools that do not change the underlying data.
Is it important or critical to go beyond the tools presentations and actually analyze the data yourself?
It is absolutely critical. Actually, in the NIST Scientific Foundations paper from the National Institute of Science and Technology that states the foundations of digital forensic science, it states that it is the examiner's duty to not only verify and validate tool results, but also to provide meaning to forensics parsed results.
Does software update regularly?
The software updates all the time. Typically, we get an update about once a month. And to be honest, it's not enough to keep up with how many new apps are developed and how many new phones come out and how many of your applications get updates, new features, for example, maybe in Instagram or Facebook. So the tools update very, very regularly.
When you use the Celebrite tool to analyze the 227 search, did the search "How Long to Die in the Cold" have a timestamp on it?
There are actually multiple artifacts for "How Long to Die in Cold." Remember earlier we defined an artifact and we spoke about it was one of the types of traces. So there are multiple traces for that "How Long to Die in Cold." Only one of them is associated with the 227 timestamp, but there are other instances of evidence of that was parsed by Celebrite.
Is there any danger for an untrained eye to rely simply on the software when looking at a search like this, "How Long to Die in the Cold"?
Nice try,
and
but the
seeing
person that was reviewing it was trained.
Absolutely. There's a really scary danger that an examiner who has not dug into the artifact and tested to see what it means may assume erroneously that 227 timestamp is the time that what is there is searched. The search in that field of that artifact is going to always be the most recent search in the tab, but that timestamp actually means either the time that tab was backgrounded or if it's the first time the tab's been opened, when it was opened. So you could erroneously implicate a search was done hours or some time period or even days before it actually occurred. Some of us leave our tabs open forever.
Yeah, that's
When
really
you're
dumb.
teaching examiners and students, do you teach about this specific concern and concept?
Yes, I teach about this concern both in my mobile forensic analysis class, my mobile forensics course that I teach at George Mason University in their digital forensics master's program, and in the data structures course where we specifically learn how to analyze these databases in question.
In your experience, how common does an untrained examiner make this mistake?
I wouldn't be able to speak to how common an untrained examiner does it, but regularly my students get those questions wrong on earlier examples I give them in class.
They're not the people who are actually the other side's experts that are actually looking at the information. I don't. This is talk about dehumanizing people. Yeah, like these guys are just regular old students at college, and now all of a sudden, that's the same as Mr. Green. Hi, Gray Space. Hi, Post Point Mama.
Kind of indicate to them that they could easily make mistakes without understanding meaning, and I use it as a teaching aid. So teaching, 90, 100 easy students a year, I regularly see that in untrained examiners that I'm teaching in my class, but I wouldn't be able to say that across the discipline.
You mentioned that Celebrite showed the search on the report as How's Long to Die in the Cold with the timestamp of 227. Is it 227:40?
Yes, that's correct.
Do you know whether or not Celebrate has updated its software?
In May, Celebrate of last year, Celebrate made an update to their software actually to remove this artifact because of its ambiguity and the risk that an examiner may overstate or misstate what it is.
So I have a question. She said they removed this artifact and they updated their software. So one would then be led to believe that this particular artifact, meaning the search timestamp happening at a time, hours, days earlier, was removed from the software so this couldn't happen again. Is that what they did? Or did they just remove this search from Jen McCabe's thing so it doesn't show up and Celebrate anymore?
Well, you'd have to go back to Whiffin's testimony because he says that they essentially rewrote the code so that it doesn't show up anymore. But then, because on any Celebrate reports, but on other companies like Axiom, other companies have not removed that. Only Celebrate. Right. And I was just reading through what you just sent me, which is goes to the whole point of this. Is that Celebrate is contracted with the majority of police departments, and they would have incentive to do things for the police or state police or anything along those lines. Other companies are not contracted with as many, so they don't have the incentive to change anything like this. That's also why we ended up getting Whiffin on the stand, who uses his own technology to create whatever the fuck he wanted it to create.
Exactly.
CC Girl's like, I have a ridiculous amount of Safari tabs open on my phone. I just looked. So now they can't see timestamps for Google searches. Well, that's the big thing is, so if I Google something right now, but I use a tab that I opened last week, and then I delete it, it shows that whatever I'm searching now, that I actually searched it last week and then I deleted it.
Yeah.
How much of this is going to be, if what they're testifying to is accurate, I cannot imagine how anybody could bring a Google search into any type of evidence.
Agreed. And never mind the fact that saying that they update them constantly, so like maybe monthly, like that annoys the shit out of me because it's like, okay, well, are people reviewing then the stuff that they did a month ago that they used to convict somebody?
Right.
That might not be the case now. And so, but my thing is, which is obviously troubling, like basically what they're saying here is you could open up a tab and search, what can I poison Teresa with? And then use the same tab to look up where I could buy that poison, and then use the same tab to order the poison, and then just keep using that tab, for a week. The last thing I look up is like a recipe for pancakes. When I close it, it's going to show that what I was doing when I was looking up how to poison Teresa was actually how to cook pancakes.
Yes.
I mean, that makes no sense to me.
This whole thing doesn't make any sense.
You would think every time the page loads to do anything, whether it loads because you're looking up a new search, whether it loads because you're going to another page on the same website, you would think it would update a timestamp for that time.
So this is why, as Chelsea said, this is why I hate phone data testimony. No one ever seems 100% confident. That is because all of these companies are trying to play catch up with technology like Apple has, and it is proprietary to them, that they don't share with anybody. So these tech companies are doing their best guess on how to get this information as accurate as possible. None of them actually know how to do it 100% because they cannot figure out the proprietary methods of Apple. And since Apple continuously changes to make sure that these people can't figure it out, then they have to continuously change. So you're not just talking about what's coming out of these extractions. You have to also talk about what's going on with these devices and the companies that actually own the coding.
Right. Well, and even
How do we know that that's what the coding for Apple even was at the time? Which
Exactly.
was Alessi's whole point, is you don't.
Nobody knows it. Exactly. How are you interpreting these things when you admittedly have no clue what Apple wants them to mean? Or has them set up to mean. So if you want a little preview of how this is about to go for us, Peter just tweeted, "I am behind again. I've complimented Brennan multiple times this trial about simplifying testimony, getting to the point, and trying to make this easier for the jury. He failed with Hyde, in my opinion. This was more boring, confusing, and less convincing than I expected. What do you think?" And this is from someone who was like, at the last trial, was basically like, so they're doing two conflicting things, but the two people for the Commonwealth basically sounded pretty legit. So it probably didn't happen. So for him to now be like more confused about it, it's like they had a whole year to clarify, to make this seem like you had a year, which is less time than they had last time, to try to make something to make this make sense.
Right. Well, their whole thing is that they just took this off of the software because it was unreliable. So don't count on it because it was unreliable. And then try to downplay that any of these other idiot defense experts, they don't know that it's unreliable because they're,
That's
you know,
all
just
eyes.
like her
Exactly,
students.
yeah, all eyes is exactly right. So that's basically what I was saying was I don't think that the software update, like whatever they did, was so that this type of timestamp could never show up on like another Celebrate search or
Well,
extraction ever again. I don't think they changed the software. I think they probably did update the software, but that particular 227 search was made to be excluded.
well, they know what they okay. So they took So do you remember when Jackson had to leave and go get the 227 timestamp because Jen McCabe wouldn't stop arguing with him about she needed to see it, and he was like, you don't remember it, like you've not been talking about it for 3 years, but okay. Yeah. So he went to go get it and he put it up on the screen, and she was like, take that down because it's showing a column.
Yeah, the one that said deleted is what I'm assuming.
The one that said deleted. So like that's what they like. I think they took out the fact that it would read like that it would read that way. That's no longer on the Celebrate report.
I think you're right. I think she didn't let them do it because currently
it's not accurate as of today.
Yes, and so therefore couldn't have been deleted because according to it now, it doesn't exist.
According to Whiffen.
Right.
Right.
Whatever.
Ambiguity reflected in other types of software.
Could you rephrase, please?
Sure. For example, when you did a report in Axiom, did it have similar reflection in the report?
Objection, Your
Honor. Yeah. It's on like the rest of the fucking day.
Did you run a report regarding this time frame through Axiom software?
I did process the image through Axiom, yes.
When you did that, was it the same or a different result?
Axiom and Celebrate really show their data very, very differently. So Celebrate takes a perspective of alerting people to possible deletions by annotating either a question mark or a red X next to artifacts that come from different areas. Magnet instead marks if the artifact was parsed or carved. I feel like now I need to explain to you parsed or carved. So parsed means that the data was where it was expected to be found, and the algorithm was able to cleanly see that this is there. Carve means that it had to run that algorithm against the data structure as a whole and found it as a partial result. So it carved it out, went and found it instead of it just sitting there exactly where it was expected to be, and shows you both the results. So it'll show all of the results of, in this instance, the sessions tab sessions. But the data browser DB, the tab state, it's going to, instead of telling you this has a red X, it'll instead say it was carved. So it's a different presentation of the same data.
So I want to talk about deletions in a little bit, but I want to get back to the 227 search.
Sure.
So when you produced or you looked at the report for Celebrate and it showed this timestamp as well as the phrase, how's long to die in the cold, where did you look? How did you make an analysis to determine whether or not that search was actually made at 227 or another time? What was your next steps for us?
So in looking at that timestamp, the first thing I did was actually go and look at what literature exists on the artifact, if anybody had reviewed this artifact before. I also created my own data set and tested how we could get what that timestamp means. So if I make a search in a tab and then I make another search in the tab, which timestamp is it? If I make a search in a tab and then open a different tab, what changes? I also looked at the documentation in the artifact reference guide for Axiom, which does state, it describes that timestamp as the time in which the tab is backgrounded. And it gives a stipulation that in certain circumstances, the timestamp can be earlier than the search.
Did you specifically look in any databases or for artifacts in the data to help make an analysis of when this search happened?
Of when the search happened as a whole? Absolutely. So there are multiple databases that I looked at that show search information for Safari. So I looked at the plist, mobile Safari plist. I looked at the browser state database. I looked for the history database. I also looked at the Knowledge CDB. The Knowledge CDB is a little bit different. That isn't a database for Safari. It's a database for all of Apple, so it can predict your behavior. So it takes in information that Apple wants to take in, including browser history, and it saves that information so it can make predictive information. I also looked at the caches in the Safari, which is the things that Safari is trying to make quick reference to. This would include suggested terms for commonly searched items.
When a URL or a search through Safari is typed in, or if it connects, does it leave a trace in different parts of the computer or the phone?
Yeah, so when you actually do any search, you're going to leave traces. Now, it does depend if you are in private browsing or non-private browsing. So non-private browsing is what most of us use regularly. Private browsing might be what you elect to use. Well, some people would elect to use it if they're doing searches they wouldn't want their spouse to see, like maybe they're looking at porn, or maybe you're doing something secure like looking at your banking information. You may intentionally use a private browser. For Google users, this would be the equivalent of incognito in Google Chrome, and you may intentionally use that. And so the artifacts for that are more limited than the artifacts for non-private searches. So some of these artifacts only exist for non-private searches, and some exist for private searches.
And in this case, this phone, was it on non-private or private?
So specifically the two searches we're talking about, how's long to die in cold and how long to
But we're
die
talking
in
about three
KLD.
That's the problem.
Right.
Like you keep saying the two searches. We're talking about 3 searches. So that's the issue here.
She's only asked to look at 2.
That's what I'm saying. They're like, the defense needs to specify that. You're talking about only 2 searches. There are 3 here.
Excuse my differentiation there. Both of those searches were done in non-private browsing.
So they weren't hidden?
I don't understand the question, yeah.
Okay. Was there any applications on to mask those searches?
Not to the best of my knowledge. I did not see any.
We began with the 22740 timestamp. The next recording on that tab, do you recall what time that was?
I believe the next, and I'm trying to remember the chart from memory, if that's correct. So I believe the next thing we're looking at is the 623 suggestion from Apple search terms for how long to digest food. Am I matching what you're seeing on your chart?
Well, let me ask you.
Okay.
When you saw that, do you look on the same tab or a database? Where do you find that information?
Fair. Understood. So all of those databases I was just mentioning before, we're looking at all the parsed results from all of those. And I was looking in the entirety of the scope from the time of midnight till noon. That was the time frame of my scope of all of the content that was done in the tabs for browser state DB, cloud tabs artifacts, History DB, Mobile Safari plist, Knowledge C, each one of those. And then I was combining them to timeline out the activity.
At 623.51, did you look into how long TIDIE in CIKD?
So that would be the next thing that we see after the Apple suggested term of how long to digest food. That's the next thing we see an entry of that. There's two immediately next to each other. I don't remember the precision on the seconds of which one's first off the top of my head, but one is in Knowledge C and one is in the Mobile Safari plist.
Can they appear in different rooms in the data bank, in different places, the same search?
Searches appear in many different places. They can leave traces, such as that Knowledge CDB. I love that Apple calls that knowledge. It's like what it's trying to learn. So the Knowledge CDB, what Apple's trying to learn about you, as well as in that Mobile Safari plist, as well as at the moment of that search, which I don't have the device in that moment, but just so there's an understanding, that open tab, the URL would have been updated, or URL is the website, would have been updated to that search at that moment. Had we imaged it at that moment, it would have been how long to die in CIKD.
And finally, at 624.47, did you identify any artifacts with that search that appears with the timestamp of 227.40? Did you find the same?
Correct. At 624, we have two timestamps in those same two locations for how long to die in cold. The Knowledge C and the Mobile Safari plist.
So based on your analysis in that issue, did you come to an opinion whether or not the phrase "how's long to die in cold" was actually searched at 2:27 a.m. on January 29, 2022?
There are no artifacts.
So the answer is yes or no?
Can you repeat the question,
Yes.
please?
And so based on your analysis of the phone and the data using all of those softwares, did you come to an opinion whether or not the phrase "how's long to die in cold" was searched at that timestamp tab of 2:27.40?
Yes, I came to an opinion.
And what is your opinion?
Objection, Your Honor.
Rephrase the question as to the opinion.
I'm sorry?
I'll see you at Sidebar, Mr. Leslie.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Brennan's like, I don't understand. I don't understand what can I not do?
You've explained to us the analysis you engaged in and the process you engaged in. In forensic data analysis, is there a methodology that you use, not just looking at the printout of the programs, a methodology you use that is accepted in the industry for experts to analyze this data and come to your opinion?
Absolutely. Beyond looking at what was in the tool results, I further looked at those databases independently and conducted testing of the artifacts.
And in addition to what you did, can you share with us how and why this methodology is accepted in your practice as forensic analyst?
This methodology is accepted by NIST. and by organizations like the Scientific Working Group of Digital Evidence. I'm intimately familiar as both a member of the Scientific Working Group on Digital Evidence, who helps work towards the building and development of these consensus-based documents of procedures to be followed in digital forensics analysis, and as a member of the National Institute of Science and Technology, NIST, Organizational Scientific Area Committees, OSAC, Digital Evidence Subcommittee, where we also produce guidelines such as the dataset guidelines for generation of the guidelines for dataset generation, which is how you do your actual testing and creation of datasets. And I was also a part of the subcommittee that drafted that. So I'm intimately familiar with the accepted policies and procedures because I am also a member of the groups that help author these, as well as review them and look and use them.
Are there articles and guidance in the industry about this particular practice of analysis?
For analysis, just for clarification, you're talking about for analysis of Safari artifacts, of mobile forensics, of browser state DB, just for clarity on the question.
Let's work our way through it. How about
Sure.
through Safari?
For Safari, there are multiple different blogs that talk about Safari, as well as I have analysis of Safari through classes I took, such as SANS 4508, which is 518, SANS 4518, which is the Mac and iOS analysis course, which I took.
How about the specific guidance regarding searching the different databases for artifacts?
In terms of methodology for digging into databases,
Yes.
Is that correct? There are multiple, I've taken courses throughout my master's program, courses on how to analyze digital forensics artifacts, including mobile device forensics, throughout my GIAC certifications. I've taken multiple instructor-led courses on how to do these, as well specifically that cover mobile Safari history in mobile forensics at GMU in his master's program as part of the SANS 4518 class. And in terms of data structures, I've taken study on how to analyze databases like SQLite and PLIS are covered in those courses.
There are books on study on this methodology?
There are multiple books on digital forensics, many of which I've read, and including books specifically on analysis of SQLite databases, such as Sanderson's SQLite Forensics, which is probably the most authoritative because not only was it written by Sanderson, who makes a tool, it was tech edited by 3 renowned forensics examiners, as well as Dr. Richard Hipp, who created SQLite itself.
The methodology, the technique you use to look past the reports and actually look at the data to make your determination and arrive at your opinions, is that methodology regularly accepted within the forensic data community?
Absolutely. Again, using the methodology from the consensus-based documents from the community, from the Scientific Working Group Digital Evidence on best practices for analysis, as well as specifically for the SQLite databases I was looking at. I do that deeply verifying and in accordance with the understandings from Sanderson's book.
Now, you share with us that you had an opinion regarding the timestamp and whether that it was applicable to the search term, "How's long to die in cold?"
That is correct.
Now, I want to ask you, to a reasonable degree of forensic data, scientific certainty, what is your opinion about whether the phrase "how's long to die in cold" was made at the time of the timestamp 2/27/40?
It's the last time, Mr. President, on this
Yeah,
issue,
she's like,
okay?
no, we're not approaching anymore. Stop talking to me.
So you shared that you have an opinion about whether that timestamp 2/27/40 was, whether or not that was the time the search "How's long to die in the cold" occurred. Can you tell us, to a reasonable degree of scientific certainty, your opinion about whether that search, How's Long to Die in the Cold occurred at 2:27:40 a.m. on January 29th, 2022.
Same objection, Your Honor.
Okay, the objections are overruled.
What I can state to a scientific degree of certainty is that that search occurred at 6:24 a.m. and was the last search in the tab that had been opened at 2:27.
Do you have an opinion to a degree of scientific certainty whether there was any other searches similar to How's Long to Die in the Cold that evening on that tab?
Objection, Your Honor.
I'm going to allow it.
May I first inquire, you meant morning, as I
I'm sorry,
assume?
that morning, yes.
Just clarifying, I did not look at evening searches. And can you repeat? I apologize. I disrupted my own train
Do
of
you have an
thought.
opinion to a reasonable degree of scientific certainty whether there were any other searches on that tab before the final search at 6:24:47, How's Long to Die in Cold?
Same objection, Your Honor.
Overruled.
Just ensuring that I have the question correct.
Please,
You're asking if what else occurred in that tab prior?
yes.
That I cannot say with a clear degree of certainty.
Did you develop a chalk that I
I
showed you
did.
earlier?
Yes.
Like to approach?
Yes.
Again, I show you. Same document, you recognize it?
Yes.
What is it?
It is the exhibit that I created that was labeled Table 1 in the first report I had delivered.
And does that provide information that will assist us in understanding your opinion?
Yes.
I'd move, subject to redaction, that this be introduced into evidence.
Your Honor, I have no issue with regard to the redaction aspect, but consistent with my prior objections, I would object to that.
Okay, I'm going to allow this into evidence. Your rights are safe. Mr.
Thank you, Your
President.
Honor, appreciate it.
Exhibit 82.
Madam Clerk, 82?
Exhibit 82.
Thank you. With the court's permission, I'd like to show Exhibit 82 to the jury.
Okay.
Could we enlarge the first two? And we're going to need to get the right column in if we can, please. Thank you. Ms. Hyde, can you see it from there?
I can. Thank you.
If you can walk us through how this exhibit assists us in understanding your explanation and the basis for your opinion.
This exhibit shows the Safari artifacts and artifacts of Google searches in Safari related to the two searches in question, How Long to Die in CILKD and How's Long to Die in Cold, that occurred on the morning of November 29th, 2022 on the device under examination.
If I look at this chart and I see in the top left, it says 2:27:40 a.m. And then under the search term, it says How's Long to Die in Cold. How do I understand your opinion that that search didn't happen at 2:27:40?
This document is showing you the data that is the parsed result. The source of that artifact that you see in the last column is a little bit cut off, the browser state db-wall file. That database does store how the data is stored, the search term How's Long to Die in Cold with an associated MAC absolute epoch timestamp that translates to 2:27 a.m. That is what is physically stored. That does not annotate the meaning of that artifact. That was determined through testing following the NIST OSAC data generation guidelines for testing.
In the second row, we see a timestamp on the left-hand column, 6:23:49. And it provides artifact, the cache record.
Mm-hmm.
What is the term? And what does that mean under the search term?
iOS Safari cache records. A cache refers to something that a computer program wants quick and easy access to. When we search on our phones, anything, a lot of times be it in Google or in Safari, depending on what type of phone you own, it'll suggest what it thinks you're going to type in, right? So you can click it. It's trying to be helpful. In this instance, at 6:23:49, we have a cache record that indicates that Apple suggested the phrase, "How long does it take to digest food?"
And then under that, 623:51, it appears it says a recent web search, and the spelling is changed. How long? TIDIEINCIKD.
So this, in reference to these two search terms, this is the first actual search that occurs at 6:23:51 a.m. Upon beginning the typing of that phrase, Apple provided the suggested search, and the person inputting into the phone at that time continued to type out a phrase and finished it as "how long?" TIDINCIKD, which that is available to us in the mobile Safari plist, which tracks recent web searches. And then we'll see 6 seconds later, we get that reference in that Knowledge C database that I mentioned before. That's the next line. So that's the Knowledge C database is Apple's way of keeping knowledge about what the user's doing. It sees and holds your knowledge. It's an easy way to remember it. That's what I teach my students. So that Knowledge CDB tracks a lot of things for predictive purposes. And so 6 seconds later, it's logging that same search. So that search is being tracked in 2 places.
And so one search can be left as artifacts in different locations on the database?
Correct. There can be multiple traces or artifacts of the same user action in different places on a mobile device.
And if we go down to the bottom, the last column, at 6:24:47, we again see how long to die in cold. And if you look in the first column, it's the same phrase. Is that a coincidence that it appears at the bottom at 6:24:47 and also appears up at 2:27:40?
Look here.
As mentioned before, through testing,
At 6:24:18, before the 6:24:47, it says that a recent web search is "how long to die in cold."
Mm-hmm.
It's literally noting before she types it in a second time, to me it looks like, that it's noting at 6:24:18, when she started typing that in, that it pulled up a recent web search of "how long to die in cold."
Like how when you go to type in something that you have searched many times or you've searched before, it gives you the suggestion of that, or it could give you like the suggestion of, how long does it take to digest food or whatever the other one was. Yeah, why is that different? Why does it say recent web searches versus Google search like this one does?
Mm-hmm.
Because
it's not an Apple suggestion. It's a recent web search.
Let me go back just a little bit. So 6:23:49, how long does it take to digest food? That's the suggestion.
She kept typing.
Recent web searches is at 6:23:51. It says it again, how long to die in CIKD. And then this is the application takes you to this website. And then this Google search takes her to that website, which is the same.
So maybe she'll explain that. I doubt she'll be asked because he's skipped over that one. He skipped 6:24:18 and went straight to 6:24:47.
Yeah, I wonder why. But it shows this weird recent web searches up here for this one too, and then also for this one, or for it just says Google search, kind of like here.
Except how many? So 5 seconds. So the recent web search for how long is 6 seconds. No, 5 seconds. Well, 5 or 6 seconds, whichever timestamp then you're looking at. But then the Haas long one is way longer. Look how
Yeah.
much longer. It's like 30 seconds.
Right.
So
I don't know, something to pay attention to. See, I don't know enough about why it would show that to have a thought.
she should clarify.
Yeah, she should.
Column, it's the same phrase. Is that a coincidence that it appears at the bottom at 6:24:47 and also appears up at 2:27:40?
As mentioned before, through testing of the artifact for Browser State DB, that artifact will hold the most recent search that happened in the tab. So it is logical that HOS long to die in cold, was searched at 6:24:18, tracked in that mobile Safari P list, repeated in Knowledge C, Knowledge made its tracking in Knowledge CDB, and then that table for Browser State DB, which again has the time that the tab was opened or the last time it was backgrounded, and updated just the website that was visited. So the website, that is why we get that 2:27 time. That's actually, as far as the data storage is, the first thing I have in there, because I want to put it in chronological time order for exhibit purposes, is actually the last thing to happen because it's the update to what's in the tab.
You offered that the HOS long to die in cold is the last thing to happen. Do you have an opinion to a reasonable degree of scientific certainty the time when that search was made?
Objection, Your Honor.
To a reasonable degree of certainty, I can say that HOS long to die in cold was searched at approximately 6:24 a.m.
I don't understand if the other one is first and this one is second, how is it not overriding that other search of how long or how long to die in the CIKD?
Yep. It's not, she's not saying that a new tab was open. She's not saying
so and not even an old tab is populated, like how they said, like it comes up on the screen, like how Whiffen said, you know. So how is that search not part of this other search in the same tab? So then that other search should also show up at 2:27.
Exactly.
But only this one does. I can't reconcile that in my brain.
Now, moving on from the 2:27 search,
Literally,
there are two
Indiana.
other issues that you were asked to analyze. We talked about them at the beginning. Let's begin
if anything, based on this stuff, like I would expect the how long tie dye one to show up at 2:27, not the second one.
And then she opens a new tab. She closes that one, opens a new tab for her new search or whatever. And then you get this HOS long.
Or you would think, yeah, whatever. I don't know. I don't know. Makes no sense.
Whether or not you looked at the data and analyzed the data and came to any opinions about whether that phrase, how long to die in cold, was used.
Am I still here?
I'm over here just fucking talking away to gray space.
Oh, I was gonna say I couldn't even tell that you paused. I'm like, what is happening?
No, I did. I'm just talking to gray space.
Oh my
God. Having a whole thing right now. It was really good too, gray space. It was really good. I hope you heard all of that. Oh, damn, son of a bitch. I hate when I fucking do that. So gray space said no, it's because they're saying that the last thing in the tab when it closed shows up with the timestamp of the time the tab was opened. So my question then is, so are they saying that the CIKD doesn't show up in the 2:27 because it's not the last thing that was searched?
Maybe.
So it shows up on its own time, but because the other one is on there when it's closed, it makes it go all the way back, but the other ones don't.
But then if that's the case, we should be able to see second by second what.
Show me another. I just want them to show me another search that did this.
Oh no, there's one.
You know what I mean? Like show me a completely different fucking example of how that worked.
Yeah, in her phone.
In her phone.
Yeah.
For her. Like any other time that has ever happened on her phone. Just show me that so I can buy into what you're selling me. That's where I'm at with it. Thanks for listening to me twice, Gray Space. I appreciate that. Crazy, stupid mute button.
User deleted on that device.
So there's two really key elements as to if that was user deleted. If the question is, did I come to opinion? Yes.
And can you explain how you came to an opinion that we'll ultimately share with
Give them to us, girl.
The first line in that exhibit, the ending of that, if you remember, it said browser state.db-wall. That's important. So we'll talk about that in a second. But the first thing I want to bring up is kind of how the database works, because I didn't just look at the tool result. I extracted that database and I did a deeper analysis on it using Sanderson's tool, because that information was in that -wall file. So when a SQLite database, which is a specific way of storing, very, very common on mobile phones, actually one of the most common, when that database stores data, it has two versions. The most recent version, and the version in use here, uses what's called a write-ahead log. So before data is committed, it is written to a write-ahead log. I'll kind of explain it. So let's say we're in a restaurant and we're sitting at a table and we're ordering food. Our table is the table. Data is going to come to the table, and that's going to be our food. So when we order food, let's say we've got a chicken sandwich, a burger, and a pizza coming to the table. The chicken sandwich, the burger, and the pizza, the kitchen puts it in the warming area.
What?
The write-ahead log. The server grabs it from there. It's where data sits.
I wonder
before
it
goes to the table.
randomly.
Just like your food goes to that serving station before your server brings it to your table.
Okay.
Server brings it to the table. That table's got its burger, its chicken, and its pizza. Another table orders waffles and pancakes. They think it's breakfast. The waffles and pancakes are made by the kitchen. They're put on the serving area. Waitress comes over. This pizza has pepperoni. I don't eat pepperoni. Can you send it back? Waitress picks up that pepperoni and sends it back. That's a deletion. Pepperoni pizza was just removed from the table, right? We're deleting it. We're moving. We said it's not what we wanted. The waitress is removing it. She brings it back to that serving area. At that moment, that serving area has the deleted pizza, but also the waffles and pancakes that are waiting to go out to the table. That's how a write-ahead log works. Any changes that are happening sit in the write-ahead log until the database is closed, and then when it's reopened, all those changes are made, both additions and deletions.
I want a fucking pizza now.
Yeah, no.
So often when a phone is imaged, when we make a forensic image, the applications are still open, so we have those wall files. When we look in our Safari browser, the database knows to read it to you in its current state. So it tells you where the waffles and pancakes are going. They're going to that table. So it shows it as if it's in the table, but it's not in the table yet. So if when we parse the data and we look at the restaurant and we don't look at the back kitchen, we would only at that time see the chicken and the burger, right? Pizza got sent back, waffles and pancakes haven't come out yet. So when we get
Google searches just sitting there waiting to be searched. So they're like, just serve me up little Google searches.
How can they exist and be waiting if you haven't done them yet? It's not.
You ordered them. This is the stupidest fucking analogy.
Yeah,
ever.
It's not
like take the weather guy back in a heartbeat.
Yeah, no, like at a restaurant, I'm telling you what I want, and there's someone actively doing it, making it, right? But if I'm the only one using my device has no fucking clue what I'm about to search. It can't create.
No, it's not just sitting there. There's no fucking pancakes and waffles just sitting there waiting for me to come and search them.
I don't even remember what the question was. Oh, the question was like, can a user delete a search?
Don't
like,
even
how
fucking know.
Here? How do we get here?
How did Jen ordered a house long to die at 2:27, but it wasn't delivered until 6:30.
I mean, this is worse than me and you going off on something totally unrelated. I mean, I have no fucking clue where we're at besides the restaurant.
I'm fucking hungry though. I can tell you that.
What on earth?
I don't know. She's got random Google searches just sitting there waiting to be searched. They're just like, pick me, pick me. I want to be searched. Look at her face.
It's like pepperoni.
She's like, there's a pepperoni pizza. There's pepperoni on my pizza. Oh God! You cannot create a wall file at 2:27 for a search that does not happen until 6:30. Well, you can if you create it yourself, because that's what she does. She recreates it herself and makes her own wall file.
Lacey, this analogy is meant to explain to us how people can delete stuff from their phone.
But it still shows up on their not. I don't know. There's something about that the pepperoni pizza was still sitting with the pancakes that I haven't figured out yet.
And it's only deleted because it's not at the table anymore, but it still exists. It's not really been deleted because it still exists at the counter.
Yes. It goes back in to wait for somebody else to order it.
So did she delete it or no? I mean, I delete shit on my phone all day long. You're not going to tell me that I can't physically delete stuff.
Pepperoni pizza still fucking exists. That's all I have to say. At the end of the day, you can take back your pepperoni pizza all you want to, but that doesn't mean that it wasn't fucking there. I know I saw it. I know there was a pepperoni pizza. And just because you're trying to tell me that here's my cheese pizza doesn't mean you didn't fuck up in the first place and order a goddamn pepperoni. That's the bottom line. There's a 2:27 search, which is a fucking pepperoni pizza.
That's the only thing that's deleted.
Yeah, but it still exists.
The data, we get two files. We get the restaurant, that's the database.
I'm not
and
hungry
the
anymore.
serving area, that's the wall file. Just because it's in the wall file does not mean it's deleted. It means that that record wasn't where it naturally sits yet. It could be that wall file can contain deleteds and food or data that hasn't yet been delivered to the database. So the wall file consists of both. So an assumption that the data was deleted just because it's in the wall file is actually not true. And the peer review paper I mentioned earlier that I had accepted in Forensic Science International actually has a section that explains this exact presence for SQLite databases about how we refer to that as recovered and not deleted. Actually, through that entire document, we don't use the phrase deleted. We refer to things in statement of recovery because we need to determine why it's there.
Okay, so if Celebrate
deleted just because
is so if Celebrate in their physical analyzer has it coming up as deleted, you're telling me that doesn't mean it's actually deleted?
No, because I ordered a pepperoni pizza.
I mean, if that were the case, then why the fuck is it? Why is it even saying deleted?
Because Celebrate.
Like, that doesn't make any sense. And you got. Let me tell you something. You have cops, just cops, regular cops, going through this Celebrate stuff and the physical analyzer and like convicting people. So if it's saying deleted and they're going to then accuse you of deleting something, I would hope that because it says deleted, that would actually be true. Are you telling me that it's not?
That was the whole thing. Like, how many people are in jail based on their fucking crazy ass Google searches?
I mean, this is crazy. This is craziness. And again, I would like to see her asked about not the existence of two searches because nobody's saying they didn't happen. But nothing in her testimony is referring to a potential third search. Well,
Correct.
First and third. You know, there's an additional one that was first. It's not deleted. It just needs to be recovered.
Do you think all the people at the table, like the ones with the chicken
I
sandwiches,
do not care. I do
do you
not.
do you think that they ate their food while the chick had to wait for her non-pepperoni pizza to come back out?
I wouldn't.
You'd let it get cold?
Yeah. But now I'm not hungry at all. I mean, this type of fuckery is enough for me to be like, you know what? My appetite is gone. I didn't even want to come out to eat anyway. So let's just go home.
I was hungry already, and then she started bringing up pepperoni pizza. Now I can't get it out of my mind. All right. Is she still on the stand? She is still on the fucking
We
stand.
still have to cross.
She's still on the stand in real time, though.
Well, I
came
hope
from-
cross is good. You know what I mean?
Yeah, let's get there, though.
Wall file. Some tools will automatically indicate to the examiner that they need to dig deeper into that. I did do further analysis by looking at the wall file. That particular item is a little bit more complex, actually exists on multiple pages because it moves as the database is being created, but all of them have the same unique identifier. So it's the same entry. It's not more than one search of Ha's long to die in cold. If there was more than one search that had occurred where it became the top element in that database, we would see that. There are, as I mentioned, other carved from the database, from the wall file elements such as the search for the YouTube video, It's Raining Men. Because at some point that was the last viewed item in a tab when that tab was retired right before, also at 2:27 a.m., but a couple of seconds before the Ha's long to die in cold search. So we can see that that table is put to the rear.
A couple of seconds before the Ha's long to die in cold search. Thank you. That's literally all I want you to say because that's the truth. It's literally seconds. The Raining Men video is put into the background seconds before the Ha's long to die in cold search.
News tab that's open,
So
which is why it's in the wall file. It's the most recent thing because it's like our waffles and pancakes hasn't been delivered to the table yet. So it can sit in the wall file for that reason. It doesn't indicate it's deleted. The second reason is there is no user interaction in the interface to delete a tab. You can open and close a tab, and open and close tabs are tracked in that database. But you cannot delete a tab. There's no, if you were to pick up your iPhone, I know you don't have them right now, but if you were to pick up your iPhone and look, that wouldn't be a physical option you have.
So then how does anything ever get deleted?
So it could not be deleted by a user through the interface for that most basic reason.
So a user, could they delete a tab if they wanted to?
There's no actual option to delete a tab. For your web history, you could clear the cache, for example. Most of us are familiar with clearing the cache in your web history. You might do it because you don't want your kids to see what you searched, or maybe your kids don't want you to see what they searched, so they'll delete it. But you can't delete the tab history. It's just what tabs are there. The device is tracking that.
When you looked at the software, whether it was Axiom or Celebrite, when you look just at the report, not the data itself, do either of those reports have any indication noting that that web or that Safari search is characterized as deleted?
Tools Celebrite denotes it with a red X, which means that it is recovered. Axiom indicates that it is carved. In the same paper that I referenced earlier that I authored, there's a chart in there that shows the distinction between how different tools, some will use red X's, some will use question marks, some will list carved or parse. So every tool chooses to do that differently. That does not mean deleted. It means it needs further analysis.
Should an examiner who looks just at the reports of the software assume that if it is marked as recovered in Celebrite or carved in Axiom, should
an examiner should never assume something's deleted without doing a manual examination.
The manual examination, is that a method that's used, that's generally accepted in the forensic data field?
The NIST Science Foundation paper, as well as the dataset generation guidelines, both speak to conducting testing to verify and validate, and it states clearly that an examiner is to verify and validate findings and to determine meaning.
So given that you've used multiple tools to look at reports regarding this phrase, how long to die in cold, and have seen indications or characterizations of recovered and carved, and in addition to the fact that you actually analyzed the data, did you arrive at an opinion to a reasonable degree of scientific certainty whether or not the user deleted, any user deleted the phrase, "How long to die in cold"?
Yes, if it's how's long to die in cold. Sorry, trying
Yes,
to
I'm fucking
clarify.
saying hows.
Did you come to an opinion to a reasonable degree of scientific certainty whether any user deleted the phrase, "How long to die in cold"?
Yes.
And what is your opinion?
My opinion is there was no deletion that occurred by the user because it is not something a user can delete.
Finally, I want to ask you about your analysis of the phone records on this phone attributed to Ms. McCabe. Did you go through an analysis of the phone logs and the phone records on the
I
phone?
analyzed the call logs and the phone logs on the device that I was given, that I was told belonged to Ms. McCabe, yes.
Would a suggestion or a claim that a user deleted irregularly a number of phone calls, would that be accurate or inaccurate in your experience?
It is inaccurate in this instance.
Can you explain to us why and how you came to that conclusion?
Yeah, this is actually really interesting because of what it appears in the forensics tools and additional artifacts that I looked at that are not parsed by the forensics tools. So the call logs, when you look at it, it appears, I don't remember if it's 8:57 or 8:59 a.m. in my mind at the moment, but approximately either 8:57 or 8:59 is the earliest phone call we see on the 29th of January. We see no call logs before, but we do see FaceTime logs before. So if an examiner, again, was making assumptions without testing or reviewing, the first assumption might be, well, things must have been deleted because there's data that exists before, but not current data. So then you have to go, how do phone logs work? And again, create test data and review. What the situation here is that...
You mean to tell me this is another
three types
instance
of
where her
call
phone
log.
does something different than all the other phones? So you had to test it because you've never seen it before again?
Right.
Oh, okay.
She's boring the fuck out of me, though.
On this particular phone. There's regular calls, incoming and outgoing. There are FaceTime video chats, incoming and outgoing, and FaceTime audio chats, incoming and outgoing. The storage for that is actually 200 records. So you can only store up to 200 of each. Now, if you were a user of, let's say, WhatsApp or Signal or Telegram, those would each count too, and they'd get their own logs. So when we...
You want me to try faster? I don't know. She does talk fast, though, so I don't know how that's going to go. We'll try it. We'll try 1.25 and see what happens. Motion granted, Grayspace.
Look at the database for the number of calls between 8:59 a.m. or 8:57. Again, I apologize. I'm not looking at that precise time. On the 29th of January in 2022, there are exactly 200 calls still in that record from then until the imaging of the phone. There are 199 FaceTime video calls and only 27 FaceTime audio calls. So the question is, how do you validate that that's what's happening? So we actually have call logs that we can pick up in other places for recent call logs in the last 7 to 30 days, depending on the exact version of the device and how the biomes are running. We can actually see incoming call logs, the number they go to, and if they're incoming or outgoing in the biomes. So we actually can see the history going back for the entirety of that day on January 29th till midnight. Again, my scope was from midnight until noon. So we can actually see all of the calls. They're just not all on call history state DB. Now, the call history state DB, from a user perspective, that button on your phone doesn't say call history. It actually says recents. And what it's determining as recents is the most recent 200 of each category. Now, how did I determine this further? There is a running log that exists in a phone. It lasts about 3 days. It's called the unified log. The unified log tracks multiple things that are happening on the phone. In manual analysis of the unified log from this phone, I can clearly see each time a 201st call comes in, the 200th call gets deleted. So it's constantly just the last 200 calls. It may not be typical that we see 200 calls in 3 days, but on this device, we do see 200 regular phone calls in the 3 days between 8:59 a.m. on the 29th and when the phone was imaged.
So
do you have an opinion to a reasonable degree of scientific certainty whether there was any user deletions from the phone call log that morning?
Yes.
And what is that opinion?
The opinion is that I can see that it's done by the device itself utilizing unified logs, that the system is deleting the 201st call every time a new call is received or outgoing.
Thank you. I have no further questions.
All right, can I see counsel at Sidebar regarding scheduling and a few?
Fucking finally. Come on. Do we go to lunch? We go to lunch. We go to lunch.
My functions is to make sure that a case is tried fairly and efficiently.
Yeah, sure, Bev.
Jason and Wendy's time. So if I get frustrated and lawyers about something, I
Yeah,
try not
Jen
to
talks
do
a
it
lot.
if I can, but if I seem to cut somebody short, the lawyers are just doing their job. When they request sidebar conferences, they're just doing their job. I am going to try and keep all sidebar conferences to a minimum.
Bev, you're terrible at that. I mean, you make people look.
Only for she likes to talk shit to them in front of the jury.
Yeah.
I'm sure they probably said something to her.
Uh-huh.
Like, hey, you
You
can't
gotta
fucking
fucking
do
stop
that.
this. Yeah.
Sure.
Yeah, we're gonna ask for a fucking mistrial if you don't fucking knock it off.
May I, Your Honor?
Yes.
And a mess.
Good afternoon, Ms. Hyde.
Good afternoon.
I notice you have some documents
ready to
with
fuck
you.
some
Could you
shit up.
state what is in front of you, so I know that I might be able to help expedite this if I know what you have in front
Oh,
of
put it on one.
I have the first digital forensic.
Can we go back to regular?
Yeah, go to regular because it looks like we're gonna get more pictures of her chalks and stuff. I want to see them.
Okay.
Analysis report I completed for the previous trial.
Do you have a date? You have several of them.
I do. It's the first one. I apologize. This is the one, I believe it's May. I don't remember the
May
day
of
off the top of my head.
2023,
May of
perhaps?
2023, obviously. Then I
Yeah, I'll
have
fucking memorize.
the
Look at him. He's
second
ready.
one. This was the one that was used in the pretrial motion.
December 2024?
December 20.
Oh,
Yes, that's correct. Very nice.
He knows all the answers.
Then I have the third one. This is the final one regarding the phone that was identified
His
as.
face.
Yes.
And then I have the fourth one, which is the phone of Mr. O'Keefe. And then I do have the opinion from State versus Huera, but if we don't need that, that's fine.
Okay, very well. I appreciate you telling me that. In March, and you recall on your direct examination, Attorney Brennan asked you questions going to your experience and qualifications. Do you recall those questions?
Yes, I do.
You were involved in a case, is actually a murder trial in the state of Maryland in a case called State v. Herrera as recently as March of 2025, correct?
Correction, it's an attempted murder.
Attempted murder.
Oh, we're bringing them right away.
In that particular case, you had attempted to offer various opinions to the court, correct?
I object.
You have to move along from this case, from what you're talking about. You have to move along from that Maryland case.
So with regard, do you recall another case from the state of Massachusetts, Arrington case, in which you submitted a pro se amicus? Do you recall that case?
I do.
And is it correct that in that case, you submitted arguments on behalf of the prosecution in that case?
I submitted an amicus brief, which is not on behalf of anybody. It's as a friend of the court.
Right, but the friends of the court, you took a position in that quote, friends of the court brief, correct?
Yeah, definitely
Took a
goes on one
position
side.
on the evidence.
Right, and the position you took on the evidence was that the frequent location history data is reliable and should be used. Is that correct?
The statement is that I do not have that amicus in front of me. It has been a year and a half since I've read it. But that amicus does discuss frequent location history records. And I want to be clear, it speaks to both bias on both sides and negative and positive of submitting it. It was an unbiased writing, and it was not specifically in support of the prosecution.
So you are testifying in this case on behalf of the prosecution, correct?
In this case, I was hired by the prosecution.
Right.
That's correct.
And the prosecution is paying you for your services in this case, is that correct?
Yes.
And with regard to this case, you have been paid and have been on this case since May of 2023, correct?
That is correct.
With regard to the various reports that you have submitted in this case, you have mentioned one, which is a report with regard to the iPhone of John O'Keefe. Is that correct?
That is correct.
And you have, in that report, you have made a statement, have you not, that from 12:20:50 a.m. on January 29th of 2022 and after, there is no indication of interaction with the device. Is that correct?
There is no indication of user interaction with the device. There is all received until about 6:04 a.m. when there is again Apple Health data that picks up.
I'll ask it again. And you can feel free to turn to page 1529 in that report.
Page 15?
Page 1529.
The report is.
Would you like the
50
page of the
pages.
report or the page NDA number at the bottom? I can do either
Oh,
way.
I'm sorry. I thought you were saying page 15 in the report.
No. It's
I
NDAO
apologize.
1529 or page 7, whatever way is
Page
easy.
7. Okay, Roger.
Okay, so page 7, you see there's a heading interactive phone activity, correct?
Yes.
And at the top it says, using a variety of different artifacts, we can see active interaction with the mobile device up until 12:20.
Yeah, you have to
Slow down. Okay, sorry about that.
Sleuthie, I'll be right back. I have to figure out what kid I'm supposed to get today.
Okay.
I'm just trying to move it along, but I will be slower. I'll repeat, using a variety of different artifacts, we can see active interaction with the mobile device up until 12:20:50 a.m. ET. You see that statement?
Yes.
And then if you skip down, I'm going to skip a couple sentences to the paragraph under the chart, and this is the key part.
Okay.
It says, from that point, and I'm understanding that point to be the 12:20:50 a.m., correct?
Mhm.
You need to say yes or no, I'm sorry.
Yes.
There is no indication of interaction with the device. Did I read that correctly?
That is correct.
So I am going to, and you believe that statement is correct?
Until 6 something a.m.
No, I'm sorry. I'm just asking if that statement is correct. Not if you have other information, but is that statement correct?
Can you answer that? Ms. Hyde, can you answer that, yes or no?
Did I read that correctly?
You read it correctly,
Thank
yes.
you. If we could, Your Honor, have a document that is put up already in evidence and publish Exhibit 39.
Okay.
And it will be, thank you. And if we could go to slide 82, please. And Ms. Hyde, if I could draw your attention to the entry that is, it says 3209 under app lock, but we know that the 00 is a 12. So it's 12:32:09 a.m. on January 29, 2022. And I'm going to read what it says in red. And this is a timeline of Mr. Whiffen. You know Mr. Whiffen?
I do know Mr. Whiffen.
And so he put in red, not us. He said device lock.
Her data conflicts with Whiffen, because hers apparently says there's no more interaction with the device from 12:20:50 on till like 6 something, and this is clearly him showing all of this interaction with the device. So two Commonwealth experts and their opinions and their data is entirely different.
And he's going to show her the other data.
Yeah, he's showing her Whiffen's timeline.
Yeah. Fucking awesome.
With lock button for the last time. Do you see that?
I do.
And you know that to lock a phone, you actually have to hit the side button with regard to an iPhone to make it lock. Do you know that?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And that is an interaction with a phone, is it not?
I concur.
So that means that that interaction with the phone occurred at 12:32:09, correct?
I did not review that specific artifact. I cannot attest to Mr. Whitten's exam, only to my
So
own.
why'd you say
So
no?
do you have any reason to believe?
You know what I mean? If you didn't review that, then how were you confident in your report to say that there was no interaction, no indication of user interaction from 12:20 on? You're muted if you don't mean to be.
Yeah, sorry. No, I was chewing. Well, this is why she's going to say she doesn't know anything about it, but then that's like, what were you actually using?
Yeah.
Because you were using his information.
You guys were supposedly using the same extractions.
Right.
That what is in evidence in this case that Mr. Whiffen has produced, and that do you have any basis to contest the fact that the device was locked with a lock button for the last time on the phone of John O'Keefe at 12:32:09 as you sit here?
I cannot contest it because I do not recall looking at that specific artifact.
Don't you think it would have been appropriate to be accurate as a digital forensic analyzer on the topic of the last of an indication of interaction with the device? Don't you think it would have been appropriate to look at that 12:32:09 in any of the tools you said you used on direct?
She's pissed.
I did not correlate that artifact in my timeline.
I understand you didn't, and my question is,
why?
You make a statement. Well, let me back up. You understand that in this case, as in many cases,
the timeline's important.
Matters of seconds in activity can be determinative of a case. Do you understand that from your experience?
Absolutely.
So it's important, therefore, to get activity right for any data forensic examiner when they're issuing reports about activity, particularly of a decedent. Is that important?
Absolutely.
So isn't it correct that the statement that you make on page 7 of your report, that from that point, 12:20:50, there is no indication of interaction with the device, is incorrect?
I cannot make that without going back and reviewing and validating the artifact you just produced from Mr. Whiffen. I would need to validate that in order to respond to that.
But as you sit here, you have no basis to contest what Mr. Whiffen has stated, that there was a lock button on the side of the phone of Mr. O'Keefe a full 12 minutes after you say there was no interaction with the device. Is that correct?
I don't. I would have to review that portion.
Is there anything that had prevented you from reviewing that in that data before you wrote this report?
Exactly.
Not that I can think of. I would have to go and re-review that.
My question is,
I don't know if that artifact, I have not reviewed that artifact, so I cannot speak to an artifact I have not reviewed. And I did not, that is not my report, that's Mr. Whiffen's report. So I cannot speak to that without going back and reviewing that evidence.
Isn't the interaction with the device, a lock button, readily available to you in the data that you have and had in your possession when you wrote this report?
Yes.
Thank you.
Oh. Oh.
I was just about to click on that.
If you could please turn to, in the same report, page 1528, which is your page number 6. And I just want you, please, to go to the, just put a placeholder in that. And if you could now just go to the conclusion, which is your page 50.
Her whole demeanor is different.
Well, yeah, she wants to be the smartest person in the room, and right now she's
Let me know when
not.
you're there.
I'm there.
So in the
I'm there.
conclusion,
Her little high pitch at the end of her words doesn't seem to be working so well.
Yeah.
you state that starting at 12:01 a.m. on January 29, 2022, the mobile phone was in use with activity of Waze navigating to 34 Fairview Drive, Canton, MA, active interaction with the screen,
12:01?
steps, audio playing.
What?
Did he say 12:01? Waze at 12:01?
Let me go. I'll back it up. Hold on.
Text messages and calls to 34 Fairview Drive, Canton, MA. Active interaction with the screen. Steps. Audio playing text messages and calls until 12:31 a.m. EST on January 29, 2002. Did I read that correctly?
Yes.
That statement is also incorrect, isn't it?
On what basis? I
Do you believe that statement is correct or incorrect?
Oh my God.
I believe that the statement is correct regarding those artifacts that are mentioned in that statement, yes.
Okay, if you could please, if you could turn to page 1535 of the same report.
Can you give me my page number, please?
I will. I'm
Okay,
just.
thank you.
You're welcome. If you could turn to your page 13.
13, Roger.
I swear he said 2:01. It's
Yes,
full
I'm there.
speed.
And do you see?
I think he said 12:31. No.
No, I think he said 12:01 and then it was all the way through to 12:31 or something.
Oh, okay. Well done. Okay. I didn't go back far enough.
No.
So J didn't work.
If you could please turn to, in the same report,
Am I back far enough?
page 1528, which is your page number 6.
Yeah, leave it.
Okay.
And I just want you, please, to go to the, just put a placeholder in that. And if you could now just go to the conclusion, which is your page 50.
All right, now listen.
Let me know when you're there.
I'm there.
So in the conclusion, you state that starting at 12:01 a.m. on January 29, 2022, the mobile phone was in use with activity of Waze navigating to 34 Fairview Drive, Canton, MA, active interaction with the screen, steps, audio playing text messages and calls until 12:31 a.m. EST on January 29, 2002. Did I
Say-
read that correctly?
Yes.
12:01 to 12:31.
For Waze?
It says 12:01 to 12:31 is the Waze application, steps, something about text, audio, something about audio. There was like all those things that happened from 12:01 to 12:31.
Just somewhere in that time frame then, because that doesn't make sense according to what we know.
I don't know.
All right. Well, let's keep going. No, Dante, nobody's mentioned that yet.
That statement is also incorrect, isn't it?
Oh,
On what basis? I
Do you believe that statement is correct or incorrect?
I believe that the statement is correct regarding those artifacts that are mentioned in that statement, yes.
Okay, if you could please, if you could turn to page 1535 of the same report.
I gotta pee.
Can you give me my page number, please?
I will. I'm
Okay,
just.
thank you.
You're welcome. If you could turn to your page 13.
13, Roger. Yes, I'm there.
And do you see an entry that says 12:31:56, which is the same time in the conclusion, but I'm going to develop it.
I believe I know where you're going.
Well, hold on. I'm sorry. I need to ask the
apologize.
questions.
Yes.
I appreciate you looking to help, but if I could, I'd appreciate it.
Absolutely.
Thank you. So it's got health steps, and it has steps 36, duration 20.9 or 20.398 seconds. Did I read that correctly?
That is absolutely correct.
So if you look at this data point in your report on page 13, the steps began at 12:31:56, but they ended 20.39 seconds later at 12:32:16. Is that correct?
That is correct.
So therefore, your statement in your conclusion, if you could go back to 50, and this is in your conclusion, your statement there is that the steps, the mobile phone is used with activity, including steps until 12:31 a.m. EST. That should read until 12:32:16, correct?
It depends on your interpretation of interaction. As a user is walking, they're not actively interacting with their device. It's their movement that is. It's not direct interaction with the screen. But I would agree to your view that that could be interpreted as needing an additional 20 seconds.
Isn't the more correct way to state the conclusion that the active interaction when it comes to steps is not calibrating using the screen, but the phone is calculating steps taken? Isn't that correct?
That is correct, but that's not interactivity with the device.
I understand,
Yes.
but the sentence reads includes steps, and the more accurate way to have stated that would have been to put 12:32:16 instead of 12:31 a.m., correct?
I'm sorry, you just said 12:30. I did this to the minute, not to the second. Could you rephrase what you were stating?
Well, I'll state it again.
I appreciate that.
You're welcome. So isn't the more correct way to state this important data point in your conclusion, instead of saying active interaction with the screen and steps, etc., until 12:31 a.m. EST, the 12:31 should be 12:32, because the steps that you have on your page 13, by what you concede, is the duration of 20 would have brought it to 12:32:16, correct?
I would state that depends. I believe either is a correct way to state that. Based on interactivity, based on your interpretation, your definition is more correct.
Okay, thank you. And it's not my interpretation. I'm reading from your report, correct?
Your interpretation that 12:32 is a more correct representation of interaction is based on your theory that interaction concludes when the steps end. And I'm saying both would be acceptable.
Okay, so let's follow up on this.
Sure.
Isn't it correct that it isn't my theory when the steps ended?
Oh, it's
if I could just finish,
Please,
because if
absolutely,
we
sorry.
talk over each other, the stenographer's not going to get both of us. Thank
Agreed.
you. So
Agreed.
it's not my theory.
Shut the
It's
fuck up.
just the simple math from an entry you've made on page 13 that the steps began at 12:31:56. They ended 20.398 seconds after that, which, just doing the simple math, is 12:32:16. Did I do the math correctly?
That is correct.
Okay,
I'm not
thank you.
debating that.
Thank you very much. So now what I'd like to do is to go to page 1528 of your report.
Do you have my page number for that? I'm sorry.
Yes, and I appreciate that you go page number, so I center in on the lower one, then I'll go immediately to the one. So it's your page 6, Ms. Hyde.
Thank you.
You're welcome. Just let me know when you're there.
I'm there.
If you could please go to Apple Health Data Steps.
Mhm.
And we've been talking about steps because they're important enough that you put them in a report, correct?
That is correct.
So let's go to an important data point, therefore, in your report, in the chart, which is the second entry, which is, as you've stated, 12:21:10 a.m. Do you see that?
I do.
And you note under the data that John O'Keefe's phone registered 80 steps at 12:21:10. Did I read that correctly?
You did read that correctly.
And those 80 steps constituted 191.253 seconds, as you state, correct?
That is what is stored in that database, correct?
And is my math correct, so that the jury understands this perhaps a little better?
Sure.
That 191.253 seconds equals 3.2 minutes?
Approximately, yes.
Approximately.
I'm doing the math in my head, so that's why I said approximately.
Right. Understood. So am I reading this entry correct, that you're stating what the data shows, that 80 steps were taken by the phone, whomever had the phone of Mr. O'Keefe? There were 80 steps taken at 12:21:10 a.m. on January 29, 2022, for a length of time of 3.2 minutes.
That is what the phone registered.
That's what the phone registered. Very well. Now what I'd like to do is to turn to the phone of Jennifer McCabe.
Okay.
And that is, for your reports, you don't date your reports, so I can't give you a date, but it says...
It's report 3, I believe, is what you're looking at.
Exactly.
Yep.
It's 3. And there is... Bear with me, I'm accommodating your page reference, and I'll have it soon for you. It is your page 7. And let me know when you are there.
I am there.
Are you aware of an issue regarding the time of an interactive phone activity on Jennifer McCabe's phone at 5:07 a.m.? Are you aware of that issue, and particularly a communication to a person named Coco? Are you aware of that?
I would need to check in my report. May I turn to the page
Absolutely.
for that time?
And
I do
if it
see
is-
an outgoing call to someone labeled Coco at 5:07:21 a.m.
And you can tell that because in your report on page 11, you list a 5:07:21 a.m. call to a Coco as outgoing, correct?
Correct.
Have you discussed that call with any member of the Commonwealth?
No.
And again, this call is at 5:07 a.m. on January 29th of 2022, correct?
That is correct.
There is no duration listed for that call. And if you just follow my questions, if you can, yes or no, is that correct? There's no duration yet listed.
Correct.
So what I want to do is to also note that that omission is not the only omission of durations from this report, or I'll state it differently. Let me withdraw that. There is no population of the duration column for any call from 12:14:30 a.m. on January 29th, 2022, all the way through this 5:07:21 call. And you don't start listing durations until 8:59:34 a.m. Is that correct?
Yes, and explainable. The artifact.
I understand
Yes,
Mr.
okay.
Brennan can
Sure.
handle those on his redirect.
Absolutely.
So there's not a population of duration of calls after numerous early calls and phone, as you call it, interactive phone activity. Nothing populated in this report until 8:59:34. That's correct?
Yes.
All righty. Now what I'd like to do is to turn to the 22740 artifact that was the subject of much discussion on direct. And I am going to refer to that as an artifact. Is that a parlance that is familiar to you?
Yes.
And if I refer to that as a timestamp also, is that a parlance that's familiar to you?
Absolutely.
So I can refer to 22740 as a timestamp and you would find that parlance acceptable.
Yes.
Thank you. So I'm going to do that. Just to keep it simple, I'm going to refer to it as a timestamp. Now, you've been on this case working for the Commonwealth since May of 2023, correct?
May 4th, 2023. That is correct.
So you've been on this case for 2 years, correct?
Not actively the entire time.
But you started on this case in May 2023. You issued a report in May
Correct.
of 2023, correct?
Correct.
You issued a report in December of 2024, correct?
Correct. After being rehired in November.
Right. And you issued more reports in 2025, correct?
That is correct.
So all of that activity has been on this case, correct?
All on this case. That
And
is
that's
correct.
been all on behalf of the prosecution, correct?
That is correct.
None of that work has been done on behalf of the defense, correct?
That is correct.
So let us now go to the...
I don't know how intentional it was because she does weird shit with her eyes all the time, but she absolutely winked. Did she wink at Brennan? Like, don't worry. Don't worry, I got you. I got you, boo.
Timestamp of 22740. Your opinions on what is the meaning of that timestamp have varied from May of 2023 until today. Is that correct?
No, that is incorrect.
Let's cover that issue.
Sure.
Let's turn to your May 2023 report. Isn't it correct that the report and your findings were pursuant to a request from Detective Lieutenant Brian Tully?
Correct.
And how many interactions have you had with Lieutenant Detective Brian Tully on this case approximately?
I really don't know. I'd have to go look back at email and call logs.
Is it more than 5?
Yes.
Is it more than 10?
Yes.
Is it more than 20?
I don't know.
So somewhere between 10 and 20, would that be fair?
Again, I'd have to review my call logs. I'm not
But it
going to
was
test.
more than 10.
More than 10, I'm sure.
So the issue was your use of various forensic tools that revealed a timestamp, 2:27:40 a.m. timestamp on January 29, 2022. Is that correct? Is that a fair characterization of an issue you looked at?
Correct.
So if you could go to page 5 of that report. And I would ask that you go to the last paragraph that starts with "in the instance of the Google search," and let me know when you're there.
I'm there.
So it reads, "In the instance of the Google search, house long to die in cold, that was recovered from the write-ahead log associated with the X browser state DB SQLite database with the timestamp of 2:27:40 a.m. was marked by Celebrite as having this timestamp and being deleted." Did I read that correctly?
Fair. Yes.
So you use the words that Google search, "house long to die in cold," was associated with the timestamp of 2:27:40 a.m. Isn't that what your words are in this report?
In that database, they are associated. That is correct.
Right. And in terms of page 3, if you could go back, of your report, under relevant findings,
Mhm.
It starts with, there were 2 searches of interest that took place on the iOS device, and we're talking about Jennifer McCabe's device, correct?
The device that was identified to me as Jennifer McCabe's. Yes.
That's identified to you as Jennifer McCabe. And it's what you talked about on direct examination as her device,
Absolutely,
right?
yes.
It's not a mystery as to whose it is. It's not like you don't know, right?
In direct, I also use the phrase identified to me as Jennifer McCabe's.
Right, but your conclusion is the device you've been working on and analyzing for 2 years is the device of Jennifer McCabe.
That is how it was identified to me.
Do you have a different conclusion as to whose device it is?
I always am very, very careful that I did not assess the ownership. That was information that was given to me, not information that I personally assessed.
So are you uncertain as to whether the device you've been working on for 2 years is the phone of Jennifer McCabe?
The device that I've been working on for 2 years is the device that was identified to me by the Massachusetts State Police, Detective Tolley, as belonging to Jennifer McCabe when I began working and received that device, as stated in the evidence analyzed section on this same page.
So let's go, and we're talking about, again, to get back to the center of gravity, we're talking about a timestamp of 2:27:40 a.m., correct?
That is correct.
And when you issued your first report in May of 2000,
her attitude, like she has no credibility with me anymore. Like this is,
No.
I mean, this is ridiculous.
No, she's just being a bitch. And she just keeps cutting him off.
She can't stand that he's pointing out anything that might be wrong.
Right.
Or
I'm telling you,
questioning what she
she's
said
the smartest
previously.
person, and it's a problem for her that she's not.
Yeah.
Would you say that this device belongs to a user known only as Bicycle?
I mean, like, you had access to the phone number of the device. You had access to the iCloud account that's for the device. Like, you really mean to tell me after 2 years you can't say that this is Jen McCabe's phone?
Right, she's just going off of what Tolley said. Tolley said it's Jen McCabe, so it's Jen McCabe's.
Wait till he reads the part where she says she has basically no idea why it says 227.
Right. Okay. Let's play. Hold on.
and we're talking about, again, to get back to the center of gravity, we're talking about a timestamp of 2:27:40 a.m., correct?
That is correct.
And when you issued your first report in May of 2023, the timestamp you were looking at was 2:27:40 a.m., January 29, correct?
I was looking at multiple timestamps associated with the same 2 searches.
Right. So what I'd like to do, you said multiple timestamps. What times are in the multiple category?
What I was tasked to do was to look at the times, the Google search history, I'm sorry, not Google search history, the Safari history, which includes Google searches, associated with those 2 search terms within that 12-hour period. That was the particular task, not the task of looking at the 227, just for clarity.
Right. Exactly. And I appreciate that, but my question wasn't that. My question was, I thought I heard you on direct examination, which is why I repeated the question, what I thought I heard on direct, but I'll ask you the question.
Sure.
You looked at and talked about on direct 2 potential times for a Safari search, which includes Google, one of which was 2:27:40 and the other one was 6:23 a.m. Is that correct?
I analyzed the meaning of those 2 timestamps.
Right. So we're just talking about 2 times, 2:27:40 and then 6:23. Is that correct?
So you are only talking then about the one that we're also talking about 6:24 a.m.
Okay.
Eastern time for clarity, because
we're only talking about the Haas Long one right now. Like, why are you adding in the other one?
Because she's only tasked to talk about those 2. So stop asking her questions about anything else. She doesn't know anything else.
some of these records are in UTC, some are in local.
Fair enough. So you've got 22740, you've got 623, and you got 624 that you were looking at, correct?
There are other timestamps that exist in the realm of what I was looking at, but those ones, correct, are the ones that are relevant in this report.
Exactly. And that's what we're talking about.
Okay,
We're just talking about this report.
Yes.
And so if you look under relevant findings, at the very bottom paragraph, you say, second sentence, a Google search for how long to die in cold at approximately 11:23 a.m. And then how long TIDIE in cold took place at 11:24.
That is in UTC. I apologize for not having the time stamp format there, but that is the UTC time. The UTC time equivalent in Eastern Local Time would be 6:23 and 6:24.
So
Well,
to be clear, in your report, you wrote 11:23 a.m. and 11:24, and you didn't put UTC next
Correct.
to it, did
They
you?
should, you are correct. That should say UTC. That is a typo.
And there's a significant difference between
Yeah.
11:23 and 2:27:40, correct?
11:23 is UTC, so its equivalent in Eastern Time would be 6:23. The artifact of 2:27 is already in local time, so that is in Eastern Time. So what we would be comparing is 2:27 and 6:23 and 6:24 to be appropriate. They're taking into account the data storage and which ones are in UTC and which ones are in local time.
I understand your explanation now.
Perfect.
Why'd you
But
put
in
that in
this
your report?
report,
Yeah.
there is no UTC time down. You have two additional times in addition to the two different numbers
Yeah.
added to the two, correct?
The UTC was a typo. It should say UTC next to those. And the chart shows all of those artifacts in EST and is clearly labeled that they're all in EST.
So you would agree that it's better stated to state it a different way than you have in your report?
I would say that both are equivalent. I should have had UTC there. But yes, it's easier for the audience to speak in EST. I would say forensics examiners typically communicate in UTC, but we translate for our reports. And I should have either communicated that in EST or included UTC. I will definitely contend that.
So
Yeah.
in terms of
She just talks down to him like he's an idiot, which
Yeah.
is just crazy.
When the fact of the matter is the people that you tendered your report to were not digital forensics examiners. And if you didn't mark that it was UTC, how the fuck were they supposed to know what time that was? First of all, UTC and EST aren't the only two time zones that one could have read that under.
Right, but I'm just trying to figure out if it's in her report, why would you have both? Like, why
Right.
would your own report? I mean, I get it. Like, you're taking the information off of a UTC report, so in your report you put local time. Okay, that's fine. But in your own report, you're using both.
Yeah.
Why?
But we should believe her on the timestamp of 227, though.
I don't believe anything this fucking woman has to say.
This
I
is
just want her to go away at this point. I don't remember disliking. I remember she bugged me, but I don't remember disliking her this much last time. I don't think Yannetti really had her on the stand very long for Cross.
Yeah, no, she's worse this time.
Yeah, for sure. That's what she's like. Mr. Yannetti didn't question me like this.
your May 2023 report, your first report in this matter,
Yes.
you on page 5,
Mhm.
in the sentence underneath the block paragraph state, in the instance of the Google search, house long to die in cold that was recovered from the write-ahead log associated with
That's correct.
the X browser stage with a timestamp of 2027:40 a.m. was marked by Celebrite as having this timestamp and being deleted. Did I read that correctly?
You read that correctly.
Now let's move ahead to page 7 of your report.
Mhm.
Up at the top above conclusion. Importantly, at this time, you state, testing shows great inconsistency with timestamps parsed from this file. It is, however, definitive that the page existed in a tab.
Correct.
While a definitive reason as to why the timestamp is listing the time of 2:27:40 is unknown, the time is inconsistent with the timestamps associated with the same search. Did I read that correctly?
You did read it correctly.
So is of May 2023, you said the definitive reason as to why the timestamp is listed as 2/27/40 is unknown, correct? I'm just asking, is that what you wrote?
Yes.
Unknown.
Yes.
I believe that the wording here is, sorry,
That's the exact wording.
I know I do
Pretty sure you
use
just
the word
fucking read
unknown.
it.
It says, while a definitive reason as to why the timestamp listing is the time of 02/27/40 is unknown. Sorry.
So you use the word unknown, your word in your report.
Yes.
Okay, so now what I'd like to do is to go on to the first proceeding in this matter. Do you remember giving testimony in a proceeding about a year ago under oath?
Yes, I do.
She's being too sassy for
I am
some
now
reason.
going to go to that testimony, and if at any point you would like to have a copy of that, if it's the honor, if your honor would like, I will do it, but I'm going to start and then we'll see how it goes.
She definitely tried to say she didn't say the word unknown. And she
She's like,
definitely
what it actually says is,
and then read exactly the same
it
thing.
says unknown. So
Yeah.
it says unknown? Oh, yeah. Yeah, it does. I guess that's
And
what
she
it says.
says yes, like that was what she was always trying to say, and it's not. You thought you were going to prove a point, and you didn't.
Yeah,
You proved
but it
his.
didn't say that. Liar, liar, pants
Christ.
on fire.
Bear with me a moment. Do you recall in that testimony stating that you processed the image in several forensic tools? I use Celebrite Physical Analyzer, and then you list many other tools. Do you remember giving that testimony?
We have a page.
I'm sorry, Mr. Brennan, I thought I'd given it 1-12. My apologies if I didn't. It's June 14, 2024, page 1-12. You're welcome. So do you recall giving testimony about the various tools you use for this timestamp?
I do.
And do you recall stating that those tools were commonly used digital forensic tools that are very standard? Do you recall that?
I'd have to see the wording that I used at that exact time.
Would it be helpful to refresh your recollection if I showed you that?
It would be great. I would greatly appreciate that because I do not recall the precise wording, but I know that I
Fair
spoke to the
enough. I'll
tools
get
I
that for
used.
She doesn't want you to make her look
May I approach,
stupid
Your Honor?
again.
Yes, Mr. Lessie, you offered a transcript. Do you have the whole
I have
transcript?
the whole transcript if that helps.
It might speed things along.
Agreed.
Okay.
We have one else provided from the side. Ms. Hyde, I'm going to give you a transcript.
Thank you. I appreciate it.
So, may I approach you?
Yes.
Thank you. Mr. Brennan.
112. You are. That's, let me turn it over to, it's going to be 112.
Okay.
Ooh. When is he going to play it? All eyes. I know, not to derail, but Joe Schmo got body cam of whatever happened to Labrado. When is he playing it? Let me know.
Yep. You're welcome.
Thank you so much. And you said we're on 112?
Yes, please.
113, I see it. I see it's highlighted on the copy, so I
Right,
figured
so
that's the
what I
one.
wanted to do, the reason I said 112 is that's where I
Oh,
started with my
sorry.
previous question. So I'm not going to repeat the question, but just to orient you, so you have a fair context for the questioning.
Fair.
So I started at the bottom, 112, now I'm moving to 113. and I'm starting with line 7. Do you see that?
I do.
And it says, yes, they are commonly used digital forensic tools that are very standard for other forensic examiners to use on mobile exploitation. Did I read that correctly?
That is correct.
And then if you go down to line 22, you testified in that proceeding. So it's important to use multiple tools so you can see the results from different data sets, and be able to compare those results and enhance those with manual analysis. Did I read that correctly?
You did. That's correct.
And then going up to page 114, line 5.
Slow down a little bit, Mr. Alessi.
I will, Your Honor. Thank you. Yeah, that's very, very typical for me to process with multiple tools to ensure that I'm getting the most complete interpretation from forensic tools. Of course, you go beyond that with your analysis, but it's absolutely pertinent to that. Did I read that correctly?
That is correct.
And then lastly, for this section at page 114, 17, the Sanderson tool is meant to look at specific type of data structures called the SQLite database. XQLite databases are very nuanced, and this particular tool allows you to take that database and explore it at a deeper level than the other forensic tools allow. Did I read that correctly?
Yes, you did.
Thank you. Now, if we can go to page 124 of the very same testimony. And feel free to go back a page just so you can see to page 123 that the topic is the 2/27/40 timestamp associated with house long to die in cold.
Can I have a moment just to review and get context?
Absolutely.
Thank you so much.
Page 123, 13, but if you need to go back further, feel free.
I'm at the point where I don't know how much the jury's invested in her testimony. I'm curious to see what people in the courtroom say about the jurors while she was testifying. Because she is just so annoying. Different annoying on direct than she is on cross, but still annoying.
Okay, I'm good. Thank you.
You're welcome. So what I want to do is start with page 1-23, and this is your testimony. On line 16, I have them in the timestamp order that is associated with the artifact. You use that word associated again, correct? Did I read that correctly?
Yes.
And that's associated with the Google search, house long to die in cold, in a 2:27:40 a.m. timestamp, correct?
That is correct.
Now, if you turn the page of the testimony, you state back then that on page 124, line 1, the browser state DB is an artifact that speaks to when tabs are moved. So when you're using your browser and you open different tabs, you may have a search that this time pertains to the time that the tab moved. It could be lots of things. Did I read that correctly?
You did.
She's like, I'm so proud of you. You did such a good
Not one
job.
thing. You said it could be lots of things, correct?
That is correct.
And then you go on in line 10 and you talk more, and then you go down to the bottom. You go down to line 20 and you testified, we cannot tell by this particular artifact what time that search occurred. Did
Absolutely.
I read that correctly?
That specifically pertaining to that particular artifact that give in browser state DB, that does not tell us what time a search occurred. That is correct.
Right. So you stated, and it was your statement then, we cannot tell by this particular artifact what time that search occurred, correct?
That particular artifact.
Okay, so now let's keep going. If you go to page 129 of this transcript,
I'm there.
at the top,
Sure.
line 1. 227 isn't necessarily one time when the tab was closed. That's in my report. I say it's undetermined. Remember, we were just reading your undetermined
Absolutely.
in your May 23 report?
Correct.
Because there's a lot of things that can cause that timestamp to be there, including tab being moved, tab being minimized. The next sentence. I don't know exactly what caused the tab to get that particular entry, but it's not, that timestamp is not indicative of the time of the search or any URL that's visited. But the first part of it is, I don't know exactly what caused the tab to get that particular entry. Did I read that correctly?
You read 100% correctly.
Thank you. Now, if we could turn to page 130 of your testimony.
I need to object.
I'll see both.
Brennan, I need to object. I need to. All right, Sleuthie's going to go. Sleuthie, did you see my comment in the private chat? I'm going to switch when you get back. Yeah, doesn't know, renders an opinion. Does anybody else see the pattern? Yeah, okay, when you get back, we're going to switch so I won't get Keely.
Ms. Hyde?
Absolutely, sir.
What I'd like to do is to go back to your testimony in the first proceeding, and we can go back to page 1-30.
I am there.
Thank you. So I am going to go back just because there's been some time and give some context. So we're talking about the 2:27:40 a.m. timestamp, correct, at this page location?
We've been talking about that for several pages. Yes, that's correct.
You're absolutely correct. We've been talking about it for several pages, and bear with me. I think this
No
may
problem.
be either the second to last or the last. So there you testified with regard, this was when you're referring to an artifact. You've agreed that timestamp is a fair synonym.
Brennan probably went to Bev and he's like, see, I told you they were going to try to dehumanize her. That's what Alessi's doing, making her less human.
You say on line 5, that means it wasn't in the regular database, it was in the write-ahead log. And to Celebrite's credit, that tool actually parsed the write-ahead log and displayed it where the other tools did not. So did I read that correctly, number one?
You read it correctly.
So am I correct that here, what you're stating is Celebrite was actually showing the 2:27:40 a.m. timestamp at that time during your testimony in the first
On
proceeding?
that date, that is correct.
Okay,
Yes.
so I just wanted to establish that, and you were
Absolutely.
giving Celebrite credit for actually showing that timestamp at that time of 2:27:40 at the time of your testimony back in June of 2024, correct?
That is correct.
Okay, so now let's go to page 1-36.
136, you said?
136, yes.
Thank you.
And on line 12, you note that so Celebrite and Magnet Axiom,
Mhm.
and then you elaborate, both Celebrite Physical Analyzer, which is a specific tool, right, of
Correct.
Celebrite, and Magnet Axiom, another specific tool, correct?
Correct.
Both have file system viewers that then have SQLite database viewers. And you skipping down to line 17, you talk about they don't allow for deep analysis of the write-ahead logs, which is why in my analysis I use the specialized Sanderson forensic browser for SQLite, correct? I read
That is correct.
So is it fair to say that what you did up to this point in June of 2024, with regard to the 2:27:40 a.m. timestamp on January 29, 2022, you applied a variety of tools to analyze the issue of when did the Google search occur that you use the words associated with a Safari, Google search, house long to die in the cold.
There's a little bit of wording I would correct there if that's okay.
Right, but so let me see if I can ask the question
That'd be great.
a different, more simple way.
Thank you.
You're welcome. So you used a variety of tools to analyze that house long to die in the cold search, correct?
Plus manual analysis and testing, yes.
Plus manual analysis and testing. Alrighty, now let's leave the testimony.
Okay.
And let's go to your next report. And your next report is December 2024. Do I have
have
the
it correct.
chronology correct, Ms. Hyde?
That is correct.
So in December of 2024,
Mhm.
just approximately 6 months ago, you issued another report, correct?
That is correct.
And you got the request for that report also from the Norfolk District Attorneys, correct?
That is correct.
And you state in regard, well, that report regarded the analysis of the same timestamp, correct?
Correct.
To 22740 timestamp.
Mhm.
And in that report, under relevant findings, you state, and this is December of 2024, so it's from your May 2023 report, it's approximately a year and a year and a half. Is that approximately from your May 23rd report? Approximately a year and a half?
Yes.
So a year and a half after what we just reviewed in your May 23rd report, and then just months after the testimony of June, right? So about 6 months after your
6 months later.
June testimony that we just went through, you went and looked at this issue again, correct?
That is correct.
And isn't it correct that when you were asked to look at the same timestamp in December of 2024, that Celebrite removed the timestamp from their tools?
Celebrite did remove that timestamp from the tool. That is correct.
Okay. And that timestamp was the subject of extensive reports and testimony that you participated in the first proceeding, correct?
That is correct.
And even though that timestamp, 22740 AM, that showed up in Celebrite tools, Magnet Forensic Axiom showed up, that was removed by Celebrite, correct?
Celebrite no longer reports it. The evidence is still in the data. I want to be clear, just that it doesn't change the data. They just removed it from their automated parsing and reporting.
Right, so they
Correct.
removed it from their automated parsing and reporting, correct?
Yes, they did. That is correct.
However, your former company, Magnet Forensic Axiom, still shows it.
Magnet Axiom Forensics currently shows it as a carved artifact and still shows that and gives a description in their artifact reference guide as to what they believe causes that artifact.
I'm going to ask the question.
Yes, it does.
Magnet Axiom Forensics, where you used to be the director of forensics,
That is correct.
still shows that timestamp, right?
Yes, yes,
But Celebrite doesn't in the
that
automated
is correct.
tools.
That is correct in their automated parsing.
And you would agree that Magnet Forensics is a very reputable company, correct?
Correct.
Let's go back to your December 2024 report. Do you recall just moments ago when we went through your testimony in June of 2024 in the first proceeding, where you stated various times how it was I'll use the term best practices to use multiple tools to analyze the timestamp?
Correct.
And you used many tools back then to analyze that timestamp. And you testified to those many tools on your direct examination, correct?
Correct, yes.
However, in December of 2024, when you returned to analyze the 22740 timestamp, how many tools did you use to analyze that timestamp? Can you give me just a number? How many tools?
At least 4.
Well, in your report, let's go to your report, what your report says.
Mm-hmm.
So in your report, you state that under relevant findings, do you not, that review of data from Celebrite shows that the artifact of a Google search from a Safari suspended state tab with the search term house long to die in cold, and I'm going to skip over, in addition to my own previous report, no longer shows a last visited timestamp.
I think that is not clear. The skipping there makes it sound like my report no longer shows that, and that's not what's
That's
stated.
a fair statement. That's a fair statement. Let me rephrase it
Thank
this way.
you.
You're welcome. In this report,
Mm-hmm.
you speak about Celebrite release reports, correct?
Are you referring to the Celebrate release notes
The
that come
release
out?
notes at the bottom,
Perfect.
right? You referred to that?
That's correct.
And that release note states that Celebrite has removed the timestamp value from records, and I'm assuming that's a reference to Celebrite's.
Celebrite no longer parses that result. That is the statement in this report. Correct.
Right. And so I'm going to go to page 4 of your report.
For sure. I'm there.
And I'm going to go down all the way down to the conclusion. In that report, is there reference to any company other than Celebrate in this entire report?
In this report, no.
Okay, thank you. Now let's go to your prior testimony in the first proceeding, where you said that it was important to use multiple tools.
Absolutely.
Do you still stand by your position that you've given today and that you gave in June, that it's important to use multiple tools?
Absolutely.
Now let's go back to the issue of the extraction of Jen McCabe's phone. And what I want to do is to cover a concept and see if I've got this correctly. Are you familiar with the phrase Apple source codes?
I'm sorry. Can you please repeat?
Absolutely. No worries, sir. Are you familiar with the phrase Apple source codes?
Sir.
Apple's source code? Absolutely. Yes.
And isn't it a fact that Apple keeps its source codes proprietary, meaning very few people have access to it?
That's correct. It is closed source is the term we would use.
Closed source.
That would be the term of art, correct?
And they keep it so close that they call it closed source.
And it's not just Apple. Lots of tools are closed source. That just means that the code isn't available like it would be for the tool I mentioned earlier, iLeap. That's an open source tool. Anyone can look at the code. For Apple, we cannot go look at the code that makes your phone run. That's correct.
And isn't it the case, and I referred to that as the MB postulate, to shorthand it, but I don't need to have you refer to it that way.
I'm sorry, could you repeat that phrase? I was unfamiliar with it.
I'm going to skip it.
Okay,
I'll
thank
just
you.
go on. Basically, the concept that Apple has source codes that are closed sources. So I just refer to them as Apple's closed sources. Wouldn't the best information about when a search occurred, what it's associated with, wouldn't the best information be in the Apple source code to answer that question?
It is acceptable in digital forensic science and in accordance with the NIST Science Foundation papers to conduct testing to determine how the functionality of something works. You do not need access to the source code to be able to speak to an artifact.
My question isn't that. My question is, isn't the best place the best place to go is to the Apple source codes themselves? Or are you saying these physical analyzer tools are just as good, and the information they pull is just as good as an Apple source code?
Those are very, very, those are incongruent statements. Apple source code is not a healthy way to do an examination because it would be so onerous, and we do not know the level of documentation. We don't know the language. That is not necessarily the most effective way to determine what data is. Forensics tools parse results of how data is. They don't interpret them. The examiner interprets them and provides meaning. And I would like to state that those three things should not be conflated. They are very individual concepts.
I think you misunderstood my question.
I probably did it because that's what I was seeing.
My question is this. Isn't the best source for information about data in an iPhone contained within Apple source codes?
Not necessarily. Because that doesn't perform, operational performance is a better source in a practical sense to being able to determine what something is, as opposed to zillions, and no, I don't know the number because it's closed source, lines of code that may or may not have different levels of documentation. Apple themselves wouldn't be able to, any individual there who has access wouldn't know every feature of how every element works. Testing through the methodologies described in NIST is the accepted methodology in our science, not reviewing the source code.
I'm going to try it a different way. I understand what you're saying is, if I got it correct, you correct me. Are you saying that these physical tools make it easier to interpret and view the data?
I did not speak about the tools at all in the statement I just made.
Okay.
I spoke about manual testing and checking the functionality and what results. Parse tools, again, these are three separate concepts. The concept of code and actually reviewing code to make a determination is different from parse tool results, is different from doing testing and validation.
You give us a
Those are
pizza
separate.
analogy. I think we're going to need to understand the pizza. Where's the pizza fall into all of this? So, Sleuthie, I was thinking this earlier, so I'm glad you said it. Like, the Commonwealth taking all this time to cover Jen's Google search is crazy. I was thinking, what does the jury think about that? Do they even understand, like, that this isn't about Karen Reed? Like, this entire thing has nothing to do with Karen Reed? Like, I'm wondering, I just wish I could be like a fly on the wall in one of their brains for a hot second. Because what do they think of all of this? And then he says, you will notice that she claims the reason it is not a good way to examine the data is because she doesn't understand it. She is correct that no single person at Apple would know every function of the code. It's also correct that she knows none of them. Correct. Yes. They purposely don't let them all know all of it. That's kind of the whole point. I don't trust that the jury understands anything. I just wonder if they understand the importance or the relevance of any of this testimony from this lady today. Are they picking up what anybody's putting down? The Commonwealth, the defense, anybody?
Concepts, they should not be commingled as if they equate to each other.
So have you ever learned of, have you ever spoken with Mr. Whiffen? Ian Whiffen?
I have spoken with Mr. Whiffen historically, but not since the term of this trial.
Okay. Have you ever spoken to Mr. Whiffen about whether the Apple source codes are the best source of information about topics like timestamps? Have you ever spoken? That's just
I have not had that conversation with Mr. Whiffen, no.
Okay, all right. I want to move on to, and do you regard Mr. Whiffen as a reputable?
Mr. Whiffen is a reputable forensics examiner, and I've actually reviewed his work in other instances and peer-reviewed his papers.
So you have regard for his reputation?
I have regard for his reputation.
Sorry, we have to wait for each other.
Oh, yes, I'm sorry.
It's all right, no worries. So you regard have regard for the opinions of Mr. Whiffen generally, correct?
Absolutely,
And you
yes.
believe he has a solid reputation, correct?
Absolutely, that is correct.
Now let's turn to the History DB database. You are familiar with History DB? History DB, are you familiar with that phrase?
I am familiar with that phrase.
Okay. Do any of the house-long searches appear in the History DB?
In this instance, no, we do not have artifacts in the history DB of either of those two searches.
So I want to just repeat that in a different way. So the History DB, is that considered a valid and valuable source of information in an iPhone?
That is a valuable artifact for Safari history. That is correct.
But the house-long searches we've been discussing do not appear in that History DB, do they?
That is correct.
All right, I'm here. I'm going to pull it up.
Okay.
You spoke.
I'll pause. Right around, somewhere in the negative 50s. Negative 55-ish.
If the stream didn't end.
56-ish. Oh, this looks like it just ended.
Let's see.
Do they finish with her? She's still on the stand, so she is literally on the rest of the day. So yeah, an hour. Go about an hour from the end.
All right. Might be a little bit of what we just saw, but that's okay.
Yeah. Whatever. All right, I'll be back.
Okay.
Whiffen is a reputable forensics examiner, and I've actually reviewed his work in other instances and peer-reviewed his papers.
So you have regard for his
I have regard
reputation?
for his
I'm sorry,
reputation.
we have to wait for each other.
Oh,
to
yes,
talk
I'm
through the
sorry.
trend. It's all right, no worries. So you have regard for the opinions of Mr. Whiffen generally, correct?
Absolutely, yes.
And you believe he has a solid reputation, correct?
Absolutely, that is correct.
Now let's turn to the History DB database. You are familiar with History DB? History DB, are you familiar with that phrase?
I am familiar with that phrase.
Okay. Do any of the house-long searches appear in the History DB?
In this instance, no, we do not have artifacts in the history DB of either of those two searches.
So I want to just repeat that in a different way. So the History DB, is that considered a valid and valuable source of information in an iPhone?
That is a valuable artifact for Safari history. That is correct.
But the house-long searches we've been discussing do not appear in that History DB, do they?
That is correct.
You spoke about PYF PDF on your direct testimony. Do you recall that?
I do. It's the Python framework for PDF. It is a GitHub tool, one can download from GitHub to utilize to create PDFs using Python code. So a developer and a tool would integrate that to create a PDF.
And the PYF PDF can have the variables set, correct?
Yes, the Python script allows the developer to set things such as their name that they created the document. Yes.
I want to go to the extraction of Jen McCabe's phone that you talked about on direct examination. Is the hash value signed or unsigned?
A hash value isn't signed. I believe your question you're asking me is if the Adobe document that contained the PDF that contained the hash values, are you asking me if that's signed? Because a hash value is something that matches. A hash value isn't signed.
Let me ask it this way. Is there any hash value associated with Jen McCabe's phone that is unsigned?
That is not a valid question. I apologize. We don't refer to hash values as being signed or unsigned. We would refer to the PDF that contains that value as being signed or unsigned.
Have you ever read a report of Mr. Ian Whiffen in this case?
I have, but I have to be clear. I have not read all of Ian's reports. I've only read some, so I don't know if I read some of his earlier reports.
Do you recall reading a report of Mr. Whiffen where he references a hash value being unsigned associated with the iPhone of Jennifer McCabe?
Can I see said report so I can validate if I did or did not? I'm not sure based on just that, because I wouldn't use the term hash value being signed. I did see a report in which Mr. Whiffen spoke to the PDF not being signed.
I just want to try to shortcut this and work off your last statement. You're now saying you do recall seeing a report of Mr. Whiffen where he said a PDF was unsigned?
I need to see, I do remember him referencing the PDF. I would need to see the report, especially since the characterization of hash value being unsigned is not a term of art that I am familiar with in our field.
Let me ask if you agree or disagree with this statement. This value can be used to compare with the original hash calculated at the time of extraction in order to validate the extraction data. However, this requires authentication of the original hash value, which is not possible with gray key extractions, as the PDF containing the extraction hash value is unsigned. Therefore, this hash value could be used as a suggestion of authentication, but cannot be guaranteed 100%. Do you agree or disagree?
His statement there says the PDF is unsigned, not that the hash value is unsigned.
Right, but it's nonetheless unsigned, correct?
The PDF is not signed. That is a correct statement. Gray key PDFs that purport that value are not an Adobe signed document.
Do you know the history of the extraction of Jen McCabe's phone?
Can you provide more clarity? What do you mean? Do you mean from the time the image was made? Do you mean from the time the device was received? Because I don't know the information pertaining to the receipt of the device into evidence, and then I only have the documentation of the image forward. So I want to be clear about what period we're talking about.
It's an excellent point, and I am going to follow up with some questions.
Okay.
In an extraction, doesn't the extraction from a phone start with the raw data, raw image? You tell me, when someone brings a phone in, what's the first step that gets taken in order to do a full file extraction? What's the first step?
It depends. There's got to be steps with regard to network isolation. I need to know if the device is AFU or BFU at that point. So I don't have that information from this case, if that is the question. I get from the image forward.
So what I'd like to do, and this may be my last section of questioning, I'd like you to describe the ideal situation as to getting the most reliable data from an iPhone from the start. What's the most reliable way to do it?
I would say the most reliable way is following the recently released SWIG-DE Scientific Working Group on Digital Evidence document on best practices of evidence handling, preservation, and imaging. I may have that title slightly out of order, but it is the document released this January.
And tell me what that is.
Sure. In that, the first thing, from which point are we starting? Are we starting like extracting the data using a tool, or are we talking on scene taking the device into evidence?
The latter.
Okay. So the first thing you're going to do is you're going to ensure that you are isolating the device.
100%. I just want to agree with this, that she's not adding anything. And if it does feel like she's dragging Whiffen down with her, I feel like they would have, that she was absolutely unnecessary. She's not providing anything like better. And if anything, she's contradicting a lot of what Whiffen said as far as the data. And I don't see why this was necessary, other than that the Commonwealth wanted yet another expert to be able to come up here and say, well, we have 2 experts that say she did not Google it at 2:27, and they only have 1. So 2 is better than 1. They fucked up bringing her up here. Not that I care.
This is also going to depend on condition from the network. So typically this would be done with a Faraday enclosure in a best practice. However, there are alternative ways of isolating from the network, such as disabling all of the communication protocols, such as Wi-Fi, airplane mode, etc. The next step, once you've isolated, but prior to, you also want to make sure you're continuing battery stat. So if a device is on, you want to keep it powered on. If it's off, you want to keep it powered off. That's a general statement. So the best way to do that is to attach a battery charger. Just like when your battery runs low, you plug in a charger in the back of these battery packs. We do that with that before we put it in the Faraday bag. A Faraday bag is an enclosure that blocks signals from coming to the device. This is so a remote wipe command couldn't be sent, or so that more data isn't received to the phone, because phones are live and constantly obtaining data. So we're going to have it with a battery pack in the Faraday, presuming it was on. Again, I don't know the status of this device. The next steps are going to depend on what state that device is, and what make and model that device is, and what the current support for that device is. There are multiple types of extraction methods of phones. In the modern day on iOS, a full file system image, what we had on the devices in question in this case, is considered the gold standard because it has the most robust information. So at this point, the next question is what's the best image type? And that's going to depend on if we have a passcode or if we don't have a passcode.
If I could,
Please.
and I'm going to allow you to continue.
Yeah, please.
I want to break it down for the jury. So what I now want to do, you've stopped at a certain point, but you've talked about securing, what I would call securing the phone, right? And then making sure that there's no data swipes. You talked about airplane mode, Faraday bag, Faraday box, right? Do you know whether any of those protocols were followed for either the iPhone of Jen McCabe or John O'Keefe?
As I mentioned, I was not there for those processes. I don't have documentation of it. As mentioned, what started where my receipt of the device is from the image.
Exactly. So you don't know.
I can't testify to processes I did not or was not available or aware of.
Fair enough. But do you have a little bit of hint as to whether the phone of Mr. John O'Keefe was properly secured in airplane mode, a Faraday bag, or a Faraday box, based upon your own report of the iPhone of John McCabe? Can you determine that from page 5 of your report?
Obviously, there is data signals that are still being made and created. I believe that is what you're referring to. So the assumption is that I don't know at which point a Faraday bag is employed, but I also want to be clear. I don't know when, I don't have information outside of the digital forensics realm about this case. So I don't know precisely when the phone was taken into custody by law enforcement.
Fair enough. So assume that Mr. O'Keefe was deceased around the latest 9 a.m. on January 29th, 2022. Isn't there activity on that phone, health data activity, up to around noon of January 29th?
Health data activity would continue to be reported regardless of if the device was isolated from the network or not.
What about if it wasn't moving? And this is true. I know this to be true, that even if the phone's not reporting to the network, it's still going to track some Apple Health data.
Health data has to do with the movement of the device. So if the device was being moved even within a Faraday bag, that data would still be populated.
How about location data?
Location data is unlikely to be reported in a device that is Faraday enclosed, but I do not know what location data you're referring to, so I cannot speak in absolutes without having a better reference to the artifacts in question. If you're saying it's in my report, I'll look at it, but again, I never knew when the phone was seized, so it was not part of my initial analysis. Do I have permission to look at that time, Nick? Yes. Thank you, Your Honor. So bear with me. It's a big report, as you know.
It is a big report.
And it was at the bottom of my stack.
Pardon me?
All right. It was at the bottom of my stack. I had to lift up the other ones to find it. All right. So,
Your Honor, may I?
Like, nothing's funny here. I'm sorry, but like, somebody died. Somebody is on trial for murder. Like, nothing's funny here.
Assist and point her to a page?
That'd be
Thank
great.
you. If you could turn to that report on your page 47 and continue on to page 50.
I do see incoming data that is consistent with the device not being Faradayed, such as the receipt of SMS messages, notifications from Ring, etc.
So,
Notifications from Ring? Did anybody read my tweet the other day? Let me see here. What did I say? Because that's curious. I know it had to do with Jen's 507 phone call that she forgot about all these times she's testified. So I said, I am going to share it. I just want to make sure I have the right one. Mm-hmm. Oh no, was it a reply? Because that's going to suck. Oh, maybe it was just a short little thing. Hold on. This was obviously back for Jen's testimony, so Lord have mercy. I'm just going to play it and then I'm going to look. I'll keep looking. But it was basically the whole point of it was like, what were the odds that at 5:07 a.m. is when she calls Nicole, Jen McCabe calls Nicole, and that's at the exact same time, just after, like seconds at 5:07, when Karen is backing out of John's garage. And I said, wonder, because if you remember from the first trial, the ring footage when there was like that question of, did Karen go upstairs on the 29th and delete footage from John's computer? And they said that it didn't. It was accessed from his phone. So John had rings set up on his phone, which is how I do too. And you get notifications every time something happens at your camera. I know, yeah, Gabby, I thought it was in response to a tweet. So like the question that I put out there was, since I don't believe that the phone was just sitting there and that Carrie picked it up and gave it to somebody, doesn't know who, and there's like no chain of custody from the crime scene to the police, did his phone get a notification of the ring camera? Is it possible that the 507 call was prompted by a notification on John's phone that Karen had left the house because she showed up on the ring camera backing out of the driveway? I guess it could just be a coincidence, but really 507, and it happens to be the call that you like have never mentioned to anybody and totally forgot about, but it's not nefarious, right? I don't know.
The iPhone of Mr. O'Keefe was not secured in the manner you described before we got
Nah, Jen, right here we're talking about John's phone.
to this, as would be the best practice with regard to getting the most accurate data from a phone. That is, once it comes in, that it's to either be put in airplane mode, Faraday bag, or Faraday box. That's correct. By your own report, you see activity.
I do see activity. It was not Faradayed. Faraday prevents wiping of the device and additional data. So we actually, in this instance, it doesn't appear that the device was at risk of wipe because it was not wiped. And we actually have more data because we get to see the data that continue to come into the device. I'm not saying that's in accordance with best practice. I'm saying that that's what I see based off of what you just had me reviewing the data.
It sounds like you're trying to justify.
Oh, I'm not
if
trying to
right or
justify.
wrong, you tell me. It sounds like you're trying to justify the fact it wasn't secured. Am I correct? Or
No, you're incorrect. I'm just stating we have, you asked if we had more data or less data. We actually have more data with it not being Faraday, but no, best practice would be to Faraday.
that
I
wasn't my
100%
question.
agree.
My question wasn't, is there more or less data? My question was simply, doesn't your own report
Sure.
show activity up until noon on January 29, 2022?
Correct. And for clarity, my scope was till noon, so I don't know if there was activity beyond that.
Right, but as far as your scope goes.
Okay, I found it. It was just a response to Turtle Boys. He said, Jennifer McCabe did not have time to come up with a lie about her 507 answered 38-second phone call to Nicole Albert. This was the exact moment Karen Reed was leaving John O'Keefe's house, and she had to alert Nicole that Karen was out looking for John. And I said, now I'm really wondering if someone saw a notification from Ring when she backed out of her driveway. What are the odds the two things happen at the exact same time? And someone said, notification on John's phone they had, ? And I said, according to the Commonwealth at last trial, that's how Ring was accessed on John's phone. There's also missing Ring footage like Karen arriving home at 12:36. So I don't know. It might be nothing, but the time is exactly the same.
I want to be clear.
Yeah.
There is activity on
Absolutely.
this phone.
Absolutely.
Which shows that it was not put in airplane mode, it was not put in a Faraday bag, and it was not put in a Faraday box. And that failure is not best practice.
Correct. It is not in accordance with the best practices. I agree. I would have Faradayed it.
Thank you.
Yeah.
So
if I,
that's
all
okay.
things.
I have no further questions. Thank you for answering my questions, Ms. Hyde.
Thank you for your questions. Have a great day.
Oh, look at Hank. Lally's like, go ahead, you try, motherfucker. Think you could do better than me? Oh God.
Of course.
Hank, like, if Hank is thinking anything other than I never should have ever called her, why did we do this? Then there's something wrong with him. Hank looks like somebody just stole his lunch money.
Whenever you're ready.
Thank you, Mr. Gray.
You're welcome. You were asked when you began working on analyzing phones in this case, and you said it was in May. Was that of May of 2023?
May of 2023, May 4th, 2023 is the email I have of a note. Thank you. Yes. It's easy to remember because May the 4th be with you.
When you first
Oh,
were
dear
asked to begin work on this case in May,
She thought it was funny. He did not think that was funny. She's like, girl, go home.
2023, what was the catalyst for you to begin working on this?
I was contacted by Mr. Tully and then contracted, a SOW was signed, and I began work on the initial request to look at those two search terms on January 29th. Does that answer your question?
Sure.
Okay.
Was there a
Does Hank's suit sleeves appear to be far too large for his skinny arms? Yeah, the bailiff did love that shit. She's like, she's going to go home and tell people she said that.
certain claim that was lodged that you would have focused on?
I was to focus on the two search terms from January 29th, 2022.
And when you inform,
That's because he's a baby in a suit, a baby in his daddy's suit.
why? Was there any context to that?
Probably, I don't recall the exact conversation that I had with the DA's office and Lieutenant Tully at that time, but I'm assuming that I was given that context. I have in my notes that I was to look at those two searches on that date and do an analysis about those.
Were you asked to reach any particular result?
No, I was asked to provide my report, not to reach a particular result.
Were you asked to reach a conclusion that the 227 timestamp was inaccurate?
No,
When you engaged in your analysis, was it independent of the district attorney's office?
my analysis was independent of the district attorney's office. I actually, in the first case, had very little communication with the district attorney's office during the period of my analysis.
Was there any input from any outside source on what your result or ultimate opinions would be?
No,
Would you ever allow anybody to affect your input?
no.
Throughout the course of your efforts with this phone, have there been changes to software?
Absolutely. As mentioned on direct, software updates are near monthly.
I want to ask you about changes to the Celebrite software. You were asked about certain reports you wrote. Were the reports that you wrote relative to different requests for analysis?
Yes,
The report regarding report number 3, regarding changes to Celebrite software, was that report limited to the timestamp change, or was it to include other efforts?
the scope of that report, may I review what I have documented as the
Please.
scope? I believe we're talking about report 2. That's the one about the Celebrate change.
Yes.
And I have the request was to understand changes made in the newer version of Celebrate Physical Analyzer to artifacts pertaining to the timeline of a particular Google search on January 29, 2022, namely how's long to die in cold.
When you
There were
looked at
two
the
searches.
Celebrite software and report, was the timestamp characterization changed or removed?
Yes, it was removed. That timestamp in the version starting in May of 2024, Celebrate actually removed that, and they put a release note stating that it was due to the ambiguity and potential for misconstruing the meaning of that data.
Was there any other releases informing other reasons why that was changed other than the potential that somebody could misconstrue, misinterpret, or distort the information?
Can I read Celebrate's own statement?
Please.
Celebrate's statement in,
To yourself.
to myself? Okay, roger that. Thank you. I appreciate that.
It's pretty ridiculous that he keeps trying to imply that Richard Green is like some rando off the street who was looking at all this data.
Can you
Could
repeat the
share with
question?
us, was there any reason other than the concern about misinterpreting or
They
distorting?
said that
This is hearsay.
my understanding is that it is not a reliable timestamp, and that is why Celebrate removed it.
You were asked about
It's not reliable, so Celebrate removed it, but all the other, according to you, reliable systems or softwares or whatever didn't think it was unreliable and didn't want to remove it. I mean, they all still show it.
Axiom, is it the same or different?
Magnet Axiom and Celebrate Physical Analyzer are two different tools that both do forensic analysis of mobile phones.
You were asked whether Axiom still has a timestamp that was similar to Celebrate before the change.
Axiom shows what I spoke to on direct, where they have it as a parsed versus carved result. And so that particular result shows in the suspended StateDB artifact as carved.
Do companies like Axiom and Celebrate give releases, updates, information about how to interpret their reports?
So Axiom actually has a document that's released with it called the Artifact Reference Guide. And that actually gives a brief description of the fields and of artifacts. All tools, when they release new artifacts, they put out in a release notes. Not all artifacts are clearly documented that are parsed. However, all of the vendors regularly put out webinars and blog posts that explain their new artifacts, but not necessarily all.
Is there any releases or cautions from Axiom on the same issue about misinterpreting a timestamp?
Axiom, in their artifact reference guide for this artifact, does speak to the possibility of misinterpretation and states that the timestamp can be earlier than the search had occurred, based on what different reasons could cause that timestamp.
Let me ask you about a Faraday bag. You said that best practices is to isolate an item in a Faraday bag.
That's correct.
Do you have any information, or did you know the travel of Mr. O'Keefe's phone that night or where it went after?
I'm sorry, can you clarify the time period?
On January 29, 2022, from say 6:04 in the morning until later that afternoon.
I did not have access to that information.
When you analyze data from certain devices, are they always placed in a Faraday bag immediately after an incident?
There's a lot of times when this is situation dependent. An example of when you would not put something in a Faraday bag is when you have a deceased victim and you're going to be using their biometrics to possibly unlock the device. Because a Faraday bag is enclosed and then can't be opened, if your intent, if you don't have the password, is to use a deceased person's fingerprint to unlock the phone, you don't want to put the person's finger in the Faraday bag. So usually those phones would not be Faradayed, but they would typically have airplane mode enabled or SIM card removed. But no, SIM card removed doesn't actually work on iOS, so I won't get into that.
Understanding or having the opinion that this item was not placed in a Faraday bag at 6:04 in the morning, does that in any way affect your opinions about the data that you analyzed on this phone and the conclusions that you reached regarding Mr. O'Keefe's phone?
It does not have any impact on the conclusions other than the fact that it wasn't Faradayed and more data came in. So we have additional data.
You were asked a very specific question about History DB, and it was simply whether or not How's Long to Die in Cold, whether it appeared in History DB. That isolated question, does that provide any context for you and your analysis and conclusions about How Long to Die in Cold and that it occurred at 6:23 and 6:24 the next morning?
The absence of the History DB artifact doesn't mean that that search didn't occur at that time. We have multiple corroborating artifacts, which is usually what we look for. 2 artifacts that demonstrate is like very good. You don't necessarily need that. But in this instance, we have both from the mobile Safari plist, which tracks the history, as well as the knowledge CDB. So we do have 2 artifacts showing that those searches were done at that time. Of course, 6 seconds apart for the difference between the knowledge C and the mobile Safari plist.
On direct examination, you were not asked questions about Mr. O'Keefe's phone.
That is
but
correct.
You were on cross-examination, so let me follow up. You have a report that you authored regarding Mr. O'Keefe's phone,
That is correct.
and you had an opportunity to look at the healthcare data for July.
Hank, I don't have the patience or the health to deal with this right now. It is called Apple Health data. It is not called healthcare data.
I'm sorry, January 29, 2022,
That is correct.
page 6 of your report.
Thank you.
You noted that there were steps that began at 12:11:09 a.m. Is that accurate?
That is accurate.
And the way healthcare data works, do you have an understanding whether steps means a person actually took a number of steps, or does it mean something else?
Steps doesn't necessarily mean that you took a number of steps. It's based on the motion of the device. So it could be steps. It could be you're carrying it. It could be that you're in some other kind of motion. You could be on a bicycle. You could, any number of things. And the number of steps is based on the presumed gait, based on the input into the Apple Health app in terms of gender and height. So it determines a gait and then prescribes a number of steps, but it is possible for other things to cause steps to occur.
You were asked specifically if you saw that there were reported movement or health steps at 12:21:10 a.m. and specifically pointed out to you notation or characterization of 80 steps. Is that accurate?
That is what's stored in the database. I try to clarify, as I did for you, sir, that that's what's stored in the database. I'm not saying that 80 steps were taken.
And by the way, in addition to the healthcare analysis, you did some analysis on the movement of a car, didn't you?
For Miss,
What?
I'm going to deny that question.
Can these health steps occur if somebody's holding a phone while traveling in a car?
as mentioned in my report, it's caused by motion. It could be various motions that could cause it. You could be using an elliptical. You could be in a vehicle. You could be on a bicycle. It's not necessarily steps taken.
Based on your analysis of Mr. O'Keefe's phone and the report that was pointed out to you in cross-examination, do you have information or opinion where Mr.
Hank about to say that the reason he registered 80 steps is because he got hit by a car.
Mr. O'Keefe's phone was located around 12:21:10 while those steps registered?
Objection, Your Honor. Scope.
That's beyond the scope of the class.
It was pointed out to you at 12:21:10 there was a registered 80 steps. Is that accurate?
That is correct.
Okay. And then you were also asked about the last healthcare data, the last movements of this phone. And it was pointed out that that began at 12:31:56 for 20 seconds.
That's correct. Per the data in the database.
And is that the last movement of Mr. O'Keefe's phone that evening before 6:04 that you saw when you analyzed the entire data in the phone?
May I have one moment to review?
Yes.
That appears to be the last before the 6 a.m. hour.
So that 20 seconds, if it began at 12:31:56, what was the last movement in seconds in time at that time of Mr. O'Keefe's phone?
I'm sorry, can you repeat?
Yes, if that was a 20-second interval at 12:31:56, what was the last second that evening that Mr. O'Keefe's phone moved?
12:32:16.
And then when you analyze the phone and were asked about these times, is there any movement between that last movement and 6:04:01?
Between the 12:32?
Yes, 12:32:16 and 6:04:01. Any movement of that phone whatsoever?
I do not have anything supporting that in my report.
Do you know what was going on with Mr. O'Keefe's phone at 6:04:01 a.m. on the morning of January 29th, 2022?
I do not know precisely what was happening with his phone at that time in terms of movement. If that's, or are you asking me? I'm sorry. Can you clarify what you mean
Yes.
by the question?
Yeah, because what she said is just different. What she just basically said is she doesn't have any idea what the phone wasn't doing or was doing through those hours. Not that it wasn't moving at all.
Question
The next movement after 12:32
is the 6:04.
6:04:01
Correct.
a.m.
Correct.
Do you have any information about where or why there was movement of the phone at that time?
I don't. That wouldn't be inside my digital evidence. I don't believe.
And the last question is the next movement at 6:15:14. Do you know if that phone was being moved by somebody or somebody else than Mr.
The
O'Keefe?
phone was in motion. I do not know if it could be by a person. It could be on a rail car. I don't think it was on a rail car for clarity, but I don't know what is causing that motion at that time.
Did it bird?
Yes, please, Your Honor.
We have a moment, Your Honor.
Excuse me, please. Go ahead. Your notes. Oh, thank you.
Ms. Hyde, you were asked questions by Mr. Brennan just moments ago about Celebrite and release notes. Do you recall those questions?
Yes.
And did Celebrite, beyond stating that their opinion was the 2:20:40 a.m. timestamp was not reliable, did they give any reason at all for why they concluded it was not reliable in that? I'm sorry, we'll wait for the,
Thank you. I appreciate it.
and I'll repeat the question.
Thank you.
May I, Your Honor? Thank you. In that release note, does Celebrite state any reason for why they wrote not a reliable timestamp?
There are other.
I'm sorry, my
but
question
not
is, do they
Celebrite?
state in the release note whether there's a reason for why they concluded?
May I look at the release note, ma'am? Thank you, ma'am. Thank you, Your Honor.
Please try not to talk.
I will,
Sorry, Your Honor.
Thank you.
2.
Not asking you to read it, just asking whether or not they give any reason for the conclusion, not a reliable timestamp.
One moment. I'd like to review what they wrote. Thank you.
Absolutely. You're welcome.
It seems like they're going to be done
Yes,
with their
they do. They state that further research since is the reason that they're doing it, that there is further research.
Did they state what that research is?
They don't, but
All right, but they don't state what the further research is.
that is correct. They
All right,
state
now
that
what I'd like
it's
to do is-
unreliable.
Move on to Axiom.
Mhm.
You were asked questions by Attorney Brennan, and you referred to Axiom as using a different parlance with the timestamp of carved, correct?
Celebrite uses this deleted demarcation or recovered demarcation. Axiom does not do that at all. They speak to how they recovered the artifact, be it that it was parsed. When I say parsed, I mean the item was where it was expected to be in the algorithm, found it, located it, and said it's here, versus carved, which is when they have to go into an unexpected area, such as slack space, which would be the areas that are not yet used or were previously used to extract the data from that.
So Axiom actually recovers the timestamp, but Celebrite does not. Is that correct? Is that correct?
Yes,
Okay.
currently, previously, when we did the first case.
Right, but
it's the
currently,
opposite.
Celebrite
Correct.
doesn't, but Axiom does. Axiom recovers 2:27:40 a.m., correct? Timestamp? They
That
recover.
is the timestamp that they show for that artifact. Correct.
Exactly. So now I'd like to go back to the next topic, our discussion about Mr. O'Keefe's phone and secured or not. You talked about one example of maybe needing to use a biometric to unlock a phone. And that might be a reason, as I understand it, as to why someone might not put it in a Faraday bag or box. Do I have that correct?
Correct.
Okay, do you know whether the passcode was immediately provided on the phone of Mr. O'Keefe?
I do not have that information.
Assume that the passcode was immediately provided.
He has absolutely had it with her shit.
For the phone of Mr. O'Keefe. Can you think of any other reason why that phone wouldn't be put in airplane mode, Faraday bag, or Faraday box?
Best practice would be.
Oh, me, I know. I don't know, maybe somebody who doesn't know that that's what's supposed to be done as best practice is the one who had the phone, maybe?
To put it in a Faraday bag.
Okay.
Sorry.
And that phone was obviously not put in airplane mode, Faraday box, or Faraday bag after 6:04 a.m. on January 29, 2022, correct?
Correct.
Now let's go to,
Well, I don't know if at some point past 12 o'clock. My report only goes to noon, so just for clarity, I don't know
Fair enough.
anything past noon.
fair enough, but from 6:04 a.m. until approximately noon
Correct.
on January 29, 2022, at least that time, that phone is not in airplane mode in a Faraday bag or a Faraday box, correct?
It would appear such. Because I didn't analyze past that, I don't know if it had been potentially Faradayed and then it broke Faraday and got data, but I don't suspect that based on this. It appears that that data was live. But I just have to speak to the fact that I just don't know because I didn't go past noon.
Right, but you're going past noon.
Right.
I'm not.
Okay.
My
yeah.
question,
6
and
a.m. to
I'm-
noon, it does not appear to be Faraday.
So to be clear, from 6:04 a.m. on January 29, 2022 until at least noon of January 29, 2022, the iPhone of Mr. O'Keefe is not in airplane mode, it's not in a Faraday bag, and it's not a Faraday box, correct?
Unless it was in a broken Faraday bag, like they put it and it was failing. But that, it does not appear to have been placed in Faraday bag.
All right.
No, I'm just being honest. You should test your Faraday bags. They go bad. I use Dr. Katz's testing methodology, but
Here's another
100%. It appears to have been receiving signal for that entire period and not in a Faraday bag, which would be best practice unless biometrics were needed.
So
this whole trial so far is like one long infomercial.
let's now go to hopefully what are the last two categories of questions. With regard to the iPhone of Jen McCabe, do you have any knowledge as to whether over 200 calls were auto-deleted on her phone? You analyzed it.
We can see that calls were auto-deleted. You're asking me if the number of, I just want to make sure I understand the question. If the number of calls that were auto-deleted, if that exceeded 200?
My question is, do you know whether there was auto-deletions on Jen McCabe's phone? Do you know that?
I'm uncomfortable with the term auto-deletions because I don't know what that, I don't know what.
So I'm confused. Didn't she say that because there was 200 of them that the system itself deleted the calls prior to that 200? And that's basically what he's asking her to confirm is, like, are you testifying that?
She just wants him to use a different word. She doesn't like the
Okay.
word E.
Okay.
But that is inferring.
Okay. Did you analyze her phone at all for deletions?
I analyzed her phone to see if there had been deletions of call logs. And what I found was that there were records that were removed by the system and not recoverable from that database, but were recoverable from
Auto
items.
deleting.
Understood. Now, what I'd like to do is to address your answer in response to Mr. Brennan's questions, where you said that the issue with regard to Mr. O'Keefe's, or just generally your proposition, that there was no impact on your conclusion because more data had been obtained. Did I get that correct?
I believe my statement was there was no impact on my conclusion with the fact that it had not been in a Faraday.
Right. So isn't it, though, the case that when a phone's not in a Faraday and is therefore active, data can be overwritten?
Yes.
So if data can be overwritten when it's not in a Faraday, you can lose that data, correct?
Is there data that we're concerned? Yes, theoretically.
Right.
Yes.
You talked about, in response to Attorney Brennan, the 12/31/56 steps, and you said the last, according to you, last movement 12/32/16. Do you recall those questions?
I recall the questions.
Yeah. To boil it down, isn't correct that that phone was moving at that time?
May I check the timestamp again? I
Absolutely.
apologize. There's
Oh, no.
a lot of timestamps going back and
Please
forth.
do.
12/31/56? Is that
Yeah, that's the start. Yep.
Oh, yes, this one there definitely is. Yes, yes, yes.
So, doesn't matter what kind of movement, but that phone was moving starting at 12/31/56 and still moving until 12/32/16 a.m. on January 29, 2022, correct?
Yes.
Thank you. Appreciate again you answering my questions.
Thank you.
All right, Ms. Hyde, you're all set.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Or I see counsel about scheduling.
Didn't you already see them about scheduling, ma'am?
Wait, no redirect?
No, looks like he's going to start this hard. Here we go.
Of course he is. They dehumanized my witness.
May I?
And I want them taken off the case.
I would like to play clip 15, please.
Fuck.
Oh, so he's playing a clip for the jury.
Of course he is.
Absolutely more than Jen McCabe. Jen McCabe, it's me or her. Either I'm going down, Jen, or you are.
Whoopsie.
So.
Like, I'm not even mad. I really don't care.
Briefly about scheduling at Sidebar, and I'm told we're actually ahead of schedule. So with that, rather than beginning a witness who's probably going to take a while, we may as well let you know and enjoy the rest of this beautiful afternoon. So we're on schedule, ahead of schedule. We'll reevaluate that tomorrow. Now you will see lawyers at Sidebar asking for as well about talking a little bit about scheduling.
How the hell are we ahead of schedule? How are we ahead of schedule and we still haven't heard from globs of people? I mean, tons of people. We haven't
He's not
heard
going to call. He's not going to call most of the people that you think he's going to call.
the police, the first responders.
No, first responders are done.
Let me look. Hold on.
There is nobody coming back for first responders. That's done.
So none of the Alberts yet.
Well, I think that you got Jen McCabe, who's going to take the place of all the Alberts.
No Matt McCabe.
Can't have him on there. He's a douche.
We still haven't had Julie Nagel. Katie Camerano, I would say that her time has passed but it may not have because Karen called her that morning too when she was looking for John. So, but maybe it has. Maybe it's not that important. The kids have not testified.
He's not going to call the kids.
I mean, I don't think he should. Julie Nagel.
No, Julie.
Well, Julie saw a black blob, so he needs Julie to put that black blob. That Julie is the only person that puts that black blob in the yard at 1:30. Otherwise,
I don't think he's going to call her.
Really?
I don't think he's going to call her.
So we already know the Sullivan.
Well, she was drunk and she referred to it as a black blob, and that's going to come out that it was a black blob.
So the Sullivan people aren't going to come. We already know that.
Yeah, they were out.
The bartender, I don't really see that as being necessary. Now, Michael Trotta, the DPW worker, he'll probably come up because he was the sweet old man. You remember him?
Yeah, I know. Yeah, he was. He was a nice little man.
So him and then the other guy, trying to think of his name, who had the surveillance footage from like the library and
oh, you probably get him. You'll probably get, because they're going to want the surveillance footage for the library. So we'll probably get him.
Trying to see who that was, but maybe not, because I don't see. Oh, Jutras, Louis Jutras. That's him, the IT guy for the town of Canton. So probably him. I think he's trying not to call Higgins, but we haven't heard from him either. Ricky D'Antano or whatever. I don't think they're going to call him, the driver of the truck. We don't really need Woodbury because we had Whitley.
Yep, not getting anybody else when it has to do with the ambulances for either trip.
Well, yeah, I guess not Flamati, but they wouldn't call Kelly because he also, I mean, he was like one of the best ones last time for the defense. Yep.
No Seraph.
No Seraph, no good. You don't think Lank?
Well, Lank was a nightmare for Lolly last year.
Well, I guess you technically
do you need him? Do you need good? Do you need anybody else to help you with that story? Because you already have Gallagher, who tells you everything they did at the scene. Tells you what Lank did. He tells you what Good did. Tells you what he did.
Yeah, Lally called all those people, even though they could have all testified to the same thing. And the problem for Lally at that trial is that all of those people came up, and none of them heard her say, "I hit him." So it really waters down your civilian witnesses that say that she did.
Right. No responding officer, because you have the first paramedic on the scene who the jury's going to be like, first responder. They call 911, say there's an unresponsive man in the snow. First responder shows up, delivers CPR.
Right.
We don't need Seraph.
So Brian Wanless,
three people have testified that Seraph was there and he was the first responding officer. So what do you need him to testify to? Jury already knows about him.
And his dash cam is in.
Right.
So you still have Terry Kuhn from the genetic lab. I'm sure they'll bring her in to say that there was no dog DNA.
No, I don't think she was on the list.
She is. I'm looking at
she is? Oh, okay. I was thinking that she was on the list this time.
Oh, and then you have the taillight people. We know he's calling them because the one, what's her name? Ashley Valier, the girl that looks like Peter Pan.
Yes, she's coming up because she's the one who's supposed to have the chalks for the defense.
Yes. So she's the one that like glued the taillight back together.
And has all that other glass that belongs to nothing. Nobody knows what it belongs to.
And then you have 1, 2, 3, 4. You have 4 people who work for Aperture, which is their accident reconstruction. But I don't know if he's going to call all of them or if he's just going to call Welcher, who we know is the one that's going to present their accident reconstruction. Stonebridge is on there, but I don't really think they're going to need Stonebridge because I'm trying to think of which. It might be one of the Aperture people. Oh, wait, no. They have Dr. Wolf, who is from the Miami Neuroscience Center, so they'll probably just call that person. Crosby, he fought to keep that person in the canine aggression consulting, so he'll probably bring that person in. And then obviously Buchanan and Proctor.
I don't think he'll bring Proctor.
So many people say if he doesn't call Proctor, it's going to be so bad.
I don't think he's going to call Proctor.
I think he's a slimy, like water eel. And I think he might bring Proctor in and then do his very best to try to spin like everything that was said. Like, remember Lally just like blew right through it and just had him read them one after like Lally was like, just read them. Just read all of them.
Well, he had Bukaki come on first so that Bukaki could go through all the things that actually mattered. And then he just had him do all the stuff that Bukaki wasn't present for, that he didn't have a choice but to put him on. But you could already see he put Keefe on to go through the interviews that Proctor and him did.
Right. And
so if you just put Bukaki on and then you have Keefe that was doing the other ones, or even if you have another cop that was with him for another interview by chance, get them on the stand and don't put Proctor on.
Well, the problem with that is that Proctor himself wrote a lot of the reports and did a lot of the analysis. So like we found out through Keefe that missing what
just an instruction.
Okay, that's all done.
Bukaki is Buchanan. The trooper Buchanan.
So like Keefe, we have Keefe who's saying that he went with Buchanan to get Waterfall and CF McCarthy footage, but that Proctor is the one who wrote the interview, or Proctor's the one that wrote the report and did analysis of those videos.
Doesn't matter though. They already got the videos in through the bar owners. Videos are already in evidence.
Yeah, but not the analysis of them. What's his face has not gone through every single time that she's had a drink. I don't think, other than like.
But just have the person who does the analysis. You don't need the person who got it.
Proctor's the one who did the analysis.
Nah, somebody else was with him.
No, O'Keefe. No, whoops. Keefe and Buchanan gathered that footage. Proctor's the only one that reviewed the footage and wrote an analysis.
Oh, they'll probably just have Garino come on and go 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and then get off the stand.
Yeah, and then
Bukaki did that at the last trial. I thought, I was thinking the same thing.
Did he
counted the drinks on the stand? I was thinking the same thing. So somebody else said it in chat. So yeah. Well, now a couple people have.
Well, I think the defense is doing a good job of not letting them because last trial, I got the feeling that what Lally was trying to do was assign all tasks to other people. Because what he would do is he would say, were you interviewed by Massachusetts State Police? And they'd be like, yeah. And he'd be like, was it just one or was it two?
Right.
And they'd be like, it was two. And I was like, he's doing this so he could bring the second and not Proctor.
Right. I still think he's going to do the same thing. I think Brennan's going to do it. I don't think he's going to call Proctor. I think he's going to use everybody else who could possibly do it. I don't think he's going to call Proctor. And I think that at this point, he has no problem with it being known that he's a former trooper, Proctor. Don't put him on the stand. The jury just knows he's a former trooper. They have no idea why.
Yeah, but he's going to be on the stand. Like, in no world is he not testifying in this trial.
Well, I can't imagine. That was the only reason that Lally even put him on there was because he knew the defense was going to put him on there.
Yeah. And tried to get all the major evidence in. And like I said, when Lally called him, he quite literally was just trying to speed through it. Like he was like, what'd you say next? And what'd you say next? And what'd you say next? And what was your response? And they just read through all the text messages as quickly as possible. I mean, it was painful for them, but I think that Hank is a piece of garbage. And I think that he would try to spin things like, for instance, one of the excuses for Proctor's abhorrent behavior was that he was really upset because he had just found a fellow officer dead.
Yeah.
And I was like, you didn't find anybody anywhere.
Right.
You never even went to the scene, number
Nope.
one.
Not for days or a week.
Yeah, so you were not upset. You didn't find anybody. And secondly, your texts you don't seem upset. But my point is I think that Hank would try to use more of those excuses, like I just said. Like, you found a fellow officer dead and you were just venting, right? You were just venting to your family and your friends.
Am I the one that's frozen or are you? Okay, there you are.
I'm not convinced that Hank's not going to call those kids. I almost think he's going to call them last.
Oh, maybe. Maybe. It would make more sense if the ME's last, but that's me.
Well, she's not great for their case.
Right. But you need them to understand he's dead. Like dead. Ariel agrees with you, thinks that they're going to be last.
Yeah, he's really manipulative. I could see him having them up there and just being very manipulative and emotional.
Well, we do know that at least Kaylee has been really pushed to the I hate Karen Reed side.
Yeah.
So,
big time. And I'm sure even more after this last trial because she wasn't convicted.
Right. She's going to get away with murder. Get away with the whole thing.
It's sad.
So, Ariel seems to think that they'll call Proctor too. So I don't know. I think they'll get around it any way they can, or they'll minimize his testimony as much as possible if they do put him on the stand. Lolly tried, but Lolly sucks. So I can't imagine him direct examining these kids. Well, it was appalling when Lolly did it. And then you have the defense attorneys who just walked up and said, we're really sorry for your loss, and we don't have any questions for you at this time. We don't have any questions for you.
Well, at least we didn't have to watch. You know what I mean? But
right.
I don't think he will be okay with a missing witness instruction either. I think
the problem is then
he's tried to separate himself from him this entire time. He tries to not say his name, so I can see where he's coming from. But like, I don't know.
If he does, he's just gonna. What is he? He's gonna like put him up there like as hostile and just like treat him like shit and be like, all those things you did got you fired, right? You know what I mean? Like, I don't know how else he's gonna. Like, you were held accountable because you were, whatever.
Hold on. I'm right back.
Like, cops are really, really good because they held you accountable to all the bad things you did. But Proctor had to close, nobody else. No, the paramedic brought the close. Are you talking about from the hospital? I got you. I got what you're saying. I don't know. That's why I said maybe they'll just do everything they can to minimize it. And I agree with Gray too, like that they're really trying to minimize Tully as well. I thought Buchanan was there too, but I don't know. I didn't think Proctor ever did anything by himself. Maybe that's just because in my memory I do remember Lolly being very overt about making sure that he talked about everywhere that Proctor went, his lamb was sure to go. They have to get Proctor's text in, so the defense has to call him if the Commonwealth doesn't, which means no missing witness instruction. He handled the Sallyport video by himself. I'm pretty sure Bukkake was the one that was on the stand for Sallyport. I think so. I think they had Bukkake on the stand for Sallyport last year.
They both did.
They both did?
Yeah, because I vividly remember because Proctor is the one that secured the Sallyport footage, period.
Yeah.
And they asked him, I remember them asking him about its invertedness or whatever.
Bukkake.
No. Well, yes, but also
it was caught to be inverted, I think, when he was on the stand. They turned over more Sallyport footage for this trial than they did for the last trial.
Yeah.
So, I mean, are they going to call Rafferty, who supposedly just randomly found it, even though it was only supposed to be stored for 30 days, and that's why it was such a problem to begin with? And she randomly supposedly found more?
Well, I don't know, because I don't know. I don't know what he's going to do. He's been so, like, weird with the way that he's presenting people.
Yeah.
I really don't think there's any way to try to determine
his rhyme or reason, because we have none
Yeah.
so far. Yeah, I agree with you.
I mean, I do
Yeah.
think a lot of if he did if he did condense a lot of them who were essentially saying all the same things, I agree with that. But I also think it's a little it's suspicious to put up 10 Massachusetts State Police troopers so that you don't have to call the one lead detective, which most places will call the lead detective because they're the one that led everyone. You know what I mean?
What, wasn't Lank in charge of the crime scene? And they called Gallagher instead.
Well, no.
No?
I think Gallagher was over Lank, and then Kelleher was over.
Well, in ranking, yeah, but didn't Gallagher testify that he didn't write the report because he wasn't the one that was in charge of the scene? It was Lank, and Lank wrote the report?
No,
Or
he
am
wrote.
I misremembering?
He didn't write any reports because he's like too in charge to write reports. He just directs everybody else from the scene to write reports.
Oh, got you.
Lank
Okay.
wrote a report,
Okay.
you know.
Maybe that's what it was. I didn't write a report because I was in charge, because I was the boss.
Yeah, they probably. I'm thinking they won't call Saraf because he does contradict what Katie said. But the defense can absolutely call Saraf. I personally would, because I would want him to testify to whether he heard Karen say that. Because as of right now, how it stands, all the jury knows is that Karen, in front of him, said, I hit him, and that he actually, not only did he hear it, but he interacted with her because he heard it. And that's simply not true. It's all a lie. So I would call
I
Saraf.
just swear to God, somebody better fucking call out the fact that he couldn't tell somebody to get good when good was the one that was coming up to him.
I wish they would have said that to Katie, but she would have just been like, I don't know that car that's pulling up is him.
Well, we do. We can see it.
But I don't know if they can bring that up because Good has not testified that that's him.
Right.
But Saraf, if you bring him up, you could say, I would say it even before I bring up Katie's thing. I would bring up, when you're standing here, right here, and you move Karen out of the road, what vehicle's pulling up? And he'll know that Mulaney was already there because I'm pretty sure, in the frame at some point.
He walks away at the very beginning of them doing that powwow. He's walked back to his car.
So you bring Saraf and then you say, who was this pulling up? And hopefully he would know that it was Good.
Yeah. I mean, it says his name on the dash cam. So.
Yep.
We did what we saw Saraf's dash cam without Saraf.
Yeah. I don't really know. Did that come in with Timmy? It couldn't have.
Pretty sure it did. Came in with Nuttall.
I don't know how.
Well, who was before him? No, it might have come in with Carrie Roberts.
Yeah, maybe. Because then she was able to point out
where she was and what time she got the phone.
I guess.
Because we're still at the 6:04, the phone starts tracing steps, but yet the phone is still underneath him until 6:14.
Yeah, but they have to call Proctor because he wrote up all these reports, and they might. I expect to see Tully too.
I just think what they're doing is minimizing how much they're on the stand. So even if they call them, they're as we've noticed, the things that are being testified to are already being these people aren't going to have to come in and re-testify to it. They're just minimizing what they can actually talk about on the stand. You see what I mean? Get everything else in through all these other witnesses, and then you just have whatever's left. They stipulated some of the videos at the beginning. That makes sense too. I don't
Yeah.
I don't know which videos though, but the ones that they're both going to use, Sallyport.
But anything
Yeah,
that's in
and-
evidence, they can be asked about.
Right.
But like police reports don't go into evidence. So
Yep, you can just use them to refresh memory. Where Keefe has to actually read the entire fucking thing because he's like, I don't think
I
was
still insist. I don't think he was there at all. I don't think he was there at
I really
all.
don't remember being here for any of this conversation.
Yep,
Don't think I was here for this conversation. Not sure why my name is on this. But if I was there and I actually forgot, I'm going to look like an idiot.
Well, wasn't Keefe also in that group chat with
Proctor
and DeChico and
I think so.
So I mean, you have all these members of Massachusetts State Police, and there's like 5 of you in a group chat. You're obviously friends, you know?
Right. And he's like, now do I fucking call Proctor out for some more bullshit?
Right.
Or do I just.
Right.
You know,
and
he's already fired. What's going to happen except for Karen going free and me looking like an idiot?
I thought they did good by getting him to say, like, outright that Proctor was the lead investigator.
Yeah, unlike Gallagher, who refused to admit it.
Yeah, not the case agent, not, I don't know, not, well, he was never doing anything alone. He was always with somebody, because that's, you know, that's what Mechanic's going to say. That he was the case agent only, and that they all do things together. So every interview they went on, it was 2 of them, which is true to a degree.
Doesn't think that Keefe was in the chat. I have to go back and look.
Yeah, I think he was. And now we know that he's the one that first downloaded Jen, or no. So you know what's weird is that I'm pretty sure Guarino testified that he downloaded Jen and John's phone on the 29th. I think. I have to go back and look. Which would be interesting if they then had Keefe do it on the 2nd. I have to go figure out exactly what was happening there.
I'm going back and reading Proctor from last year to see.
I think that's why he objected to DeChico's nickname. I think that was in the DeChico was not Chip. That was Proctor.
Proctor's Chip. The other ones are Bird and Duck. Oh no, that's the friend text.
Yes.
That's the friend text. Bird and Duck and Chip are the friends.
Yeah, I do think that Keefe was in that police chat.
I'm looking. I don't know if maybe I didn't write it down.
Oh, maybe you're right. Maybe. But then that would be backwards.
What?
If Keefe downloaded and Guarino ran the reports, then no. I know that Jen's phone was extracted twice. I have to find the details on it.
I thought Guarino is the one who took the phone and Keefe is the one who downloaded it. Am I wrong?
That could be. Any thoughts on why Carrie wanted to know if Keefe was the one that wrote the report of her interview?
Maybe I don't know, but I still am very curious about that too. Like, and then he's like, does it matter? And she's like, nope. Then like, why the fuck did you ask? It has to be something with the only trusting Keefe's reports.
Maybe. Which is also odd.
Text with DeChico and Kakowski.
Well, there was more than that because
Yep, that's one. Well, that's one text. I've got this group of texts, and the next one is with DeChico, Moore, Kakowski, Fanning, and Bukaki. I don't have Keefe in there.
I thought Tully was in one of them too.
Maybe. I have a comma after Fanning, so I don't know if I missed one. But the note I have says text with Bukaki, DeChico, Moore, Kakowski, and Fanning. And the other one is with DeChico and Kakowski.
Let me see.
The one with Bukaki in it was a pic text of Yannetti. Proctor says, I'm going through his retarded client's phone. No nudes so far. I hate that man. I truly do. I forgot about that. He was looking for nudes in her phone. And then it had to be sent to the taint team.
Sends him a pic of Toy Santa. He wrote, quote, if you like women who shit themselves, about Karen's medical condition. He and Trooper DeChico talk about Karen Reed's body camera audio.
Redirect. On redirect, he says he does not like Yannetti. It's just so funny to look back at this testimony. And then that's when he talks about that Yannetti showed up at his sister's school.
And that wasn't true.
And that wasn't true. Well, I mean, it was true, but not with that, and nothing to do with that.
The other story he told that
it had to do with driving on the path that Lucky drove.
Yeah, because Jackson was like, well, he's sitting right there. How do you feel about him now? And he's like, I still don't care for him.
And Yannetti's like, what the fuck, man? What did I ever do to you?
Which is weird because I feel like most of these people have a problem with Jackson. You know what I mean?
Uh-huh. Well, because he's the outsider, so they supposedly do. You know?
Yeah.
I don't see anything about Keefe in any of my notes for the text messages, but that doesn't mean that I didn't miss it. But I just went through his testimony from last year. And then Tully took the stand right after him. So.
Well, good thing we're done with her and we don't have her tomorrow. But it sounds like it's going to be another long one. Like,
did you see Turtle Boy tweeted, he's like, I'm not doing a live tonight on Karen Reed because today was super fucking boring. Yeah. And the Celtics game is on. So, like, priorities there, buddy. Priorities.
I don't really blame him.
I don't either. I'm like, fuck, I don't like I mean, what are you going to talk about? The pizza and the fish sandwiches or chicken sandwiches or whatever? Like, that was just nuts.
I think that they should have just skipped her altogether. I think that was really stupid.
Yeah, I think that she came across much more likable last time, but she was not on the stand as long. So.
Well, and she had way less reports. Like at that point, she only had that one, and she basically was like, it's unknown why it's like that, blah, 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 blah. Since then, she's written multiple other reports.
Right.
So
I started last night. I thought I would be able to finish it last night, but I haven't. With the audio from the cell phone, I have it enhanced I enhanced the one that's from the voicemail
Mm-hmm.
to match it up with the other one and see where it falls in. So hopefully I'll have that out tonight. And then I guess we'll just see you guys tomorrow.
Okay.
Anything else?
No, I mean,
Grace Bay says that was the right list. It's they went that they went and checked in Proctor's what you call it. I can't even talk anymore.
mm-hmm.
And he had said that it was those people, which was DeChico, Kakowski, Bukaki, and the other one, Moore, I think it was.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I think I'm done. I think I'm done for the day.
Yeah.
She bored me to death.
Yeah.
All right, you guys, we'll see you tomorrow for tomorrow's day 12. Damn, we're already on day 12. All right, we'll see you mañana for day 12 of the state of Massachusetts versus Karen Reed in her retrial. Thank you guys for hanging out with us. Love you. Bye.
Love you. Bye.